The Second World War. Counterfire. 2. Sheila Atkinson, Auxiliary Territorial Service, and Charles Bambery, Royal Navy, they fought a war in which their enemy was fascism. Contents. Introduction. 1. Competing empires at a time of economic crisis. 2. The Allied powers. 3. The Axis powers. 4. The countdown to war. 5. The early war. 6. Russia, the crucible of victory. 7. The end of the Third Reich. 8. Resistance in Europe. 9. Asia and the Pacific. 10. The East is red. 11. The post-war world. Conclusion. Timeline. Notes. Index. Acknowledgements. I would like to thank the following people for their help in the writing and editing of this book: Alex Onyevas for his comments and corrections, the late and much missed Tom Bean, Ian Burkle for his comments, Sebastian Budgeon for first suggesting I write it, Neil Faulkner for editing an earlier draft, Lindsay German for her encouragement, and Barbara Rampoli for her support. My comrades of the International Socialist Group deserve thanks for their support and vitality. Thanks to David Castle, my excellent editor, and everyone at Pluto Press. Apologies to Carmela Ozzy and Malcolm and Leonardo Ozzy Bambery, who have had to put up with me writing in the kitchen, listening to opera and preventing them playing games on the computer. Whenever I have done meetings and lectures on the Second World War, I have always recommended my 3 favorite books on the subject, so here goes. To understand what the British ruling class was fighting for and to grasp their ineffectiveness at waging war, read Evelyn Waugh's Sword of Honor trilogy. For the reality of Russia's war and of Stalingrad, Vasily Grossman's Life and Fate. And for the sheer scale of the Yugoslav partisan war, Milovan Djilas's memoir, Wartime. Chris Bambery. November 2013. Introduction. The Second World War casts a long shadow. It dominates the various history channels on offer, along with the rise of the Nazis which preceded it. Popular films about the war still command vast audiences and are repeated endlessly on the small screen. Its ghost has also been present in the wars which have scarred our planet in recent years. The war against terror following the attacks of September 11, 2001 was cast as a continuance of democracy's struggle against a new totalitarian threat which echoed that of the Nazis, while opponents of the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan were regularly portrayed as appeasers. As the U.S. radio talk show host and Fox News Channel political analyst, Tammy Bruce, argued in September 2002, now, in 2002, it is our responsibility to stop Saddam Hussein, and yet the whining grandchildren of Chamberlain, now strewn throughout Europe and the world, have felt compelled to demand we not attack Iraq. No one, especially in Europe, has the moral standing to tell us what to do when faced with war and evil. They lost that right when they accepted hundreds of thousands of American deaths to save their soil from the monsters they refused to stop early on. Point 1. Iraq in 2003 stood mid-table in the league of global power, with an economy wrecked by a decade of international sanctions. In comparison, when the Second World War began, Germany was the primary military power in the world. Its economy was the second biggest. Attempts to compare Saddam Hussein with Hitler simply demean the latter's crimes, above all the Holocaust. Saddam was a brutal mass murderer, but his crimes do not stand comparison with Hitler's. Point 2. At the time of the First Gulf War in 1990–91, we were already being told that Saddam Hussein was another Hitler, and that anything short of military force, for example economic sanctions, would be giving way to dictators. The sun-pilloried spineless appeasers who believe a combination of sanctions and sweet reason will be enough, while the Daily Express ridiculed the appeasers and the Give Sanctions a Chance brigade. The same arguments were deployed again in the build-up to the attacks by NATO on Serbia in 1995 and 1999.3. This attempt to paint critics of the US and UK's wars as spiritual heirs of the British Prime Minister, Neville Chamberlain, who so desperately tried to buy off Hitler in order to avert war, dates back at least to 1982 when Britain went to war with Argentina over the Falkland Islands, or Malvinas. When the House of Commons debated the decision to go to war, the leader of the opposition Labour Party was Michael Foot. 4 decades earlier, Foot had railed against appeasement and contributed to The Guilty Men, a best-selling pamphlet which appeared in the summer of 1940, blaming Chamberlain and his supporters for the expected German invasion. Describing himself as an inveterate peacemaker, Foot urged the government to prove by deeds that the Falklands had not been betrayed. After he sat down, the Tory MP Edward Ducan responded, "The leader of the opposition spoke for us all. He did the nation a service for." Ducan was consciously echoing the cry of Leo Amery in September 1939. As Chamberlain prevaricated over declaring war on Hitler, despite Germany's invasion of Poland, the acting Labour leader, Arthur Greenwood, rose to reply. Greenwood began by saying he would speak for the Labour Party. Amery, a right-wing Tory and champion of imperialism, shouted out, "Speak for England." This is held up as one of those great Westminster moments. 5. When US and British political leaders allege today that anti-war leftists and liberals are the heirs to those who curried favor with Hitler, they ignore the simple fact that the appeasers of the 1930s were largely on the right and included virtually the entire British Conservative Party, senior members of the royal family, and the pro-Tory press. These were not rogue elements in British ruling circles. They represented majority opinion. The near-revolutionary events which engulfed France in 1934–36, and the full-scale revolution at the commencement of the Spanish Civil War, had reinforced their view that communism was the main enemy. In London, Berlin, Paris, Moscow, Washington, and Tokyo there were real fears before and during the war that social conflict could break through to challenge the ruling order. In his History of the 20th Century, Eric Hobsbawm argues that the Second World War in the West can be best understood, not through the contest of states, but as an international ideological civil war. And, as it turned out, the crucial lines in this civil war were not drawn between capitalism and communist social revolution, but between ideological families, between what the 19th century would have called progress and reaction, only that these terms were no longer quite apposite. 6. From the start it was clear to millions of people that this was not simply a war against Nazism but a war in which their own ruling classes were divided. Nowhere was this truer than in France. The election in May 1936 of a Popular Front government under the socialist Léon Blum, with communist support, and the subsequent strike wave with its factory occupations, terrified the French ruling class. The fall of France in May and June 1940 can only be understood against this background. Hobsbawm is half right. There was a huge popular struggle against fascism which developed across much of Europe in the final 3 years of the war, and because the ruling classes in the occupied countries in large part collaborated with the Nazis, this took on aspects of a civil war. But his argument overlooks the fact that the Second World War was also a continuation of the 1914–18 conflict, a struggle to redivide the world between the world's great powers. This was the dominant feature of the war because it was why the rulers of the warring states were conducting it. This book seeks to argue that the Second World War was indeed an imperialist war, while acknowledging that the issues involved are more complex. Across the globe vast numbers of people wanted to resist fascism, and whatever their suspicions of their own ruling classes they were prepared to follow their lead in the fight against Hitler. Both my parents volunteered to serve in Britain's armed forces. That left its mark. My mother caught rheumatic fever and was left permanently ill, which resulted in an early death. My father, who had served in the Navy, became deaf as a result of hours and days spent using radar and submarine detection equipment. In neither case was the damage equal to that visited on millions of people, who saw their whole family wiped out, experienced the atomic bomb or had their home destroyed. Yet despite the harm inflicted on them, both my parents regarded the Second World War as a necessary war, if not a good war, one that needed to be fought in order to stop Hitler and the Nazis. Millions who took part regarded it as a fight that had to be waged. The newsreels from Belsen and the death camps following Germany's surrender only confirmed it. How the 1939–45 war is seen contrasts with attitudes towards the First World War, which is now widely viewed as an indiscriminate slaughter which settled little. Both my grandfathers took part in that war. One simply never spoke about what he had experienced. The other wished no one in his family would have to go through such things again. While the Second World War is seen as a necessary war, fought to stop fascism, there are nevertheless evident contradictions. My father visited much of the globe during his naval service. When he described his experiences in East Africa during the liquidation of Italian colonial rule, or later, in India and Sri Lanka during the closing stages of the war against Japan, he was clearly aware that Britain was not fighting for democracy but to maintain its empire, based on a vicious racism towards its subject peoples. He recalled that Winston Churchill had unleashed troops on Welsh miners at Tonypandy in 1910 and had been viciously anti-union during the 1926 general strike. Churchill was, he told me, a bastard, adding, "But we needed a bastard to fight Hitler." In attempting to understand the greatest conflict in human history thus far, we are entering an ideological battlefield. That battle began even before Hitler's troops crossed into Poland, ushering in a European war which would go global within 3 years. The ideological war has continued to rage, with ebbs and flows, ever since. This book offers a Marxist explanation of why the Second World War happened, how it was fought, and what its outcome was. It starts by explaining why I believe it was a war fought primarily for global hegemony, but also why it differed from its 1914–18 predecessor, because popular opposition to fascism drove ordinary people to fight, and later to resist. It then examines each of the powers involved, starting with the Allied camp. In particular, it argues the Allies were a band of warring brothers. This then allows us to examine the countdown to war and how dominant the policy of appeasing Hitler was within Western ruling circles. From the moment the Third Reich was at war, it was moving towards genocide, the beginnings of which were apparent in 1939 with the conquest of Poland. In looking at the early war, we also see why class division undermined France's ability to fight Hitler, and how Britain survived the collapse of its ally but was in no position to defeat Germany alone. Hitler's decision to invade Russia seemed to have secured the key victory he desired in late 1941, but Stalin's regime survived, and in 1942–43 the Russians would decisively turn the tables on the Third Reich. The war in Russia would be key to the defeat of Hitler. The events contributing to that defeat are charted in the next chapter, which also examines the return of British forces to Europe alongside the Americans. This was an alliance in which American power and wealth would see it establish a clear dominance. Meanwhile, as Germany faced defeat, the Nazis carried out the greatest crime in human history, the Holocaust. The German occupation of much of Europe bred a resistance that, I will argue, had a revolutionary dynamic, but one which was deflected because the left, and in the main the communist parties, helped contain it. We then turn to the spread of the war into the Pacific and the failure of Japan to capitalize on its initial successes, while the Americans were able to fight a war on two fronts, and eventually secure victory in the Pacific. Less well known is the popular resistance which developed to Japanese imperialism and to the possibility of a return to colonial rule. It was during the war that the communists would begin their march to power in China. Despite Churchill's determination to protect and maintain the British Empire, it was a task beyond him. As the book moves towards a conclusion, we look at the reasons for the passing of empire. Finally, we consider how the war shaped today's world, and how peace did not, tragically, bring an end to war and occupation. Chapter 1. Competing empires at a time of economic crisis. The Great Depression fuels great power rivalries. The Second World War might well have happened without Adolf Hitler coming to power. But it would have been a much more limited conflict, and a more conventional one. In 1929, a sudden and sharp collapse on the New York Stock Exchange marked the start of the greatest economic crisis in the history of capitalism thus far. The Great Depression bred economic collapse, social polarization and political instability including war. All within short order. It also heralded a retreat from the old economic liberalism, associated in particular with the British policy of free trade. Politicians moved to protectionism across the globe, which led to a collapse in world trade but also heightened competition over the control of markets and raw materials, competition which quickly took a military shape. The First World War had ended with a repartitioning of the world in which Britain and France gained most territory. While the British Empire was bigger than ever, the British ruling class was painfully aware that it had been ousted as the world's financial power by the US. At its height in the mid-19th century, Britain had adopted a policy of free trade because that benefited its exports when it was the preeminent industrial power. Its rivals, the US and Germany, did not follow suit. Rather, they employed protective measures to defend their domestic markets and emerging industries. Other states would follow their lead. After 1918, Britain had attempted to maintain sterling as the chief international trading currency by valuing it against gold. But it could maintain neither the gold standard nor free trade as the general rule across the capitalist system. Following the immediate post-war recession at the beginning of the 1920s, the second half of the decade did see a relative stabilization, before Europe was thrust into depression in 1929. The recovery of the mid-1920s was based on countries importing U.S. goods and borrowing U.S. money. The U.S. had tariffs to prevent those countries to which it sold goods balancing their account by exporting goods to America. Instead, they were forced to take out U.S. loans to cover the shortfall. The victors in the First World War had taken out American loans to cover the debts they had incurred, while the losers had taken them to help pay off reparations imposed on them by the post-war treaties agreed at Versailles. The Wall Street crash in 1929 ended this financial roundabout and the banking crisis spread to Europe, heralding an economic slump. Between 1929 and 1932 the volume of world trade fell by 1/4. 5 years later, the 1929 peak had still not been recovered. 1 Much of the decline stemmed from the collapse of incomes, but a substantial portion was a consequence of the rush to trade protection. When the British government defaulted on loan repayments to America, Washington retaliated by enforcing trade restrictions on British imports. Meanwhile, the expansion of U.S. agriculture had led to overproduction and a high level of indebtedness from farmers who had borrowed to expand. Pressure had been building from U.S. agriculture for import restrictions even prior to the Wall Street crash. Herbert Hoover, the Republican candidate, won the 1928 presidential election promising agricultural protection. Subsequently, in June 1930, the U.S. erected tariffs on over 20,000 imported goods. Over the next 3 years, average U.S. tariffs would rise to 54% compared with 39% in 1928. In short order, Britain, France, and then Germany introduced similar tariffs over the next 2 years. Having erected a complex barrier of import controls to protect its home market, Washington now demanded that the UK and other European countries repay their debts in dollars. In October 1932, Britain, Canada, Australia, and other dominions created a system whereby British tariffs were lowered for all those trading in pounds. The new sterling bloc accounted for a third of world trade. By attempting to stop foreign imports into the new bloc, London was throwing down a gauntlet to its rivals. If they wanted a greater market share, they would have to reorder the world. The US and France followed Britain in attempting to create their own protected trade areas, together with a degree of state direction of the economy. Germany, Japan, and Italy did not control overseas territories and looked to military expansion to secure markets and raw materials. For the German economy, this global shift to protectionism was a catastrophe. Britain, France, the US and the USSR all had ample supplies of raw materials within their economic zones. Germany did not. Nearly half of Britain's trade was with its dominions and colonies, and a third of French exports went to its colonies. Germany had none. Germany's economic revival had been based on exports, but now they were excluded from key markets, and key raw materials had to be bought with dollars, sterling, or francs. In terms of foreign trade, Germany had been in third place behind the US and UK in 1928, when its foreign trade was worth $58 billion. By 1935 it was worth $20.8 billion. Financially it was in a weak position, holding just 1% of the global gold and financial reserves in 1938, compared to the US holding of 54% and the British and French holdings of 11% each. Two German governments before Hitler came to power had already resorted to export subsidies and trading via barter or using German marks, which could only be redeemed in Germany. Before Hitler took power, sections of Germany's ruling circles began to argue that its export problems and lack of raw materials could only be solved by domination of Eastern and Southeastern Europe. They found ready allies in the military command. Hjalmar Schacht had resigned as president of the Reichsbank in protest at Germany continuing to pay war reparations as determined by the Treaty of Versailles. He went further, arguing that a German trade zone could encompass not just Central and Eastern Europe, but the Middle East, Latin America, and the Far East. Although he never joined the Nazi Party, Schacht made the acquaintance of Hitler and facilitated contacts for him amongst bankers in 1932. On November 28 that year, Time magazine reported a dinner at the steel tycoon Fritz Thiesen's house, at Herr Thiesen's residence. Leader Hitler and Oberst Göring ate dinner. Germans soon noticed the surprising fact that several news agencies of biggest business, such as Deutsche Allgemeine Zeitung and Rheinische Westfälisch, had abruptly switched from hostility to support of Adolf Hitler. Noting that these newspapers were closely connected to big business circles, Time added, for the first time in his blatant, meteoric career, Adolf Hitler was getting warm. Stocks on the Berlin Exchange, which eased when the von Papen cabinet resigned, firmed again and began to rise. By January 1933, when Hitler took power, there were 6 million unemployed in Germany. Hitler's initial economic program was similar to US President Franklin D. Roosevelt's New Deal, which was being implemented at around the same time. Public spending on the motorways and railways increased, subsidies were given to housing, firms were forced into cartels, industry was offered cheap loans and tax exemption, while wages were pegged at the same level as at the bottom of the slump. Industrial production rose from 53.8% of the 1929 figure to 79.8% in 1934.4, yet unemployment remained at 3 times the 1929 figure and inflation began to mount. The major capitalist corporations remained largely intact, but they were increasingly subordinated to an arms drive, something they themselves supported. Hitler had at first, in 1933-34, introduced relatively mild measures, some inherited from his predecessors, aimed at creating work. From 1935 onwards these gave way to an arms economy, the preparedness economy. By 1936 Germany's economic output equaled the 1929 figure. 3 years later it had grown by a further 30%. Such expansion rested on the cuts in labor costs imposed even before Hitler took power. In 1938-39 the German economy fell into a grave economic crisis. A huge budgetary deficit existed, public expenditure was 55 million Reichsmarks in 1938-39, but tax and custom receipts were only 18 million. Much of the Third Reich's economic policy was based on autarky, economic self-sufficiency. The Nazis limited exports in order to curb earlier trade deficits. But there was a limit to how far they could go down that road. Rearmament fueled the need to import raw materials, but the only way Germany could find the necessary materials in a world dominated by protectionism was by physically expanding the borders of the Third Reich. As the British Marxist historian, Tim Mason, argues, the only solution open to this regime of structural tensions and crises produced by dictatorship and rearmament was more dictatorship and more rearmament, then expansion, then war and terror, then plunder and enslavement. 5. Similar pressures were affecting Britain, the United States and Japan. All were locked into a system of trade protection in which the only solution to their economic problems was a repartition of the world. Russia was a partial exception given its vast territory and raw materials, but even Stalin could not disengage the Russian economy from the competition between states. State control reached its zenith in the one country that had experienced a successful working-class revolution, Russia. The old ruling class had been destroyed, but amid an economic blockade, foreign invasion, and civil war, workers' democracy had been eroded because the working class had been decimated. Instead, the state bureaucrats took charge of the economy. They associated with Stalin, the general secretary of the Communist Party, which they joined to benefit their career. Stalin's focus was not on international revolution but on industrialization. Having removed his opponents from the leadership of both the state and the Communist Party in 1928-29, he presided over a brutal policy of top-down, state-led industrialization at the expense of the working class and peasantry. In Japan, one faction of the ruling class, associated with the army command, regarded China as its natural market and supplier of materials. In the wake of the Wall Street crash, they embarked on the attempted colonization of Manchuria. But that brought them into conflict with Washington, which was determined to create an open door to China for U.S. goods. A minority faction in the Japanese elite, including the Naval Command, wanted to expand southwards to gain control of oil, rubber, and other materials from the colonial powers, and to take the Philippines, which were effectively under U.S. control. The U.S. looked not just to the Pacific region. It had major investments in Europe and already eyed control of Middle Eastern oil. Germany and Japan would, in the course of the late 1930s, be perceived by Washington as the immediate dangers, but the dismantling of the British sterling bloc and empire were also key strategic goals. The Great Depression would only end with the war, as the great powers put the need to arm before the need to make profits in the short term. Both political and corporate leaders understood, increasingly, that there was a battle for survival going on which centered on the ability of each state to control a slice of the global economy, to guarantee the supply of raw materials and to weaken the ability of rival powers to do the same. In this light, we can see the Second World War as a conflict between rival imperialisms, a conflict as much between the Allies as between them and the Axis. The exiled Russian revolutionary Leon Trotsky understood this when in 1934 he wrote, "U.S. capitalism is up against the same problems that pushed Germany in 1914 on the path of war. The world is divided. It must be redivided." For Germany it was a question of organizing Europe. The United States must organize the world. History is bringing humanity face to face with the volcanic eruption of American imperialism. 6. The conflict would see America finally eclipse Britain as the major imperial power and would lay the basis for the economic and political arrangements that dominated the following half-century. Cordell Hull, Roosevelt's Secretary of State, explained in a public address in July 1942 that, leadership toward a new system of international relationships in trade and other economic affairs will devolve very largely upon the United States because of our great economic strength. We should assume this leadership, and the responsibility that goes with it, primarily for reasons of pure national self-interest. 7. Why the Second World War was different. The Second World War was a product of an economic recession which bred heightened imperialist tensions. But Hitler's advent to power ensured it was a war quite different from its predecessor 2 decades before. It became a racial, genocidal war, which threatened the rights and liberties of the working classes and much of the peasantry. The 2 decades between November 11, 1918 and the declaration of war on Germany by Britain and France on September 3, 1939 are often described as a breathing space. In relation to Europe, a better description might be a period of civil war, while in Asia and Africa it was a time of nationalist rebellion and a renewed imperialist drive. The First World War had dribbled away into a series of vicious border wars. Unofficial German forces fought Poland and the Baltic states, clashes erupted between irregular Italian forces and the new state of Yugoslavia. Greece was encouraged by the Lloyd George government in London into a disastrous invasion of Turkey which would end with Turkish victory and the withdrawal of British forces from Istanbul, as well as the mass expulsion of Greeks from Turkey and Turks from Greece. France and Britain urged Poland into attacking Russia. Fascism triumphed in Italy in 1922 and Central and Eastern Europe was littered with nationalist and anti-Semitic dictatorships. Shortly after the October Revolution in Russia, the attempt by the working class to seize power in neighboring Finland was defeated, and followed by terrible massacres. The 1930s began with fascism winning control in Germany. In 1934 a right-wing government defeated the working class of Vienna. It seemed that fascism was set to win in France at the beginning of the same year. A fascist assault on the National Assembly was defeated by a general strike, and the French fascist movement floundered. The election of a Popular Front government 2 years later, with an accompanying wave of factory occupations, meant that a key section of the ruling class began to see German occupation as a price worth paying if it delivered them from the apparent threat of communist revolution. The year 1936 also saw a military uprising in Spain against a freshly elected Popular Front government. Workers' uprisings defeated the rebels in Madrid, Barcelona, Bilbao, and other cities. A 3-year civil war followed, with German and Italian military intervention on the side of General Franco, the rebel military leader, and Stalin providing arms and expertise to the Republican government. The Spanish Civil War pitted left against right and haunted the years in the immediate build-up to the Second World War, with politicians in European capitals fearing the war might escalate beyond their control. Franco's eventual victory emboldened the fascist powers and their supporters elsewhere. As the great powers moved towards a world war aimed at restructuring the global order, millions of people wanted to resist fascism by whatever means. The victory of Hitler in Germany, a country which was home to both the largest Social Democratic Party and the largest trade union movement in the world, together with the largest Communist Party outside Russia, was a huge shock to the working class movement globally. There was a widespread feeling that this could not be allowed to happen again. In 1934 workers took up arms in Asturias in northern Spain and in Vienna in Austria, against right-wing governments which seemed to be the precursors of full-scale fascism. Both went down to defeat, but the slogan "Better to fight in Vienna than die in Berlin" carried a powerful echo. The left could only lick its wounds while facing up to the challenge of defining and explaining the new vitriolic enemy it faced, fascism. After Stalin gained control of Russia in 1928-29, the international communist movement adopted a characterization of the Nazis as simply tools of finance capital. Later this position was used to justify a policy of seeking alliances with progressive capitalists. More recently it has become common in academic writing to take this formulation as exhausting the Marxist analysis of Hitler's and Mussolini's movements. Having duly demolished this crude argument, it then becomes possible to dismiss anything Marxists have to say about fascism. But the Nazis were never some tool of capitalism. Marxist writers such as Trotsky, Antonio Gramsci, and many others saw fascism as being different from other forms of capitalist reaction because it created a mass movement, which meant it was not simply controlled by the ruling class. If the latter decided they would support the rise of Hitler or Mussolini, they had to pay a price, and the fascist leaders themselves had to take into account the mass support they'd brought to life, even when in power they no longer had much need for it. Hitler was brought to power in the world's second largest industrial state by the German ruling class. They initially regarded him with suspicion. Big business funding did not start flowing towards the Nazis until the close of 1932. It required an immense social and economic crisis and real fear among the ruling classes to drive them into viewing fascism as a source of salvation. The ruling class may have disliked political power being exercised by a former house painter, but they discovered they shared certain aims with Hitler. Because of that they were prepared to accept his anti-Semitism and racism. German capitalism stood by the Führer right up until his suicide in the burning ruins of Berlin. Many, at the time and subsequently, have pictured Hitler as simply pursuing conventional German strategic concerns, gaining control of Central and Eastern Europe. That was part of the story, but for Hitler this was only a stepping stone on the way to European and then global dominance, the destruction of the Soviet Union and world Jewry, the enslavement of lesser breeds, and out of all this the creation of a new German warrior race. Hitler was clear about this in 1941, the struggle for hegemony in the world will be decided for Europe by possession of the Russian space. Any idea of world politics is ridiculous as long as it does not dominate the continent. If we are masters of Europe, then we shall have the dominant position in the world. 8. Earlier, in the winter of 1940, Hitler had explained to his generals, Britain's hopes lie in Russia and the United States. If Russia drops out of the picture, America, too, is lost for Britain, because the elimination of Russia would greatly increase Japan's power in the Far East. Decision: Russia's destruction must be made a part of this struggle, the sooner Russia is crushed the better. 9. The Third Reich was engaged in an imperialist war that unleashed a horror which will, one can only hope, remain unsurpassed. Chapter 2. The Allied Powers. Britain, the lion in winter. In examining each of the major combatant states in the Second World War, Britain must be our starting point simply because it had the most to lose and the least to gain from any new redivision of the world. Since the end of the First World War there had been an acute awareness of Britain's weakness. In December 1938 the cabinet discussed the desperate need to avoid a three-front war with Germany, Italy, and Japan. Foreign Secretary Halifax concluded, "We ought to make every possible effort to get on good terms with Germany." Britain's prime concern was to maintain its position as a world power. At the beginning of the 1930s the First Sea Lord, Admiral Chatfield, stated, "We have got most of the world already, or the best parts of it, and we only want to keep what we have got and prevent others taking it away from us too." Yet Britain had long since ceased to be the workshop of the world, the position it had held in the 19th century. In 1880 Britain accounted for 23% of the world's manufacturing output, double the US share and 3 times more than Germany. By 1900 it had been overtaken by the US. By 1913 the US share of world manufacturing was 32%, Germany's 13%, and the UK's 12%. 3 Between 1860 and 1914 some 60% of world trade was invoiced and settled in sterling. But its dominance was slipping. 4 There was a growing realization that Britain was being squeezed out of its position as the number one world power by its rival across the Atlantic. This led many on both sides of the ocean to believe war between the two powers was inevitable. Despite mutual hostility, however, both would ultimately view Germany as the greater menace. Writing after the First World War, when he was head of the Red Army, Leon Trotsky described Britain's traditional policy thus: "What is the military doctrine of Britain? The recognition of the urgent need for naval hegemony, a negative attitude towards a regular land army and towards military conscription, or, still more precisely, the recognition of Britain's need to possess a fleet stronger than the combined fleets of any two other countries and, flowing from this, Britain's being enabled to maintain a small army on a volunteer basis. Combined with this was the maintenance of such an order in Europe as would not allow a single land power to obtain a decisive preponderance on the continent." 5. Britain's decision in 1914 to commit massive land forces in continental Europe marked a break with this policy. France alone was not capable of defeating Germany in a land war. Britain was forced to raise a conscript army to fight initially on the Western Front, and then against Turkey. By the end of the war it had armies in Italy, the Balkans, and the Middle East, and was intervening against the revolutionary New Order in Russia. Britain's naval forces were so stretched that it had to rely on its Japanese ally to capture German possessions in the Far East and eventually asked that Japanese ships be used to patrol the Mediterranean. The First World War saw Britain's position as the world's largest creditor reversed, so it ended the conflict as the world's largest debtor. The City of London lost its place as the capital of capital and the pound its position as the world's currency. Britain provided loans and munitions to its allies, France, Russia, Italy, and the smaller powers, but in turn had to rely on American loans and munitions. In order to contain and finally defeat the German forces on the Western Front, Britain and France would require American ground troops. On the seas, by 1918 the U.S. Navy was comparable in strength to the combined fleets of France, Italy, and Japan. It was planning to build a force greater than the Royal Navy. Lloyd George's government accepted this was an arms race Britain could not win. At the Washington Naval Conference of 1921-22 the U.S. forced acceptance of the Treaty of Washington. As the American historian, James Levy, points out, the major naval powers, Britain, the United States, Japan, France, and Italy, agreed to a 10-year building holiday. Great Britain and the United States would have parity in battleship tonnage, Japan 60% of that figure, France and Italy proportionately less. The treaty prevented an arms race, but at a major cost to the United Kingdom. Britannia now had to share the waves, not rule them. 6. In accepting this, the British alliance with Japan fractured because Tokyo did not want to accept such a limitation. The peace treaties which followed the First World War expanded the British Empire to its furthest limits, with gains in the Middle East and Africa. But the pink on the map of the world marking Britain's imperial possessions masked the fact that Britain was fading economically, and that in colonies like Ireland, India, Iraq, and Egypt it faced a rising tide of national liberation movements. British governments and military chiefs knew that they could not fight a war simultaneously in Europe and Asia, something that began to look more and more likely by the 1930s. Appeasement flows from weakness. The divisions within the British ruling class that would become apparent in the late 1930s had their roots in the question of how Britain was to maintain its global position. One faction, including future Prime Ministers Stanley Baldwin and Neville Chamberlain, wanted to consolidate abroad and concentrate on reviving the British economy by cutting wages and public spending. The other grouping, represented ultimately by Winston Churchill, wanted an aggressive imperial policy. In 1922 Baldwin, Chamberlain, and their Tory allies organized a backbench rebellion, pushing through a vote among Conservative MPs to break from the wartime coalition government led by the Liberal, Lloyd George. At the subsequent election the Tories took office free from any coalition partners. 7 Baldwin and his supporters would dominate the interwar Tory party. In terms of the empire they were prepared to make some concessions to nationalist opponents if it preserved British rule. Baldwin's softness towards nationalist demands in Egypt and then India estranged Tory diehards, who had initially supported him when he became party leader in 1923. There were also divisions over what attitude to take towards the growing power of America. Wall Street had replaced the City of London as the leading lender of capital, although Britain's capital exports regained their lead by the mid-1920s. But this could not mask the fact that the US was replacing Britain as the world's leading financial and industrial nation. Britain lagged behind in the new dynamic industries of car manufacturing, electricity, chemicals, and oil. By the 1930s its share of world manufacturing was well below Germany's and a third of America's. Britain was attempting to control a quarter of the world with just 10% of global manufacturing. The country was racked by high unemployment throughout the 1920s, with the jobless total leaping from 2% to 18% between 1920 and 1921 and never falling below 10% for the rest of the decade. Its economic plight flowed from low levels of investment, a historical problem with British capitalism from the end of the 19th century until today. This meant productivity was lower than its rivals. One way Britain tried to offset that was through increasing reliance on its relative financial power. The City of London was still a key global player alongside Wall Street, and Britain remained the biggest global investor, in the United States itself for instance. Britain was also dominated by clashes between labor and capital, culminating in the 1926 general strike, as Baldwin's Tory government and employers tried to offset the high exchange rate of sterling and low productivity by forcing down wages. In 1929 a Labour government headed by Ramsay MacDonald was elected. By the summer of 1931 it was falling apart as the Great Depression unfolded. Unemployment had reached 21%. Industrial production fell by 20% from June to December 1931. The Bank of England had debts that were £250 million greater than its assets. Because sterling was exchangeable for gold there was a rush to exchange it. On July 31, 1931 the budget deficit for the year hit £120 million, nearly double its 1928 level. The government required U.S. loans to meet its spending commitments, and to obtain these it was required to implement austerity measures. MacDonald and his supporters presented a package of cuts, including a reduction in unemployment benefit. They had a narrow majority in cabinet, but the minority threatened resignation. The government collapsed. MacDonald broke with the Labour Party to form a coalition national government with Baldwin's Tories and the Liberals, in order to enforce the cuts. Neville Chamberlain became Chancellor of the Exchequer, while Baldwin held the real power in the government as Lord President. 9 Despite a $200 million loan from J.P. Morgan in New York, and a similar amount from the French National Bank, sterling could not continue to be exchangeable for gold. On September 21 that ended, and sterling was devalued by 30%. The devaluation affected all those who used sterling as the means of international trade, as well as those who held British pounds. Treasury Under Secretary Sir Frederick Phillips admitted, "No country ever administered a more severe shock to international trade than we did when we both 1. Depreciated the pound, 2. Almost simultaneously turned from free trade to protection. 10. Meanwhile, the U.S. had erected a complex barrier of import controls to protect its home market, while at the same time demanding that the UK and other European countries repay their debts in dollars." Britain responded. Between 1932 and 1935, 17 trade agreements were created, including ones with the Scandinavian countries and Argentina, creating a sterling trade bloc within which there was free trade. Between 1932 and 1935, British exports to the Empire and the Dominions increased from 1/3 to 2/5 of its total exports. Imperial imports into Britain increased even more dramatically. 11. When in 1933 Britain failed to meet its full scheduled debt repayment to the U.S., Congress declared this a default and blocked any further credits. Washington acted to exclude Britain from ownership of any U.S. or Latin American oilfields and cast greedy eyes at British-controlled Middle Eastern fields. Eventually the two governments agreed a deal whereby the Americans were allowed access to a quarter of the oilfields in Iraq and Turkey, but there was no agreement on Iran. The U.S. controlled half of Kuwaiti oil and was increasingly dominant in Saudi Arabia. At home, the national government cut spending by £70 million and raised taxes by £75 million. Even the champions of appeasing Hitler and Mussolini realized, however, that Britain needed to wield enough military might to force the dictators to negotiate, and that Britain's military budget in the early 1930s lagged behind Germany's. As a proportion of national wealth, defense expenditure rose from 3% in the early 1930s to 18% in 1939. This increase took place while Britain also had to cope with the highest per capita debt in the world. Rearmament required higher taxes, and turning over industrial capacity to arms manufacturing reduced exports, leading to a growing balance of payments deficit. 12. Britain now had to pay up front for any American orders. It had depended on U.S. imports to fight the First World War, and its need would be greater in any such future conflict. Its financial reserves simply could not meet the costs of a lengthy war. In April 1939 the British Treasury warned, "If we were under the impression that we were as well able as in 1914 to conduct a long war, we were burying our heads in the sand." 3 months later they added, "Unless, when the time comes, the United States are prepared either to lend or to give us money as required, the prospects for a long war are exceedingly grim." 13 By February 1940 the Treasury prophesied that Britain's resources might just last for 2 or 3 years with care. 14 Britain simply could not plan on fighting a war both in Europe and the Far East. Back in 1925 the Chancellor of the Exchequer, Winston Churchill, had assured the cabinet, "I do not believe Japan has any idea of attacking the British Empire, or that there is any danger of her doing so for at least a generation to come." 6 years later Japan seized Manchuria and began its expansion into China. In 1932 the Chiefs of Staff told the Committee of Imperial Defense that not only were the Far East colonies vulnerable, so too were the coastline of India and the Dominions and our vast trade and shipping. 16. By the late 1930s, the British ruling class knew they were trapped between the devil and the deep blue sea, Hitler and Roosevelt. R.A.B. Butler, a junior foreign minister and leading appeaser, wrote a month before war broke out, "In my political life I have always been convinced that we can no more count on America than Brazil 17. This goes some way to explaining the depths of the commitment to appeasement among the Tories in the late 1930s. Neville Chamberlain noted of his predecessor as Prime Minister, Stanley Baldwin, that, SB says he loathes the Americans so much he hates meeting them. 18 Chamberlain himself nursed a deep dislike of the US and of President Roosevelt in particular. Following Japan's attack in Manchuria in September 1931, the US had proposed a joint US-British refusal to recognize the puppet government Japan had installed there. London refused. Chamberlain began pressing for rejection of attempts to develop closer links with Washington, arguing for renewing the alliance with Japan. It was argued that Britain had made concession after concession in order to win Washington's friendship to no avail, with Chamberlain pointing to Lloyd George's acceptance of negotiations over Irish independence in 1921 and the ending of the Treaty of Friendship with Japan a year later. 19. Later, in January 1940, Chamberlain wrote to his sister, "Heaven knows I don't want the Americans to fight for us, we should have to pay too dearly for that if they have any right to be in on the peace terms." 20. Domestic friends of fascism. The idea that the British state was fighting fascism during the Second World War ignores the warm relationship that existed between the fascist dictators and sections of the British ruling class, dating back to October 1922 when Benito Mussolini and his black shirts came to power in Italy. In June 1924 the Daily Mail hailed Mussolini as the savior of Italy and declared, "We in England have confidence in Signor Mussolini, so have the Italians." 21 The paper's owner, Lord Rothermere, journeyed to Italy to meet Mussolini that summer, proclaiming in the Mail that, in saving Italy he stopped the inroads of Bolshevism which would have left Europe in ruins. "In my judgment he saved the whole Western world." 22 Rothermere would write to Mussolini thanking him for his great services to civilization and humanity. Later, in 1928, he would boast, "I am proud that the Daily Mail was the first newspaper in England to give the public a right estimate of the soundness and durability of work." 23. Top politicians were not to be outdone in enthusiasm for Il Duce. In December 1924 Sir Austen Chamberlain, then Foreign Secretary, referred to him when on a visit to Rome as a wonderful man, working for the greatness of his country. 24 In 1927 Winston Churchill visited Rome stating, "If I were an Italian I would don the fascist black shirt." "I could not help being charmed," he said at a press conference reported by The Times, "like so many other people have been, by Signor Mussolini's gentle and simple bearing and by his calm and detached pose in spite of so many burdens and dangers. If I had been an Italian I would have been wholeheartedly with you from start to finish in your triumphant struggle against the bestial appetites and passions of Leninism." 25. Churchill's cousin, Lord Londonderry, visited Rome in January 1933. He judged Mussolini a great success, with Italy making great progress in every direction. 26. Mussolini was seen as a nationalist and an anti-communist. Italy had been, since its formation in 1861, an ally of Britain. No one in Whitehall, or in Paris or Washington either, seemed to take his threats to create a new Roman Empire in the Mediterranean and Africa very seriously, even though they clearly implied a challenge to Britain's imperial interests, because they did not think Italy could afford to confront Britain and France. The same attitude was applied to Hitler among ruling circles in Paris and London. Britain tore up the post-war settlement when it unilaterally signed a naval agreement with Nazi Germany in 1935, allowing it to build up its fleet to 35% of the Royal Navy's strength. The dominant view in British ruling circles was that Germany should be encouraged to satisfy its expansionist ambitions to the east. In 1935 Field Marshal Sir John Dill, then head of military operations and intelligence, asked openly, "Could we not let Germany expand eastwards at Russia's expense?" 27 Baldwin was of the opinion that, if there was any fighting in Europe to be done, I should like to see the Bolsheviks and the Nazis doing it. 28 The policy of appeasement rested on reliance on Germany as an antidote to communism. A German diplomat reported that he had been told by Chamberlain's closest advisor, Sir Horace Wilson, that Britain and Germany were in fact the two countries in which the greatest order reigned and which were the best governed. It would be the height of folly if these two leading white races were to exterminate each other in war. Bolshevism would be the only gainer. 29. Hitler entertained the British media magnates, Lord Rothermere and Lord Beaverbrook, plus the former Premier, David Lloyd George. Göring's guests included the Tory MP and socialite Chips Channon. Among those the German ambassador Ribbentrop met in London in 1936 were Lord Lothian, the Liberal peer who would become British ambassador in Washington, former Deputy Secretary to the Cabinet Thomas Jones, and Geoffrey Dawson, editor of The Times. A key appeaser was Lord Londonderry, a former leader of the Northern Ireland Senate and aircraft minister in the MacDonald coalition government. After being sacked from that job, Londonderry toured Germany in early 1936, visiting Hitler and striking up a friendship with Göring. Back home Ribbentrop was a guest at his Northern Ireland stately home and at his County Durham seat. During 1936 Londonderry corresponded with his cousin, Winston Churchill, arguing that Hitler represented no threat to British interests. I feel that if the Nazi regime in Germany is destroyed, Germany will go communist and we shall find a lining of communism between France, Germany, and Russia. 30 In January 1938 Londonderry signed a message of support published in the Berliner Tageblatt on the anniversary of the Nazi Revolution. 31. Londonderry was a doyen of the Anglo-German Fellowship. Among its members were a director of the Bank of England, F.C. Tyrks, and the chair of Midland Bank, Lord Magowan, assorted aristocrats including the former Conservative minister, Lord Mount Temple, and Lord Lothian, whom we shall meet again. Corporate members included Unilever, Firth Vickers Stainless Steels, and financial companies Schroders, Lazard and the Midland Bank. In April 1939 a British delegation headed by General J.F.C. Fuller and Lord Brockett travelled to Germany to celebrate Hitler's 50th birthday, being rewarded with a meeting with the Führer after a military parade. The Duke of Windsor and his wife were openly pro-Nazi. Robert Bruce Lockhart, a journalist and spy, described a conversation he had with the Duke in 1933, when the latter was still the Prince of Wales. The Duke, who was quite pro-Hitler, said it was no business of ours to interfere in Germany's internal affairs, either re-Jews or re-anything else, and added that dictators were very popular these days and we might want one in England before long. 32 After his abdication he toured Germany giving Nazi salutes and taking tea with Hitler. When Paris fell to the German army in 1940 he quit his home there, at first for the Riviera and then for Franco's Spain. There a plot was hatched by his old friend the German foreign minister, Ribbentrop, with Hitler's and Franco's knowledge, to lure him to Berlin. It took much maneuvering to get the Windsors back to Britain, from where Churchill sent them to preside over the Bahamas, under the watchful eyes and ears of the FBI. In April 1941 the Duke was reported as stating that, it would be very ill-advised of America to enter the war against Germany as Europe is finished anyway. He then told the editor of the U.S. magazine Liberty that, it would be a tragic thing for the world if Hitler was overthrown. 33 The Duke of Windsor was on the pro-Nazi fringe of the British ruling class, the dominant tendency was for appeasing Hitler. Edward had been replaced as king by his brother, who took the throne as George VI. Wartime propaganda painted the king and his wife as symbols of Britain's resistance. Yet the Queen Mother, as she would become on the death of her husband, George VI, was a keen appeaser. On March 5, 2000 The Independent on Sunday reported that Oxford University's Bodleian Library had held back a box of the Queen Mother's papers and correspondence from those they had released to the public. The papers, part of a collection of letters belonging to the first Viscount Monckton of Branchley, a close friend of Edward VIII, dwell on the relationship between the Queen Mother and the pro-appeasement Foreign Secretary Lord Halifax. The letters are said to show her hostility towards Churchill and her desire that the deeply unpopular Halifax be Prime Minister instead. The letters, which include private correspondence between the Queen Mother and Halifax himself, suggest the battle to preserve the monarchy was a concern which weighed above all others. As leader, Halifax was likely to have sued for peace with Hitler on the understanding that he allowed the monarchy to continue under a Nazi occupation. 34. The British ruling class was split. The dominant group by far was the appeasers. To their right was a pro-fascist fringe which would have welcomed Britain's inclusion into the Third Reich and even its occupation by Germany. Opposing Chamberlain was a small group of disparate Tory MPs who became identified with Winston Churchill and would eventually, despite all their instincts, ally with the Labour opposition. Winston Churchill is the historic figure most identified with resisting Nazism. What Churchill grasped early on was that the Führer was aiming at German hegemony in Europe and that was a direct threat to British imperialism, which had always maneuvered between the various European powers to stop anyone becoming too dominant. Unlike Chamberlain, Churchill was prepared to ally Britain with the US against Germany. The overwhelming message propagated by historians and politicians, on the right and the left, is that this was a war against fascism and for democracy. But fighting fascism was never the main concern of Churchill. He was opposed to Germany from the mid-1930s onwards because he recognized that it threatened Britain's position in Europe and the world. He had no problem with the Italian fascist dictator, Mussolini. Churchill was sidelined by Baldwin and Chamberlain until 1939, excluded from office in the national government. He represented die-hard support for unbridled British imperialism. Churchill was critical of Hitler's persecution of the Jews, although not of the Communists and Social Democrats, but as the historian Clive Ponting points out, Churchill's rooted objection to a reviving Germany was a conventional one, the threat it might pose to British interests in the way Imperial Germany had before the First World War. 35. So in September 1937 he could write, "One may dislike Hitler's system and yet admire his patriotic achievement. If our country was defeated, I hope we should find a champion as indomitable to restore our courage and lead us back to our place among nations." 36. In hindsight it seems strange that the majority opinion inside the British ruling class could have been so sanguine about the threat Hitler posed. The answer is that their anti-communism and fear of revolution in the mid-1930s blinded them to the principal threat to their imperial standing. Churchill was not opposed to Japanese expansion in the Far East. In February 1933, as Japan advanced further into Manchuria, he told the anti-socialist and anti-communist Union, "I do not think the League of Nations would be well advised to have a quarrel with Japan. I hope we shall try in England to understand a little the position of Japan, as an ancient state, with the highest sense of national honor and patriotism." The next month he backed Japanese aggression, telling his constituents, "It is in the interests of the whole world that law and order should be established in northern China." 37. He took a similar attitude 2 years later to Mussolini's attack on Ethiopia, telling the House of Commons 3 weeks after it began, "No one can keep up the pretense that Abyssinia is a fit, worthy and equal member of a league of civilized nations." Addressing the anti-socialist and anti-communist Union once more, he told the audience that the Italian dictator was the greatest lawgiver among living men. 38. In October 1937, the military advisor assisting him on the writing of a biography of his ancestor, the Duke of Marlborough, noted that, "Winston says that at heart he is for Franco." Earlier he had described the besieged Spanish Republicans as a poverty-stricken and backward proletariat demand the overthrow of church, state, and property and the inauguration of a communist regime. In contrast he spoke approvingly of the patriotic, religious, and bourgeois forces, under the leadership of the army, marching to re-establish order by setting up a military dictatorship. 39. How could Britain fight a global war? Britain entered the Second World War in a dire position. It could not defend its territories which stretched across the globe. It faced two powers but only had the economic and industrial resources to confront one of them. The Baldwin and Chamberlain governments knew all this. If war broke out, victory was only possible if America and possibly the USSR entered the war. The price of this would be to further reduce Britain's position as a world power. The British ruling class chose a twin-track approach of offering concessions to Germany, Italy, and Japan while trying to create an effective military deterrent. This bridged a division among the appeasers which emerged by late 1938 between those who now realized Hitler's expansion threatened Britain and those still desperate for an agreement with the Nazi leader. Britain, because of its relative economic weakness, had no choice but to commit maximum effort to arms production. Once it began rearming, it quickly caught up with the Third Reich, and by 1942 its military budget was double that of its enemy. But because of their perception of their own weakness, British military planners and politicians believed a new European war would be a long war of attrition in which the British Army could never match the enemy on land and, consequently, sea and air power would be decisive. British politicians and military chiefs seized on the belief of Hugh Trenchard, the first Chief of the Air Staff of the Royal Air Force, who held this position until 1936, that the best way to defend the UK would be to attack the enemy's bases, cities, and factories. Trenchard endorsed the importance of targeting morale, stating that it outweighed the physical by a factor of 20:1. Up until 1938 the British government and RAF command had concentrated on building up a heavy bomber force capable of carrying the war to Germany or Italy. That year ministers overcome opposition from the RAF to begin building a fighter force capable of defending the UK from enemy attack. Chamberlain could argue that the bombers were useful as a stick with which to threaten Hitler during talks while the fighter force did not threaten Germany. 40. But Germany was not the only enemy Britain faced. Anthony Eden would become linked to Churchill as an opponent of appeasement, but his gripe with Baldwin was over the failure to stand up to Italy. Eden and others regarded British control of the Mediterranean, the key link to the Empire and Middle East oil, as the major point which must be defended. There was one other advantage to this strategy: Italy was a potential enemy that could be defeated. In April 1939 it was finally decided to equip 32 divisions to be sent across the Channel in the event of war in Europe. To pay for this, Britain imposed a forced loan on India, raising £1,138 million. Britain was now committed to building up its ground, sea, and air forces to match those of Germany and Japan, though from the beginning there was considerable doubt in the Treasury and the Bank of England as to how all this could be afforded. 41. The best hopes Britain could have were that it could impose an economic blockade on Germany as it had in 1914-18, that the French army could hold the Germans, and that somehow Britain would muddle through financially. As we shall see, the first of these two hopes would be shattered, the first by Hitler's pact with Stalin in August 1939, the second by the collapse of France in May and June 1940. In simple terms, Britain could not pay for a new global war. When it found the financial and material support it required, the cost would be high: the dismantling of the empire, the very thing Winston Churchill held so dear. France, on the brink of civil war. France, like her neighbor across the Channel, had come out of the First World War with more territory than it could comfortably control. The French government's primary aim, like London's, was to hang on to what she had as younger and more vigorous rivals threatened its possessions. France's economy was sluggish in the 1920s, and the 1930s also saw far greater class polarization than in Britain. As the historian Julian Jackson points out, the Depression reached France later than elsewhere, but lasted longer. In 1939 industrial production was still below its 1929 levels. The social consequences of the Depression in France were different from those in other industrialist countries. Owing to falling prices, real wages of those in work increased. Workers suffered instead from employers' attempts to rationalize work practices. The worst affected by the Depression were peasants, small businessmen, and artisans. Thus the Depression created the conditions for extreme social polarization. It hit the conservative electorate and stoked working class resentment. 42. Sections of the upper and middle classes began looking to authoritarian solutions. Fascism in France was far more divided than in Italy or Germany, but it was no less prevalent. On the evening of February 6, 1934, with the government facing a vote of confidence, the far right attempted to turn a street demonstration over a financial scandal implicating government ministers into a coup d'état. The rival fascist leagues held two demonstrations. The biggest on the north side of the Seine was blocked from reaching the Chamber of Deputies, but Colonel de la Roque, the head of the paramilitary Croix de Feu, led a column of 2,000 along the left bank to Parliament with only a flimsy police barricade barring their way. The colonel then dispersed his men. The demonstration brought down the government, which could not secure its vote of confidence, bringing to office a right-wing administration led by Gaston Doumergue with Marshal Pétain as Minister of War. But it also provoked France's unions into calling an effective one-day strike and demonstrations. Alastair Horn describes February 6, 1934 as marking the beginning of what approximated to civil war in France. 43 The left engaged in street confrontations with the right, and workers, gaining in confidence, increasingly struck and sat in at their factories. In the meantime, a right-wing government signed a pact with the USSR, but this was seen more as a way to pressure Hitler towards a rapprochement rather than an effective military alliance. With increased social tension and with the 1935 local elections showing advances for the left, some 6.3 billion francs left the country to be invested in the United States or Britain. France had to devalue the franc. From then until 1940 successive French governments relied on borrowing money from the City of London. The Croix de Feu continued to organize parades and paramilitary mobilizations, with de la Roque warning that H hour was near at hand when its members would have to act to limit parliamentary power and to counter the communists. Membership of the Croix de Feu had grown to 300,000 by the end of 1935. Julian Jackson suggests that its membership seems to have drawn on the urban lower middle class, but also some managers and salaried engineers. 44. As a social force, however, French fascism was about to be eclipsed. In May 1936 a popular front of Republicans, Socialists, and Communists, all pledged to resist fascism, was elected to office, led by the Socialist Party leader, Léon Blum, who was a Jew. The workers celebrated by downing tools and occupying factories, offices, shops, and even theaters. The occupations were ended with a compromise whereby workers got pay increases, shorter hours, and paid holidays, but as the strike wave receded the employers wanted revenge. Substantial sections of the ruling class and the intellectual right had been terrified by the whiff of revolution and began to despair of the ability of the French fascist movements to break the left. General Spears, later Britain's liaison officer to the 1939-40 French government, recalled of his bourgeois friends in Paris, "These people hated the Front Populaire and all it stood for." 45. It would be difficult to exaggerate, stressed the French historian, Marc Bloch, the sense of shock felt by the comfortable classes, even by men who had a reputation for liberal-mindedness, at the coming of the Popular Front in 1936. Dangerously, the French conservatives, in their alarm, persisted in regarding the enemy within as infinitely more menacing than the menace without. Rather Hitler than Blum became their motto. 46. The failure of native fascism to challenge for power meant a virulent group of fascist intellectuals emerged, grouped round the journal Je suis partout, who were exasperated with the caution of the different leagues, and who looked to Hitler as the savior from without. Je suis partout's circulation never exceeded 100,000, but two right-wing mass dailies that had a similar tone, Le Gringoire and Candide, had a circulation of 640,000 and 460,000 in May 1936. One of their contributors, Robert Brasillach, who would be executed for treason in 1945, wrote, "When Blum and Cot have been shot, by a national government no tears will be shed over these two excrements, but champagne will be drunk by French families." 47. On the left a realignment was taking place. In the course of 1936 the Communist Party grew from 90,000 to 288,000, surpassing the Socialists. Its strength was in the new working-class areas on the periphery of Paris, in previously unorganized workplaces like the Renault car plants, and among Jewish and Polish workers. Thank God for the French army, Winston Churchill had shouted out in the House of Commons in March 1933, shortly after Hitler took power. He was bemoaning Britain's lack of military preparedness to deal with what he rightly judged to be its greatest enemy. By August 1939 the British were basing their plans for any fresh war with Germany on the ability of the French army to at least hold their German opponents in check. While the Royal Navy controlled the seas, the RAF began a bombing campaign against German cities, and they had time to mobilize and train the forces required to fight a land war in Europe. In truth, France was a house divided. At the outbreak of war the government was led by the radical, Édouard Daladier, who was committed to fighting Hitler, but his determination was not shared by his generals, the officer corps or much of big business, who regarded the working class and the communists as the main enemy. For their part, the workers and peasants were sullen in mood and unenthusiastic about a government that they saw as having betrayed the promises of the Popular Front, which the radicals had belonged to, and as persecuting the left. The stage was set for a disaster. It was not long in coming. As the 1930s drew to a close, parliamentary democracy seemed secure in France. Beneath the surface, however, the working class was alienated from the ruling order and big business and finance doubted the ability of the government to deal with any new bout of unrest. Events were to prove that parliamentary democracy was far from secure. USSR, bulwark against Bolshevism. In a magnificent sweep through Russian history, Leon Trotsky described Russia's position in regard to the more advanced states to its west. Russia stood not only geographically, but also socially and historically, between Europe and Asia. She was marked off from the European West, but also from the Asiatic East, approaching at different periods and in different features, now one, now the other. The East gave her the Tartar yoke, which entered as an important element into the structure of the Russian state. The West was a still more threatening foe, but at the same time a teacher. Russia was unable to settle in the forms of the East because she was continually having to adapt herself to military and economic pressure from the West. 48. Trotsky argued that Russia was developing unevenly with the West, but also in combination with it. The laws of history have nothing in common with a pedantic schematism. Unevenness, the most general law of the historic process, reveals itself most sharply and complexly in the destiny of the backward countries. Under the whip of external necessity, their backward culture is compelled to make leaps. From the universal law of unevenness thus derives another law which, for the lack of a better name, we may call the law of combined development, by which we mean a drawing together of the different stages of the journey, a combining of the separate steps, an amalgam of archaic with more contemporary forms. Without this law, to be taken of course, in its whole material content, it is impossible to understand the history of Russia, and indeed of any country of the second, third, or 10th cultural class. 49. The October Revolution of 1917 was carried through on the basis that it would be the first break in a chain which extended west into Germany and the more developed states. Attacked, besieged, and blockaded, it awaited the salvation of successful revolution in Western Europe. The revolutions occurred but were defeated. The working class which made the October Revolution was decimated by war and economic collapse. Control was increasingly in the hands of state and party bureaucrats who had little time for the hope of international revolution. Lenin died fighting them. Trotsky was driven into exile by them. The figure who came to represent their self-interest was the Communist Party General Secretary, Joseph Stalin. Stalin's regime turned its back on the world revolution that the Bolsheviks of 1917 had looked to. As the historian E.H. Carr argues, it was no longer thought of as the primary condition of the survival of the Soviet regime. Socialism in one country had taken its place. Neither Stalin nor any of the leaders expected such a contingency in any foreseeable future, or even wanted it. 50. Addressing industrial managers in February 1931 to demand rapid industrialization, Stalin waved the whip of external necessity in much the same way as had Peter the Great. To slacken the tempo would mean falling behind. And those who fall behind get beaten. But we do not want to be beaten. No, we refuse to be beaten. One feature of the history of old Russia was the continual beatings she suffered because of her backwardness. She was beaten by the Mongol Khans. She was beaten by the Turkish Beys. She was beaten by the Swedish feudal lords. She was beaten by the Polish and Lithuanian gentry. She was beaten by the British and French capitalists. She was beaten by the Japanese barons. All beat her because of her backwardness, military backwardness, cultural backwardness, political backwardness, industrial backwardness, agricultural backwardness. They beat her because to do so was profitable and could be done with impunity. 51. Stalin warned, "We are 50 or 100 years behind the advanced countries. We must make good this distance in 10 years. Either we do so or we shall go under." 52. Revolution in Europe was now a threat to Stalin because it might revive the revolutionary ghost of Bolshevism. Because of that he would urge the Spanish and French communist parties to contain working-class insurgency in 1936. He also saw it as threatening a possible alliance with Britain and France against Hitler. In 1928-29 Stalin liquidated what remained of workers' democracy, reduced the Soviets to rubber stamps, and removed the rights given to women, gay people, and national minorities. Peasants were forced off their land into state-run collective farms, and mass famine followed. The Gulag system of forced labor camps was established to which hundreds of thousands would be consigned. Within 6 years Stalin would liquidate the vast majority of old Bolsheviks. It was a bloody counter-revolution. In the 1930s the Russian dictator sought to safeguard economic development by avoiding war. To his west and east stood powers that were virulently anti-communist and that had all intervened militarily against the Bolshevik revolutionary government in 1918 and 1919. Despite the turn away from international revolution, the USSR was still vilified by Western leaders. Firstly, the majority of politicians, generals, media magnates, and corporate chiefs believed Stalin's stance was a guise, and that he would revert to revolutionary politics. Secondly, virtually all of them believed Soviet Russia was highly unstable and that Stalin might be replaced by someone committed to revolution. Thirdly, the sight of red flags on the streets of Paris, Madrid, and even London and New York overcame any assurances from Moscow that Stalin had ruled out revolution beyond Russia's borders. Finally, London, Berlin and, to a lesser extent, Paris, were suspicious of Russian ambitions, whether promoted by a Tsar or by Stalin. 53. The most class-conscious section of the Western working class still believed, in the main, that Russia represented a socialist alternative. The Western leaders understood that, whatever Stalin's intentions, any advance of Soviet power would act to inspire them, and they were unsure how far Stalin could rein them in. Forced industrialization, with a timetable set by a 5-year plan, was connected to Stalin's aim of strengthening his armed forces. As the military historian Richard Overy explains, the significant figure was the proportion of national output devoted to the defense sector. In 1932 it was already 9% or more than double the figure at the outset of the plans. By 1940 it was 19%. Arms were bought at the expense of living standards. 54. Industrialization was accompanied by a war on class enemies, namely Stalin's rivals in the Bolshevik Party, which would weaken Russia militarily. The assassination of the party's Leningrad chief, Sergei Kirov, in 1934 unleashed a wave of terror within the Communist Party. Thousands were jailed, interrogated, and tortured. The NKVD secret police were executing 200 party members a day in Leningrad. Of the 1,966 delegates at the 1934 National Communist Party Congress, 1,108 would eventually be shot. 55. Show trials began at which prominent party figures confessed to incredible crimes after torture or extortion, leading to purges of other members of the party and the military. In June 1937 8 marshals and generals were chosen to pass judgment on 8 of their fellow marshals and generals, including the Soviet Chief of Staff, Mikhail Tukhachevsky. The night before the trial began, the secret police forced confessions from the defendants against their judges. After a secret trial lasting a day, the 8 defendants were taken out to be shot. Tukhachevsky died expressing loyalty to Stalin. Out of 85 senior officers on the USSR's military council, 71 were killed by 1941. Out of 837 Army and Navy commanders, ranging from colonels to marshals, 720 were executed or sacked. 30,000 officers, out of a total of 75,000 to 80,000, were imprisoned or executed. The Red Army command was devastated. 56. Stalin now moved his own creatures into high command. In August 1937, one of Stalin's cronies, Lev Miklas, the editor of the party organ Pravda, was appointed head of the Red Army's main political directorate. Up until 1941 he kept the Red Army command under a reign of terror, insisting political officers should play a key military role. This had disastrous results in the summer of 1941 when they could not cope with modern warfare. In recounting this bestial chapter it might seem like simple insanity, but Stalin was determined to extinguish the revolutionary tradition of 1917 because it threatened his dictatorship, and the terror mirrored the breakneck competition with which he drove industrialization. The Red Army had pioneered many of the methods the Germans went on to employ in their victories in the first 3 years of the Second World War. In 1926 Tukhachevsky ordered a total review of Soviet military doctrine. The result, The Future War, published 2 years later, laid out a strategy of a grand offensive employing thousands of tanks, armored vehicles, and aircraft to secure a lightning strike. At the time of publication the Red Army did not have the means to achieve this, but that changed by the early 1930s. In 1932 the Red Army formed its first 2 mechanized corps, 3 years before the first German panzer divisions were born. As David M. Glantz and Jonathan House point out, in the mid-1930s, the Soviet Union led the world in production, planning, and fielding of mechanized forces. 57 Amid the military purges came a report on the use of tanks in the Spanish Civil War which challenged Tukhachevsky's theory that armored formations, backed by artillery and aircraft, could pierce enemy defenses and achieve deep penetration. The Russian tanks operating in Spain were too lightly armored, their crews had difficulty communicating with the Spanish supporting troops, and when in advance they began to outrun them they were picked off by enemy artillery. A special commission convened in 1939 led to the Red Army pulling back from independent armored corps and reduced tanks to being infantry support weapons. 58. Stalin's military purges only increased the confidence of Germany and Japan, who were envisaging war with Russia. Germany was at the center of Russian foreign policy. It was the strongest military power in Europe by the mid-1930s and bordered Russia, therefore it was Stalin's primary concern. But it, like Russia, had been a loser when the map of Europe was redrawn at the end of the First World War. Moscow was aware that there were 2 contending strands in the foreign policy of the Weimar Republic. One, associated with Gustav Stresemann, who served as Chancellor and Foreign Minister during the 1920s, centered on building economic cooperation with France and the United States. Stresemann died in 1929, but that year the center-left coalition government headed by the German Social Democrats approved the US-brokered Young Plan, which reduced Germany's reparations and approved the withdrawal of occupation troops from the Rhineland 5 years early. Moscow saw the Young Plan as a military pact against the Soviet Union and celebrated when the center-left government fell in the wake of the Wall Street crash. 59. The other strand in German foreign policy was prepared to use Russia as a balance against Britain and France. The German military had benefited from the Treaty of Rapallo signed in 1922, whereby each state renounced territorial claims against the other. A secret provision allowed the German army to have training facilities in Russia, in breach of Versailles, in return for them providing training and technology to the Red Army. 60 The creation of a new right-wing government under Heinrich Brüning in March 1930 was welcomed in Moscow, where there was little concern at the sudden leap in support for the Nazis at the polls. Pravda even pointed out that the Nazis' success created not a few difficulties for French imperialism. 61 Brüning's successors, Franz von Papen and Kurt von Schleicher, maintained the Treaty of Rapallo approach. Von Schleicher later assured Moscow that his attitude towards German communists did not color his attitude to the Soviet Union. At first Stalin was sanguine about Hitler's rise to power because he saw him as opposing the post-war carve-up of Europe. Moscow viewed Britain as the major threat at this time, with some justification, as Baldwin and Chamberlain were notoriously anti-communist. If Hitler broke with the settlement agreed at Versailles in 1919, this would bring him into conflict with Britain and France and thus reaffirm the friendly relations between Weimar Germany and Russia agreed at Rapallo in 1922. In November 1931, Stalin asked a German communist whether in the event of the Nazis coming to power they might concern themselves so exclusively with the West that we can build socialism in peace. 62. 2 months after the Nazi takeover, in March 1933, the Russian Foreign Minister Litvinov passed through Berlin, seizing the chance to meet with his German counterpart. Litvinov reported that he was passed an assurance that, Hitler knows how to distinguish between communism and our state. 63. At the end of that month Hitler agreed to extend the Soviet-German Treaty of 1926, reaffirming the Rapallo Agreement. But in October 1933 Hitler quit the League of Nations and began rearming Germany, and then in 1934 signed a non-aggression pact with Poland which was clearly aimed at Russia. Stalin had to reconsider his position. In September 1934 the Soviet Union joined the League of Nations, denounced years before by Lenin as a thieves' den. For the next 4 years Stalin attempted to create an alliance with Britain and France, but to no avail. The British right-wing governments of Baldwin and Chamberlain were strongly anti-communist and refused to accept Stalin's private assurances that he had no interest in aiding revolutions in Europe or anywhere else. Even when Moscow ordered the communist parties in Western Europe to drop overtly class confrontationist policies and promote the unity of all anti-fascists in support of democracy, it was to no avail. As the British and French governments continued their policy of appeasement, even after Hitler broke promise after promise, Stalin began to shift his attention towards reaching an accord with Hitler. Meanwhile, to the east, the Russians faced Japanese occupation forces along the Manchuria-Outer Mongolia border. The Japanese army had already crossed the border in force near Vladivostok, but withdrew after clashes with the Red Army. Russian troops launched frontal attacks demonstrating poor coordination between armor and infantry. They suffered heavy losses, encouraging the Japanese to test them again further east. Faced with a second attack, the Russian commander, Georgy Zhukov, a talented follower of Tukhachevsky, switched to a different military strategy, one which would eventually pay rich dividends. He used tanks and aircraft to advance around the Japanese flanks and trap them. The invaders suffered 61,000 killed, wounded, or captured. Russian losses were 7,974 dead and 15,251 wounded. This success led the Japanese to decide against a full-scale war with Russia, secured Russia's far eastern borders, and ensured Zhukov's rise within the Red Army. Zhukov would go on to fight his way to Berlin and eventual victory over the Third Reich. 64. But far to the west the general opinion in both military and ruling circles in London, Paris, and Berlin was that Russia, weakened by the purges, was not in a strong position militarily. On paper, the Soviet Union had one of strongest armed forces in the world by 1939, but this was largely dismissed in Western Europe because its military leadership and fighting ability was seen as weak. Some of this was based on reality. Some of it was wishful thinking, as we shall see. The United States, facing its destiny. There is a myth that in the interwar years the United States withdrew into isolation from world matters. In fact, it refused to join the League of Nations because it was not prepared to subordinate its power to an international body. The U.S. ruling class continued to carve out its economic and sometimes physical domination of the Americas and parts of the Pacific Basin. New York financiers were no less zealous in administering the U.S. loans which had refloated the European economy prior to the Wall Street crash. However, Washington did turn its back on the idea championed by its wartime president, Woodrow Wilson, that it should take the lead in reordering the post-war world, policing disputes and brokering diplomatic deals. Wilson had wanted a relatively equal international order which he believed would lead to greater prosperity for U.S. industry and finance, but he was unable to secure congressional support for the U.S. joining the League of Nations. 65 His Republican rival, Henry Cabot Lodge, led the fight against joining the League of Nations on the basis that the US's freedom of action should not be limited by international commitments. He supported building a stronger navy and was an ardent imperialist. In a debate over membership of the League he stated, "We are a great moral asset of Christian civilization. How did we get there? By our own efforts. Nobody led us, nobody guided us, nobody controlled us. I would keep America as she has been, not isolated, not prevent her from joining other nations for great purposes, but I wish her to be master of her own fate." 66. The United States had already acted on this sentiment. In 1898 its navy intervened in the Philippines' independence struggle against the Spanish colonial empire, destroying Spanish naval forces and preventing reinforcements arriving. Spain ceded control of the archipelago to Washington. In 1907, in response to strained relations with Japan, President Theodore Roosevelt argued that the Philippines form our heel of Achilles. "I would rather see this nation fight all her life than to see her give them up to Japan or to any other nation under duress." 67. In May of the following year Congress authorized construction of the Pearl Harbor base in Hawaii. The House Naval Affairs Committee claimed the new base would constitute one of the strongest factors in the prevention of war with any powers in the Far East. 68 Originally U.S. planners believed they could use the Philippines to resist any Japanese advance southwards, but after the First World War, with Japan in possession of Germany's former Pacific colonies, planners accepted that the Japanese could occupy the Philippines. The best to be hoped for was that resistance could last as long as possible, with the territories being won back at a later date. There was nevertheless a difference between U.S. imperialism and its older rivals. Its principal aim was not carving out a formal empire but achieving free access for U.S. capital to every corner of the globe. It sought to benefit from cheap labor and resources abroad, while at the same time blocking imports from low-cost countries. Its imperialism was perhaps more subtle, but it still rested on exploitation for the benefit of U.S. capital. This open-door policy was first promoted in relation to China, which was seen as a great prize in Washington and Wall Street. Washington championed China's territorial integrity over the territorial concessions demanded by the European powers, confident that if permitted open access to the Chinese market, U.S. industrial power would ensure its dominance. 69. Both Wilson and Lodge took it for granted that U.S. capitalism could become a dominant global power without territorial aggrandizement. The Marxist geographer David Harvey argues that this lack of a formal empire allowed the U.S. to conceal its imperial ambition in abstract universalism, to deny the significance of territory and geography altogether in the articulation of imperial power. 70 Despite the fact that the U.S. intervened militarily in Latin America, the Caribbean, and the Pacific, its rejection of outright colonialism meant it could aim anti-colonial rhetoric at its European rivals and win some sympathy in the colonist states. At the same time, heavy U.S. investment in Europe meant it was enmeshed in European affairs. By 1932 the U.S. had overtaken Japan in trade with China. The United States was dismayed by the Japanese invasion of China. After Japanese planes attacked a U.S. gunboat on the Yangtze River, Roosevelt pressed the British for joint action short of war with Tokyo. Chamberlain eschewed any involvement in the Asian conflict while maintaining his policy of appeasing Hitler. That fueled Roosevelt's suspicions of the British premier. As the 1930s proceeded, some in the U.S. ruling class urged friendship with the fascist dictators while others argued that German and Japanese ambitions threatened those of America. The ruling class was split further after Franklin Roosevelt became president in 1933 and began implementing a degree of state intervention to reinvigorate the economy. A vague left populism associated with this alarmed much of American capital. Hostility to Roosevelt grew in corporate circles when a light economic upturn gave rise to a series of mass strikes and factory occupations. Roosevelt was no left-winger, and to secure re-election in 1936 he backtracked on his state interventionist policies. but suspicion of him in business circles lingered. As late as 1940, when the new British ambassador Lord Halifax arrived in Washington, Republican congressmen warned him that Roosevelt was as dangerous a dictator as Hitler or Mussolini. 71 The president came to regard both dictators as the key enemies of U.S. ambitions and began to overcome his distrust of British leaders. Roosevelt's Assistant Secretary of State and Chair of the President's Executive Committee on Commercial Policy, Cordell Hull, argued, "Unless we can export and sell abroad our surplus production, we must face a violent dislocation of our whole economy." 72 He specifically saw Germany, Italy, and Japan as the threat. In 1937, Treasury Secretary Henry Morgenthau warned that the Axis powers might take over Mexico. As Hitler began his expansion into Austria and Czechoslovakia, U.S. business began to rally behind Roosevelt through concern they would be excluded from Eastern Europe and the Balkans. By 1938, Germany was regarded in Washington as the main threat to the U.S. That year saw Roosevelt sign the Naval Expansion Bill, ensuring the largest peacetime military expenditure in U.S. history. In a developing naval arms race, the U.S. outspent all its rivals. 73 Yet Roosevelt was still suspicious of powerful forces in London. Roosevelt believed Chamberlain was an agent of the city and that pro-German financial interests, Chamberlain, Simon, Hoare, the Astors, Lothian, Geoffrey Dawson, and Lord Halifax, were preparing to save the empire by a deal with Hitler to permit German expansion into Central and Southeastern Europe. 74 In 1939, a league table of military powers placed the U.S. in 19th place, behind Portugal. Yet the US mighty industries meant the situation was to completely change. In 1937, the U.S. produced 4.8 million vehicles, Germany 331,000, Italy 71,000, and Japan 26,000. The basis existed for the mass production of tanks and the creation of mechanized infantry armies. By 1944, the U.S. was producing 600,000 army trucks, Germany 88,000. Between 1939 and its entry into the war, Washington increased its armed forces eightfold, from 190,000 to 1.5 million. 75 The U.S. was also prepared to ensure exports of war materials benefited those it favored. A series of neutrality acts passed in the 1930s prohibited U.S. intervention on behalf of any belligerent, whether aggressor or defender. Arms sales were allowed if they were on a cash-and-carry basis, which benefited Britain and France, who could expect to control the Atlantic supply route and who might have sufficient dollars or gold to purchase U.S. arms. When war began in Europe, the White House shared the view that America had much to lose from German hegemony in Europe and Japanese control of China and Southeast Asia, and that it could also gain from giving support to Britain and France. Economic aid to both would come at a price. At this stage, direct U.S. military intervention was not on the horizon. By aiding Britain's resistance and building up U.S. military forces, Roosevelt hoped to check Hitler and deter Japan. Yet there were those in U.S. ruling circles who did not perceive Hitler as a threat. As late as June 1941, Roosevelt's vice president, Truman, was quoted by the press saying, "If we see that Germany is winning, we ought to help Russia, and if Russia is winning, we ought to help Germany, and that way let them kill as many as possible." 76 Such views were at variance with the growing realization in the White House that Hitler threatened U.S. interests. On January 31, 1939, Roosevelt called the Senate Military Affairs Committee to a meeting in the White House. He confided that he wanted the American people to gradually realize the potential danger that European dictators represented. Roosevelt outlined his thoughts about the strategy that he believed Hitler to be following and told the senators, beginning about 3 years ago, there was rather definite information as to what the ultimate objective of Hitler was: a policy of world domination between Germany, Italy, and Japan. Presenting the likelihood of a war between Hitler's Germany and Britain and France, he argued that it could not be assumed that the two allies would defeat Germany and Italy, saying, "The best opinion is that it is a 50-50 bet." Continuing, he argued that if Germany emerged the victor, the next step in Hitler's domination of Europe would be for all the small nations to drop into the basket of their own accord, because it is silly for them to resist. According to the president, Nazi Germany would then demilitarize those nations. Although they would be left with their flag and the guise of sovereignty, Roosevelt explained that the result would be total economic and military domination of the defeated countries. Following this, Roosevelt predicted Hitler's next step: Africa automatically falls. Roosevelt then argued that having achieved domination of Europe and Africa, the next perfectly obvious step would be for Hitler to look west across the Atlantic and move against Central and South America. The president solemnly characterized the problem facing the United States: it is the gradual encirclement of the United States by the removal of first lines of defense. Roosevelt described his preferred policy as one of self-protection rather than neutrality. Stating that he intended to prevent any munitions from going to Germany, Italy, or Japan, the president asserted in relation to Britain and France, "I will do everything I can to maintain the independence of these other nations by sending them all they can pay for." 77. Earlier, the president had predicted an economic boycott and blockade of Germany enforced by the Royal Navy, and that with England, France, and Russia all pounding away at Germany from the air, Germany would find it difficult to protect itself even with its present preponderance in the air. This, Roosevelt argued, would cost less money, would mean comparatively few casualties, and would be more likely to succeed than a traditional war by land and sea. He might have added that it would avoid direct U.S. involvement in any war. 78. In June, the Assistant Secretary of State for Latin American Affairs, Adolph Burley, was even more candid: "We have no necessary interest in defending the British Empire. But we do have a very real and solid interest in having the British and not the Germans dominant in the Atlantic. We shall be meeting imperialist schemes in South and Central America not on a paper basis, as we do now, but backed up by an extremely strong naval and military force. This can only mean that the next phase of the United States will be militarist, and no mistake about it, or, still worse, that we shall be forced into empire to preserve ourselves, much as the British were." 79. Until May and June 1940, Roosevelt and key sections of the Republican Party were ready to pin their hopes on the British and French keeping the Third Reich in check. Then on May 16, as the German panzer forces crashed through the French lines and began their drive to the English Channel, Roosevelt asked Congress for $1 billion to spend on defense. They approved this in just 2 weeks, throwing in an extra $500 million. Over the coming months they would agree to another $6.5 billion military spending and to increase the size of the Navy by 70%. 80. Both the Army and the Navy shared concerns about the possible threat from an Axis-dominated Europe in which the British and French navies might be employed against the United States. American forces planned, accordingly, to occupy British and French bases in the Western Atlantic. If the Axis was able to utilize the British and French fleets, it would give them naval equality with the U.S. fleet, and within 6 months the Axis would be in a position to operate in the Western Hemisphere. Only one force, said Henry Stimson on the day following France's surrender, remained between the Nazis and the Western Hemisphere: the British fleet. Faced with this appalling prospect, the United States would stand alone if that fleet were lost. 81. Key decisions had been taken regarding military expansion. The first was to begin construction of a fleet capable of operating in the Atlantic and the Pacific. Second, to construct an army of 2 million. Third, to create an air force of 7,800 frontline aircraft backed up by the capacity to produce 18,000 aircraft annually by 1942. 82. In June 1941, Roosevelt requested a paper on a strategic concept of how to defeat our potential enemies. The response was written by Lieutenant General Albert C. Wedemeyer of the War Plans Division. The task before the U.S. was very clear: we must prepare to fight Germany by actually coming to grips with and defeating her ground forces and definitely breaking her will to combat. Air and sea forces will make important contributions, but effective and adequate ground forces must be available to close with and destroy the enemy inside his citadel. 83. Wedemeyer set the date of July 1, 1943 as the deadline for the creation of an even bigger military, 8.8 million strong. The strategic decision was made that in the event of war with both Germany and Japan, Hitler must be defeated first, and only then would the Japanese be finished off. The U.S. Army was to be directed to Europe. The U.S. Navy would deal with the Pacific War until victory in Europe allowed ground forces to be moved eastwards. The U.S. Army was thus designed for an eventual invasion of occupied Europe, armored forces to defeat Hitler's panzers, aircraft to support their advance, and infantry in numbers to consolidate and hold what the tanks won. The U.S. needed time to achieve this build-up. The longer Britain resisted, the more time Washington would have. In mid-June, Roosevelt added to his cabinet two prominent Republicans who agreed on the need to confront Hitler. Henry Stimson became Secretary of War and Frank Knox Secretary of the Navy. Stimson confided in his diary that the administration agreed Britain was our last line of defense outside our own powers. 84. By the autumn of 1940 there was regular contact between the US and British military, and intelligence was being shared. The US had to act to secure the Atlantic as German submarines hunted the supply ships delivering arms to Britain. In April 1941 the US occupied bases in Greenland, moving into bases in Iceland 3 months later. The Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor on December 7, 1941 would bring the US directly into the war. Chapter 3. The Axis Powers. Germany, Nazism equals war. Hitler was the last resort of a desperate German ruling class, scared, and scarred, by more than a decade of revolutionary upheaval and economic crisis. As Leon Trotsky argued, the established bourgeoisie does not like the fascist means of solving its problems. The big bourgeoisie dislikes this method, much as a man with a swollen jaw dislikes having his teeth pulled. Yet, while Hitler was far from the first choice of German big business, he was not completely rejected by them either. Hitler came from a firmly middle-class family in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, his father holding a middle-ranking job in the imperial bureaucracy. He volunteered to fight for Germany at the outbreak of war in 1914 and was a decorated frontline fighter who became increasingly nationalistic and anti-Semitic as the war went on. He blamed the revolutionary movement that broke across Germany in 1918 for Germany's defeat in the war. That same year saw the German High Command use the troops it had withdrawn from Russia to launch a series of offensives on the Western Front. For a moment the English Channel ports and Paris beckoned, but the Allies eventually held and stopped the offensive, and then began to press back, enjoying superiority in men and material. The morale of the German High Command collapsed and they began to openly say they could do no more, despite the fact they were still deep inside France and Belgium. On November 3 the Naval Command ordered the Home Fleet at Kiel to sea in order to engage the Royal Navy, who were blockading the coast. For them it was one last battle with which to preserve their honor, for the sailors it was a death sentence. They mutinied, took over the fleet and port, and sent emissaries out across Germany. In the autumn of 1918, hunger and discontent over the collapse in living standards led to a growing tide of strikes and protests on Germany's home front. The arrival of the sailors led to the creation of workers', soldiers' and sailors' councils, which looked very much like Russian Soviets. The Kaiser fled into exile in Holland and the High Command demanded a new civilian government make peace. Even before an armistice was signed, soldiers were marching towards the border and home. As crowds gathered in Berlin, the Social Democrats declared a republic, fearful that the revolutionaries gathered round Rosa Luxemburg would declare a socialist republic. The Social Democrats would join with the established parties and the High Command in order to stop a Bolshevik-style revolution, murdering Luxemburg. But from the end of the war in November 1918 until the autumn of 1923, Germany would live through a series of revolutionary convulsions, with the far left probably having a majority of the working class on side by the latter date but allowing the opportunity to slip through its fingers. This left Germany divided, with a ruling class who had lived through the fear of revolution, which was never far from the surface, a middle class who had already experienced a degree of radicalization, to the right, and a working class divided between the majority Social Democrats and minority Communists, with the former defending the existing republic and the latter demanding revolution. Hitler was appalled by all this, and after recovering from his war wounds joined the fledgling Nazi Party in Munich in 1920, enjoying access to important circles. Military friends flew him to Berlin where he met the head of the Free Corps. These were paramilitary units formed to avoid restrictions imposed on German armed forces by the Versailles peace treaties and as a counter to the mutinous and left-leaning army units. The Free Corps terrorized both the far left and the Slavs on the eastern borders. Hitler also met General Erich von Ludendorff, Germany's de facto Joint Chief of Staff with Marshal Paul von Hindenburg from 1916 until the end of the war. In Munich Hitler frequented the beer halls, which were cheap eating places for the middle class and white-collar workers, and would quickly win control of the Nazi Party. He also moved in wealthy circles, mixing with business people and aristocrats who bemoaned the demise of the old order. The people Hitler met with were largely on the fringes of the dominant bourgeois circles, but they provided finance for the Nazi Party and access to higher circles for its leader. Common to this milieu were a desire to rebuild and expand Germany's empire in Central and Eastern Europe, hatred of Weimar Germany and its generous welfare provisions, and violent anti-Semitism. These ideas influenced students and the former wartime junior officers and NCOs who made up the Free Corps. They imagined a community of the Volk free from class divisions such as those that, they believed, had wrecked Germany's war effort in 1918. In 1920 they attempted a military coup, the failed Kapp Putsch. Many of them sported the swastika. In November 1923 Hitler tried to emulate Mussolini's march on Rome with an attempt to take control in Munich, but the beer hall putsch failed and Hitler spent a rather comfortable spell in jail. Over the next decade he would build the Nazi Party into a disciplined machine, loyal to him, and achieving hegemony on a splintered far right. The party was overwhelmingly middle class, but retained the support of sections of business, the aristocracy, and the military elite. Economic stabilization, then collapse. By 1923 Germany had experienced hyperinflation, French occupation of the Ruhr industrial region, and a revolutionary crisis. It took an inflow of foreign credit totaling billions of marks to rebuild German industry between 1924 and 1930. During those years, under first the US brokered Dawes Plan and then the Young Plan, Germany paid 86 billion marks in reparations to the wartime victors. At the same time Germany's foreign borrowing totaled 138 billion marks, mainly from the US. The US lent money to Germany to pay its reparations to Britain and France, which then used the money to repay their debts to America. The stabilization of Western capitalism in the 1920s depended on this merry-go-round. The consequent revival of the German economy left it highly dependent on US loans and on exporting to America. It also led to a new wave of rationalization with production of consumer goods taking second place. The creation of Stahlverein brought together major companies Thyssen, Stins and Otto Wolff. Productivity increased by more than 50%, costs were substantially reduced, productive capacity was raised and labor costs per unit of production cut. But these advantages relied on there being a market for German steel and iron. Germany's export markets were too limited for the size of its expanding industries, and even prior to the Wall Street crash exports were often dumped on overseas markets. Point 2. Initially it seemed Germany might be spared the worst of the developing world recession, but then in April 1931 the Austrian credit bank of Rothschild collapsed. It had been central to the financial systems of Central and Eastern Europe. Foreign creditors, chiefly the Americans, panicked and immediately withdrew all their short-term investments. In a few weeks the Reichsbank lost 3 billion marks in gold and foreign currency. The collapse spread with the bankruptcy of the Wool Trust of Bremen, which pulled down with it the Donat Bank, one of the Big Five, and the main instrument for financing heavy industry, and the Steel Trust. The government was compelled to intervene to safeguard the other big banks, particularly the Dresdner Bank. Foreign creditors were not reassured, and in July a German government moratorium on the whole of Germany's short-term foreign debts became necessary. The whole system of international investment and credit was starting to unravel. Point 3. German industry had relied on exports to Britain and Europe but was now being frozen out of these markets. The United Steel Trust banked on producing at 80% of its capacity. The minimum production level was regarded as 67%. By the autumn of 1931 orders equaled just 40% of productive capacity, and by 1932 this had fallen to 20%. Heavy industry in Germany had traditionally favored protectionism, now it looked at expanding physical control of markets and raw materials. Point 4. The heads of heavy industry turned their backs on the policy of the dominant German politician of the 1920s, Gustav Stresemann, who was twice briefly chancellor in the 1920s and held the post of foreign secretary through numerous governments from 1923 to his death in 1929. Stresemann had striven to achieve conciliation with France, hoping Paris might allow Germany a free hand in Eastern Europe. Since the late 19th century, German foreign policy had been based on gaining economic and political hegemony in Middle Europe. For most this meant those countries along the river Danube. Now, with any hopes of an alliance with France gone, the need to create Lebensraum in this region became the rising demand among industrialists, financiers, and the generals. In March 1931, in a precursor of future expansionism, the German government attempted to bring about a German-Austrian customs union which would have challenged France's system of alliances with the Eastern European states created by the post-war settlement, the Little Entente. The customs union was ruled out by the International Court of The Hague in September 1931 as being incompatible with the post-war settlement. This was regarded as a severe setback by German industrialists. As Paul Enhen points out, heavy industry had already turned against a French-dominated customs union. The expansionist Lebensraum ideology enunciated by Hitler in Mein Kampf must have been regarded as manna from heaven by the profit-strapped German business class. That Hitler meant Lebensraum in the USSR, i.e., the Ukraine, and not in southeastern Europe, few noticed. Point 5. German industry had begun investing heavily in southeastern Europe from the late 1920s. Companies like IG Farben, Siemens, AEG, Verenig die Stahlwerke, and Verenig die Glanzstofffabriken became active in Yugoslavia, Czechoslovakia and Romania. IG Farben, the chemicals cartel created in 1925, had been closely associated with Stresemann, who backed state subsidies for the company's production of synthetic petrol which, while expensive, reduced spending of foreign currency on oil imports. A board member and future chairman, Karl Bosch, enjoyed a close friendship with the Chancellor Heinrich Brüning. Brüning raised pump prices for petrol to some of the highest in the world to attempt to cover the costs of producing synthetic fuel. Widespread opposition to this price hike encouraged the company to turn to supporting the rising star of Adolf Hitler, despite Nazi propaganda attacking the firm for being linked to Jewish financial capital. Point 6. Even before the economic crisis, industrialists in the key industrial regions of the Rhineland and Westphalia had been demanding the dismantling of the welfare state created by the Weimar governments. The Weimar Republic had been based on an alliance between the parties of the center, voted for by the middle classes, and the Social Democrats, rooted in the working class. That alliance was now collapsing. Middle-class voters, facing real or imagined economic ruin, began shifting rightwards, finding solace in Hitler. Big business demanded the exclusion of the Social Democrats and the unions. Point 7. In 1930 the Grand Coalition government led by the Social Democrat, Hermann Müller, was brought down by these pressures. Point 8. The Social Democrats were the one party committed to maintaining the Republic, but from now on they were excluded from office. They also began to suffer a loss of support on their left to the Communists who hated a republic born in the blood of Rosa Luxemburg and her comrades back in 1919. A succession of administrations followed promising strong government, but all failed to halt the growing shift to both the extreme right and left, reflecting a polarization of German society. The first was led by a center-party politician, Heinrich Brüning, with a reputation for business and financial skill and whose war record made him acceptable to President von Hindenburg. While imposing massive cuts in welfare spending, Brüning began the process of German rearmament with the construction of 2 battle cruisers. After the proposed customs union with Austria was blocked, Brüning threatened to stop reparation payments and hinted at halting repayment on all foreign debts. The subsequent run on the mark reduced German gold reserves by 40%. Brüning could not carry a majority in the Reichstag. He and Hindenburg decided to call new elections, but these only benefited the Nazis and, to a lesser extent, the Communists. Brüning could not form a coalition government and instead relied on presidential decrees, declaring that he ruled by authoritative democracy. 9. After the severe economic crisis in the summer of 1931, all the major banks were under effective state control. Bankruptcies affected the insurance and engineering industries, and the government had to buy a tranche of shares to bail out the Vereinigte Stahlwerke. Private holdings of foreign currency were effectively nationalist, with the government forcing people to exchange it to Reichsmarks. Restrictions were also placed on imports, all in a desperate bid to stem a growing trade deficit. Brüning slashed welfare spending and cut wages, causing widespread anger among the working class. The Social Democrats had been prepared to give tacit support to Brüning, but working-class anger over such cuts ruled this out any further. As middle-class voters moved rightwards, the center-right and liberal parties followed in their wake, calling for a more right-wing government. Brüning had ruled out job creation, a policy which the Nazis began to promise. Their policies of rearmament, destroying Weimar's welfare system and expanding Germany's borders eastwards were now attracting elite support. In January 1932, Hitler was invited to address the Düsseldorf Industry Club. This was his first chance to convince some 600 representatives of big business that he and his party were serious contenders for power. His speech concentrated on what he and they shared in common. Hitler was beginning the process of winning these industrialists and bankers over. Meanwhile, Hindenburg determined to remove Brüning, appointing the relatively obscure Franz von Papen in his place in June 1932. The new chancellor had little support in the Reichstag and tried to exert his own style of personal and authoritarian rule. He staged a coup which removed the elected Social Democratic government of Prussia, the key German state, and lifted a ban on the Nazi Sturmabteilung, the stormtroopers, hoping to win Nazi backing for his government. Hitler was not playing that game. The von Papen government could not maintain a working parliamentary majority, and he was forced to resign after the November 1932 elections. Kurt von Schleicher succeeded him as chancellor. A military man who had been the liaison between the army and the civilian government, Schleicher promised Hindenburg he would restore order. He hoped to form a bloc with disparate forces to attain a majority in the Reichstag: the Social Democrats, the trade unions, the Christian labor unions, and the supposedly more radical wing of the Nazi Party led by Gregor Strasser. Hitler to power. The November 1932 elections saw a fall in the Nazis' share of the vote, accompanied by an increase in support for the Communists. The ruling class were scared by this and were beginning to view the Nazis as a useful weapon against the left. Initially, however, the ruling class was only prepared to countenance Nazi participation in a coalition government. The Nazis and big business shared common aims. Firstly, to use repression to smash working class organization and to reverse welfare measures in order to increase exploitation. Beyond that, both looked to expand production, to plunder, geographical expansion and war. Nazi political dominance sat comfortably with the continued economic dominance of big capital. A section of industrialists and bankers, whose mouthpiece was Hjalmarschacht, moved towards accepting Hitler as chancellor. That month the steel magnate and Nazi Party member Fritz Thyssen, together with Schacht, organized a letter signed by business leaders urging Hindenburg to appoint Hitler as chancellor. Schleicher's erstwhile comrades in the high command wanted a rapid shift to full-scale rearmament. The military commander in East Prussia, Werner von Blomberg, had already met with Hitler and supported the Nazis being in government. On December 16, 1932, von Papen delivered an address on the new state to 300 members of the elite Deutscher Herrenklub, open only to upper-class conservatives. Von Papen told the gathering that Germany required authoritarian rule embodied in an authoritarian ruler, that Schleicher did not command sufficient support to rebuild the economy, and that a new coalition was required to restore authority. The former chancellor was hoping to become leader of this coalition, and a meeting between von Papen and Hitler to discuss the latter joining such a government took place on January 4, 1933. In the meantime, von Papen played on Hindenburg's hatred of the Social Democrats to undermine the president's support for Schleicher and to urge the old man to appoint a coalition government involving the right-wing parties and politicians. The president was a Prussian landowner and the agricultural lobby was also pressing for a coalition government of right-wing nationalists and the Nazis. Hitler's confidence was such that in the swirl of negotiations he held out for the chancellorship. Hindenburg dismissed Schleicher and on January 30, 1933 appointed Hitler as chancellor, heading a coalition government in which the Nazis initially took just 2 cabinet positions. The Nazi accession to power rested on a pact between the Nazis, leading sections of big business and the German high command. This bloc would remain in place until the end. While some hoped the coalition might house-train Hitler, the reality was that the Nazis' presence in government contaminated the whole of Germany's body politic. As Fabrice d'Almeida explains, the nobility and upper bourgeoisie started out from conservative positions. Before the 1930s, few members of these groups defended Nazism. They were first led to support an alliance between Nazism and conservatism, and then allowed themselves to be infected by an ideological radicalization. Point 10. The motivation was both the need to restore profitability and hatred of the left. The shift to backing Hitler came late, and was pragmatic at the outset. A month after he'd been made chancellor, Hitler summoned leaders of big business to a private meeting at Göring's villa. Attending were Krupp von Bohlen, head of Krupps and the Association of German Industrialists, George von Skinzler, second in command of IG Farben, and Dr. Albert Vogler, chief executive of the Vereinigte Stahlwerke. Hitler announced that he wanted hefty donations to fight Reichstag elections to be held in March. In return he promised to end parliamentary democracy and to eliminate the left. Thiessen persuaded the Association of German Industrialists to donate 3 million Reichsmarks to the Nazi Party. Hitler was won to the idea of producing synthetic fuel and limiting Germany's dependence on costly imports. In return, IG Farben began funding the Nazi Party. In September 1933, IG Farben would request and receive from the new Nazi regime a state investment in synthetic fuel production of 400,000 marks, rising to 1.8 million marks. 11 In June 1933, Göring, von Blomberg, now Minister of Defense, and Erhard Milch, Secretary of State at the Air Ministry, attended a meeting with Schacht where the latter outlined an arms program of between 5 and 10% of German GDP over the next 8 years. The military had already been released from budgetary controls. It was allowed to pay for orders with ease. The arms, steel, and engineering manufacturers were happy with this because they expected to benefit handsomely from an arms drive. 4 months later, Hitler announced that Germany was withdrawing from the League of Nations and world disarmament talks. Göring and von Blomberg expected Britain and France to take military action in response. Nothing happened. At the close of 1933, 2 4-year plans were implemented, which set the target of creating by 1937 a standing army of 21 divisions, totaling 300,000 men, and for the Luftwaffe to have 2,000 frontline aircraft by 1935. In the second year of Hitler's rule, military spending accounted for over 50% of total government spending. 2 years later it stood at 73%. The levels of military expenditure were unprecedented for any government in peacetime. In August 1934, President Hindenburg died and Hitler became head of state in his place. That day every member of the armed forces swore allegiance to Adolf Hitler as Führer of the German Reich and people and Commander-in-Chief of the armed forces. The military high command agreed to this as part of a deal with Hitler. A month earlier, in the Night of the Long Knives, he had personally led the SS in a drive to eradicate the leadership of the SA who were demanding that their stormtroopers replace the existing army. Characteristically, Hitler also used the opportunity to remove and intimidate other opponents. Schleicher and his wife were murdered at their home. The former Nazi leader Gregor Strasser, who had quit the movement, was also killed. The SS stormed the vice-chancellery, arresting von Papen, gunning down his secretary and murdering other of his associates. Von Papen had demanded that Hitler show his supporters there would be no second revolution aimed at the existing elite. Hitler was determined that the likes of von Papen would not tell him what to do. In the course of the Night of the Long Knives, the vice-chancellor, under house arrest, resigned his position and a month later was appointed ambassador to Austria. Self-sufficiency, rearmament, and expansion. Germany was still burdened under foreign debt worth billions of US dollars. 1 billion Reichsmarks were paid each year in interest and repayments. Exports were hampered by the high exchange rate of the mark. The Third Reich had to operate very strict exchange controls in order to try to maintain a precarious balance of payments. In June 1933, a unilateral moratorium was announced on Germany's long-term debts, provoking the British government to threaten a trade war. Various means were employed to get round this. Even before Hitler, German governments had encouraged a barter system whereby German industrial goods were exchanged for agricultural products and raw materials from Latin America, Eastern and Southeast Europe. However, by the summer of 1934 the Reichsbank's foreign exchange holdings were virtually exhausted. The British, led by the governor of the Bank of England, Montague Norman, a close friend of the Reichsbank president and Hitler's Minister of Economics, Hjalmarschakt, negotiated the Anglo-German Payments Agreement of November 1934, which stabilized economic relations between Europe's two major economies. Germany received credits from the Bank of England and Britain became Germany's biggest creditor. The German government would continue to pay full interest in sterling on loans, satisfying City of London investors. The City of London continued to provide the German economy with a vital line of credit all the way up to the outbreak of the war. This policy of economic appeasement of Hitler matched Baldwin and Chamberlain's policy of political appeasement. Nonetheless, the Third Reich was pursuing a policy of autarky. In reality, this did not mean cutting Germany off from the world economy. As Adam Tooze points out, a close look at the trade statistics reveal that autarky in fact amounted to a selective policy of disengagement directed above all against the United States, the British Empire and, to a lesser degree, France. 12 In 1928 U.S. exports to Germany had been worth 2 billion Reichsmarks. By 1936 they were down to 232 million Reichsmarks. Raw materials previously imported from the US and Britain were now obtained from Southeast Europe and Latin America. Shortages of labor, raw materials, and foreign currencies were also by 1936 threatening to cripple the German economy and the dictatorship's rearmament program. The election of Popular Front governments in both France and Spain in 1936 had bolstered Hitler's anti-communism while his anti-Semitism became more pronounced. In August that year Hitler prepared a memorandum on the German political and economic situation and the likelihood of war, which he concluded was inevitable. The enemy was Russia. The document concluded with words, the German armed forces must be operational within 4 years, 2. The German economy must be fit for war within 4 years. 13 Hitler couched this as a war of civilizations. The launch of a 4-year plan at the 1936 Party Rally, accelerating autarky and the arms drive, gave the signal for war. The armed forces, the party, the SS, and industry became increasingly interwoven and mutually dependent. Göring was in charge of the plan and he brought together military and party figures with executives from IG Farben to administer it. An IG Farben director, Karl Krauch, became plenipotentiary for chemical production, which was later extended to include the mineral, oil, rubber, light metals, and explosive sectors. Also brought in were Paul Plieger and Hans Karel from the staff of Wilhelm Kepler, a committed Nazi even prior to January 1933, who was chair of 2 IG Farben subsidiaries, Braunkohle-Benzin AG and Continental Oil. Continental used Standard Oil's technology for production of gasoline from coal. The U.S. government was unhappy about Standard Oil supplying this. Göring's priority was military preparation, and no budgetary limits or requirements to balance civilian and military needs would be allowed to get in the way. The Wehrmacht now set a goal of 102 divisions with 3.6 million men by 1940. 7 armored divisions had to be in place by 1939, no small order given that in 1936 only light tanks armed with machine guns were in production. General Friedrich Fromm warned, shortly after completion of the rearmament phase the Wehrmacht must be employed, otherwise there must be a reduction in demands or in the level of war readiness. 14. Göring presided over the creation of the giant state-owned Reichswerke Hermann Göring Steel Corporation, overriding opposition from the steel barons, who were compensated with lavish rearmament contracts. The Nazis were demonstrating that, however sympathetic they were to big business, they had their own interests and were prepared to pursue them relentlessly. Nonetheless, German industry was, to use Ian Kershaw's words, structurally implicated in the policy decisions which culminated in destruction and inhumanity on a scale unprecedented in Europe. 15. Hitler was following a continuity in traditional German foreign policy with his demands for Lebensraum, but there was also a break. In general, Hitler was in step with the capitalist ruling class, but he had also created his own power base, the SS, and to a lesser extent the Nazi Party. This allowed him to take crucial steps towards his own genocidal aims. Within the Third Reich, the general thrust of working towards Hitler meant the elites had to rapidly adopt his new policy initiatives and make them their own, as with rearmament, and even second-guess what his next step would be. German expansion was an inevitability by the 1930s, but under the Third Reich its direction and dynamic was no longer independent of Hitler's personal position. 16. Industry benefited handsomely from rearmament, but the Third Reich demanded in return that it should bend to the interests of the Nazi war machine. The individual interests of particular corporations had to be subordinate to the overall interest of the Nazi regime. Individuals who deviated from that paid a price, no matter how rich and powerful they were. In October 1933, Dr. Hugo Junkers, a key aircraft designer and head of the family firm, was arrested and forced to sign the firm over to the state. His crime was to have squabbled with the Luftwaffe and Air Ministry over what types of planes should be developed. Later, the steel boss Thiessen, a long-term supporter of Hitler, fell out with the regime and was forced into exile. By then he had been eclipsed by Gustav Krupp von Bohlen und Halbach. The steel and armament manufacturer had backed the Nazis in the spring of 1933, and a year later he became president of the Association of German Industrialists. By 1937 his eldest son headed the Heavy Industries Owners Association, joining the Nazi Party the following year. 1937 was the one year in which rearmament stagnated, largely because of a shortage of steel. One solution was to cut steel used for non-military purposes by 25%, or with serious consequences for the rail system and housing. By the summer of 1938 over 35% of Germany's steel was allocated to the army. Politicians, industrialists and military chiefs all looked to securing Alsace-Lorraine and Southeast Europe as a means of accessing iron ore and increasing steel production. The Nazis' aim of gaining Lebensraum was far more radical. Early in 1936, Richard Darr, head of the Food Administration, told his officials, "The natural area for settlement by the German people is the territory to the east of the Reich's boundaries up to the Urals, bordered in the south by the Caucasus, Caspian Sea, Black Sea, and the watershed which divides the Mediterranean basin from the Baltic and North Sea. We will settle this space, according to the law that a superior people always has the right to conquer and to own the land of an inferior people." 17. Ditlev J.K. Puckert argues that the contradictions so obvious at times under the Weimar Republic did not altogether disappear in the Third Reich, but were incorporated into the new state system. Above all, he argues that because capitalist property remained intact, Nazi nationalization was incomplete, and that led not to efficiency but to constant conflict between those charged with running the economy. There was now permanent confused petty warfare among rival power groups. Each of these groups had its vassals and a relatively secure power base, but each tended to interfere with the area of responsibility of the others. The nationalization of society by Nazism was followed by the privatization of the state. 18. The different power centers within the Third Reich were in permanent competition with each other, working towards the Führer. When he was told Germany was an authoritarian state, the French collaborationist Prime Minister Pierre Laval quipped that that might be so, but what a lot of authorities. 19. The German military high command was thoroughly politicist. Immediately after fighting ended in 1918, Germany's military leaders had set themselves the task of winning back all that had been lost at Versailles. In 1924, Lieutenant Colonel Joachim von Stulpnagel lectured the officers of the Reichswehr Ministry on the need for total war against the French and Poles. This involved the mobilization of all the people inspired by national hatred raised to the furthest extreme, involving sabotage, murder, and chemical and biological attack. For Stulpnagel, this also required ending parliamentary rule and imposing a strong central Reich authority which could oversee the national and military indoctrination of our youth so they would uncritically accept the categorical imperative of fighting and dying for the fatherland. 20. Back in February 1933, the army's commander-in-chief, General von Blomberg, supported Hitler's assumption of full dictatorial powers and argued that the army had to serve the national movement with devotion. He went on to instruct his soldiers that they had to learn the basic principles of the National Socialist state because the ideas of both our core spirit and National Socialism spring from the common experience of the Great War. 21. This did not stop Hitler removing Blomberg from his position in 1938 and appointing himself as commander-in-chief. He now had control over the armed forces, foreign policy, and much of the economy, not detailed, day-to-day control, but the leadership of all sections of the Third Reich nevertheless worked towards Hitler. 22. British intelligence and politicians made great play of their contacts with anti-war elements in Germany prior to war breaking out. Yet even the major components of the opposition circles which emerged post-Munich within the German military and upper classes accepted that Germany must be a great power, that Versailles must be revised and Berlin allowed control of Central Europe. They simply wanted to avoid a general European war. Klaus-Jürgen Müller points out that the term opposition is simply not appropriate in the sense of a resistance opposed to the system, it was rather opposition as an attempt to put through an alternative policy within the system. 23. Jews, Bolsheviks, and other asocials. Anti-Semitism was not central to the Nazis' electoral campaigns prior to 1933. What it was crucial for was binding together the disparate elements of the movement by presenting an all-powerful enemy which had to be and could be removed. The German ruling class shared a desire to carve out an empire in Eastern Europe and Russia, but Hitler's ambitions went way beyond that. For the Nazis, war was not simply a means for economic or geographical gain. The mythology of the Third Reich portrayed an organic society, defined by race, in which all class and social divisions had been submerged. Opponents of this goal and those who did not fit the racial criteria were to be eliminated. This was to be a warrior community forged in war. For Hitler, Jews were not just racial aliens but represented the greatest threat. Anti-Semitism was the key element in his racial program, but racial purification targeted the Roma, the mentally and congenitally ill, and homosexuals. Increasingly, this racial policy would dominate Nazi policy, domestic and foreign. The targeting of Jews as responsible for Germany's woes had surfaced as Germany began to face the possibility of failure during the First World War. Various mass organizations had existed prior to the war supporting imperial and expansionist ambitions. One was the Pan-German League, founded in 1891. Among its supporters was Emil Kardorff, who would be one of the few industrialists to back Hitler prior to the explosion in support for the Nazis. In 1917, after the Reichstag voted to open peace negotiations, the president of the Pan-German League, Heinrich Class, proposed to exploit the situation for fanfares against Jewry and the Jews as lightning rods for all injustice. 24. He and other leaders of the League helped found the German Fatherland Party, which grew to 800,000 members by 1918. At its head stood Admiral Tirpitz, who had led Germany's naval race with Britain, attempting to build a battle fleet to wrest control of the North Sea. Another leading member was Wolfgang Kapp, who would go on to lead the unsuccessful coup in 1920. So, even prior to Hitler's emergence, there was a great pool of nationalist and anti-Semitic right-wingers, including, of course, The Free Corps. The German Psychiatric Institute, founded in 1918, urged mass sterilization to solve Germany's problems. They compiled criminal biological data on individuals. In 1926, the Reich Ministry of the Interior allowed them the right to consult official records. Hitler and the leadership of the Nazi Party were fired by the supposed comradeship of the trenches and by revulsion at the Jewish Bolshevik conspiracy which had stabbed the nation in the back when revolution at home ended the war in 1918. These and other traitors had to be cleansed from the new Germany. In 1938 the SS gained control of anti-Jewish policy which rapidly accelerated in its virulence. The Kristallnacht pogrom of 9 and November 10 was the sort of wild excess Schacht had opposed while he was economics minister. The homosexual subculture which had developed in Weimar Germany was physically smashed by the Nazis on taking power, with bars and clubs shut down. In 1935 laws banning gay sex were toughened up still further so that the mere indication of sexual interest was a criminal offense. 2 years later homosexuals and other asocials were sent to concentration camps, where they were terrorized by guards and criminal prisoners. Worse was to follow. As the British Marxist historian Tim Mason points out, Hitler had determined that in order to fight a second war, enforced ideological unity and terror at home were needed. 25 But Mason also demonstrates that fear of another 1918 led the regime to pull back from cutting wages or consumption too much or from moving to a full-scale war economy until after Stalingrad. It was not a case of bombs not butter but of trying to provide bombs and butter when it was no longer possible. One way of squaring that circle was by using slave and forced labor from the conquered territories, with very low productivity rates, rather than employing women or transferring workers into the armaments sector. If this suggests a rational, planned economy, then the reality was that the component parts of the party state and big business were left alone by Hitler to fight it out over restricted labor and raw material supplies. It should be added that although Hitler destroyed the labor movement, he did not need to lead an assault on working class wages because that had already largely occurred under the von Papen government. Labor shortages were a serious problem in the crucial coal mining industry, and productivity levels were falling in the last 2 years of peace. In those years shortages were reported too in munitions plants and in construction, and the Luftwaffe was worried by the lack of aircraft engineers. Arms suppliers were turning down orders, supply deadlines were being broken and production costs rising. As Mason argues, economic class conflict re-emerged in Germany on a broad front after 1936. This took forms which were not clearly political. Further, this struggle for the basic economic interests of the working class does not appear to have been organized in any way. It manifested itself through spontaneous strikes, through the exercise of collective pressure on employers and on Nazi organizations, through the most various acts of defiance against workplace rules and government decrees, through slowdowns in production, absenteeism, the taking of sick leave, demonstrations of discontent, etc. 26. All of this must be set against the wider impact of the Nazi dictatorship on German society, as the American economic historian, Paul N. Henn explains. On the face of it, the population as a whole did not benefit from the Nazi economic recovery. Its share of total production never reached the 1929-33 level of income, falling from 62 to 64% of that period to 57% in 1938. German working class gains can be attributed to the rise in the number of hours worked from 41.5 in 1932 to 46.5 and 47.8 in the last 2 years before the war. Property and entrepreneurial income in contrast rose from 30.4% to 33.8% and retained earnings of corporations from 0.4% to 5.4% in 1939.27. The Third Reich reduced investment in the public sector, cutting spending on public housing from 1,330 million marks in 1928 to 250 million marks in 1939, creating an acute housing shortage. State spending was switched to rearmament. The chief beneficiary of this shift in public expenditure and investment was private business, particularly the large corporate and industrial sector. 28. Hitler's priority by 1939 was to avoid any prospect of social upheaval at home which might hamper a war of conquest abroad. The Third Reich combined terror against all forms of political opposition, in particular from working-class organizations, with attempts to incorporate the working class into the state project. The necessity of war. Labor shortages, lack of raw materials and the resulting production bottlenecks fed the necessity of going for a war in September 1939. 4 months earlier, Major General George Thomas, former chief of the military economic staff in the Reich War Ministry, had delivered a lecture on May 24 in the Nazi Foreign Office, claiming that the Third Reich could boast the mightiest armament industry now existing in the world. It has attained the performances which in part equal the German wartime performances and in part even surpasses them. Germany's crude steel production is today the largest in the world after the Americans. The aluminium production exceeds that of America and of the other countries of the world very considerably. The output of our rifle, machine gun, and artillery factories is at present larger than that of any other state. 29. Demand for copper, zinc, antimony, and chrome had almost doubled. Thomas claimed that Germany depended on imports for 95% of its bauxite, 80% of its rubber, 70% of its tin, 2/3 of its oil and zinc, 50% of its lead, 45% of its fats, and between 10 and 20% of its foodstuff. 30. The need to secure raw materials began to take precedence over virtually everything else and became central to Hitler's foreign policy. Renewed recession internationally in 1938 undermined German exports, as did the shortcomings in industries like coal mining. Reduced exports meant there was a shortage of international currency to buy in vital materials. Hitler could lean upon Germany's neighbors to accept rigged rates of exchange or barter to overcome this, but it was not enough. Hitler was modern enough to know that his dreams of conquest relied upon industry and necessities like oil, the thirst for which could not be quenched by his Romanian ally. Maintaining an economy geared to the demands of war required an expansionist policy and a short-term deal with Russia, with Poland and the occupied territories supplying forced labor and Russia the badly needed raw materials. 31 In May 1939 Hitler stated, "The ideological problems have been solved by the mass of 80 million people. The economic problems must also be solved. To create the economic conditions necessary for this is a task no German can disregard. We must not allow the principle to prevail that one can accommodate oneself to the circumstances and thus shirk the solution of problems. The circumstances must rather be adapted to suit the demands. This is not possible without breaking into other countries, or attacking other people's property." 32. The Faustian pact between Hitler and big business guaranteed the Nazis political power alongside the continuance of the capitalist economic system. In the autumn of 1939 there was a consensus between German capitalism and the regime over the need to expand territorially to solve the immediate problems of labor and material shortages, the long-term aim of hegemony in Central and Eastern Europe, and the need to combat communism. The rather ineffective opposition that emerged from sections of German capital was not opposed to any of this, but to the possibility of Hitler taking Germany into a Europe-wide war. In the beginning it seemed that Hitler would honor his pledge to President Hindenburg that the military were to be allowed their independence. Instead, the existence of the SS, a parallel party organization, contaminated the military. As the Reich went to war, the military effort assumed a terrible, murderous autonomy. German capitalists did not order or even approve mass murder, but they too were pulled along behind the logic of Hitler's war. Labor shortages were a constant problem. There was immigration from the countryside to industrial areas, and the German populations of Austria and Czechoslovakia were badly needed. Hitler's Italian ally, Mussolini, also sent workers, who were treated as racial inferiors rather than allies. Living standards for German workers returned to the levels of the mid-1920s, but accounted for a shrinking percentage of an expanding gross national product. In other words, the destruction of working-class organization led to increased economic exploitation. Terror was a daily reality for workers. The Gestapo was created as a national secret police force in 1934, under SS control. In 1936 the head of the SS, Himmler, took control of a newly centralized police force, the Ordnungspolizei, and placed Reinhard Heydrich, who was head of the SS's security service, the SD, in control of the Gestapo. In any community people knew friends and family who had been arrested and thrown into a concentration camp. The shadow of the Gestapo and their informers fell over working-class life. In the winter of 1939, after workplace unrest had become apparent, a Gestapo presence became a permanent feature in many key plants. Employers handed over names of absentees and troublemakers, who were then routinely dispatched to Gestapo prisons and concentration camps. The lack of resistance to the Third Reich's expansion had created confusion among opponents of the regime. The underground Social Democrat network reported on conditions inside Nazi Germany. In March 1938 a Social Democrat described the popular mood in Breslau thus: the general opinion in the groups was, let's face it, Hitler is a great man, he knows what he wants and the world is scared of him. Conversations the next day followed the same trains of thought. Hitler's prestige has risen enormously again and he is now practically idolized. The objection that the Western powers might still intervene and issue Germany with an ultimatum was laughed out of court. The Western powers simply daren't do anything against Germany, and even if they do, Germany is strong enough to get its own way. 33. However, there is considerable agreement among eyewitnesses that the outbreak of war in September 1939 did not lead to the sort of popular reaction which greeted the outbreak of the First World War. As Hitler's victories mounted, the regular reports from inside Germany sent to the Social Democratic Party leadership in exile noted unease, as hopes for peace were shattered, and a basic sense of uncertainty as to the ultimate outcome of the war. 34. The use of terror and the introduction of slave labor meant the workplace often took on the character of the concentration camp, and this would develop as the war prolonged. The slave laborers were regarded as disposable, forming another step towards genocide. 35. Of the European powers only Germany wanted war, less because the German economy was fully prepared for war than because Germany was going through a severe economic crisis, of which one possible solution was a war of conquest. 36 The Third Reich was arming in order to expand, but needed to expand in order to sustain that arms drive. Tim Mason is surely right to conclude that, a Third Reich at peace is an unimaginable contradiction in terms. 37 For Hitler the new German community would be built in struggle and maintained in struggle. He often expressed his fears that degeneration would set in if the Volk found itself at peace. For the German leaders there were only two possible outcomes, total victory or total defeat. Italy, big appetite, bad teeth. The German Chancellor Bismarck quipped, following Italian unification in 1861, that Italy was only ranked as a great power because the real great European powers, in their rivalry, vied with each other to make it their ally. The catastrophic performance of fascist Italy in the Second World War might seem to justify Bismarck's remarks, but it is included here among the principal actors for two reasons. Firstly, fascism first came to power in Italy, in October 1922, and Hitler never hid his admiration for Mussolini. Secondly, the Italian Duce, like his German counterpart, held that war was necessary to forge not just a new empire but a new, vigorous race. It should be added that, despite the scathing comments often made privately about Italy's status in the corridors of power in London, Paris, and Berlin, they all vied to secure Mussolini's allegiance in the 1930s. Italy had been on the winning side in the First World War. It entered the war after a year, ditching its alliance with Germany and Austria to join Britain and France, after bargaining between the rival camps for the highest bribe. In the secret Treaty of London, and Paris promised Italy ownership of much of the Balkans, a tranche of territory in Turkey, more colonial possessions in North and East Africa, plus those parts of the Austrian Empire which contained Italian populations. The eventual peace treaties fell short of this. The US and France backed the creation of a state bringing together different Slav groupings, what would become Yugoslavia. The nationalist backlash among ex-officers, students, and other sections of the Italian middle class was an important factor in the rise of fascism in 1920–22. Italy was also the country in Western Europe which most closely approximated conditions in revolutionary Russia. In 1917 Italy's peasant conscript armies had almost fallen apart when they refused to resist an Austro-German advance following a breakthrough at Caporetto which was only stopped just short of Venice. Italy's rulers, rocked by this crisis, used intensified austerity and repression of labor unrest combined with vague promises of land reform in order to encourage peasant soldiers to fight. All this ensured that the end of the war gave rise to a revolutionary crisis in the 2 red years of 1919 and 1920, culminating in a nationwide occupation of the factories in September 1920, which only ended when the government and trade union leaders traded economic concessions to secure a return to what they hoped would be normality. Almost instantly fascist bands emerged to wage war first on the rural agricultural trade unions before taking terror from the countryside to the towns. 38. Italy as a unified state had existed for only 6 decades when Mussolini took power in October 1922. Its ruling class was far from homogeneous, and in the crisis of the post-war years it effectively ceased to govern. A motley band of fascists led by Mussolini was able to step into the void. Where the police and army had been unable to cope, squads of armed blackshirts brought terror down on the agricultural trade unions and then on the urban working class. Italy's workers put up greater resistance than their German counterparts would later, but their socialist and trade union leaders made the same mistakes. They looked to the state to protect them and failed to coordinate the spontaneous resistance into a national effort. Mussolini took power with the blessing of the king, big business, and the army command. They might not like giving power to such a déclassé adventurer, but they were prepared to cooperate with him if they could retain economic control while he wielded total political power. Mussolini spoke of creating a new Roman Empire, but for much of the 1920s he implemented conventional free market economic measures and played the diplomatic game, staying friendly with the 2 dominant Mediterranean powers, Britain and France. He did, however, wage a brutal war to secure Italian colonial control of Libya using concentration camps and poison gas. 39. In the 1930s Mussolini widened his ambitions to build Italy into a great power and to offset the effects of the Great Depression, which cut off its export markets and saw its rivals claw control of vital raw materials. He began using the state to defend Italy's uncompetitive industries and moved to seal off the economy by preaching self-sufficiency. Eventually between 1/5 and 1/4 of Italian industry was under state ownership, more than in any other Western state, yet this failed to restore the economy or staunch rising poverty and unemployment. 40. Meanwhile arms spending as a proportion of national income increased from 3.4% in 1927 to 5.4% in 1931 and then mushroomed to 18.4% in 1936. Between 1926 and 1940 Italy spent proportionally more than Britain on arms. The invasion of Ethiopia and the intervention in Spain carried Mussolini's spending beyond France's in real terms. 41. In 1935 Mussolini decided to launch Italy as a great power by invading one of only 2 independent states in Africa, Ethiopia. In the build-up to the invasion he told the Italian industrialist, Alberto Pirelli, that afterwards we shall conquer Egypt and Sudan, because he sought an empire that stretched from the Mediterranean to the Indian Ocean. 42 2 months into the invasion the British and French foreign ministers, Samuel Hoare and Pierre Laval, agreed a deal with the former fascist squadristi commander Dino Grandi whereby Ethiopia would be partitioned, with Italy gaining the richest areas. When news of this deal leaked, the Baldwin government backtracked, and Hoare was forced to resign, while the French government was thrown into crisis and Laval met the same fate. The League of Nations voted to denounce the invasion and demand economic sanctions against Italy, but Britain and France restricted themselves to denouncing the attack and imposing only ineffectual sanctions, with Britain refusing to block Italian troop movements and supplies through the Suez Canal. Mussolini told the Baldwin government that he would accept condemnation by the League of Nations and the imposition of limited economic sanctions in return for Britain not intervening. London agreed. 43. Mussolini ordered the use of chemical weapons on a mass scale and terror against civilian targets. The Italian dictator sent a salutary warning to the people of Ethiopia, stating that every civilian or member of a religious order, man or woman, suspected of having aided attacks is to be immediately shot without trial. 44 Italian troops captured Addis Ababa, and Mussolini proclaimed the new Roman Empire, but up to 227,000 troops were needed to deal with continued resistance in the new colony. 45. By May 1936 Baldwin's heir apparent, the Chancellor Neville Chamberlain, was urging the cabinet to lift sanctions and to make a rapprochement with Mussolini a matter of high priority. A month later, when the League of Nations suggested tightening sanctions, Chamberlain said in a speech that the idea Ethiopia could regain its independence was the very midsummer of madness. 46 Chamberlain had not informed the Foreign Secretary Anthony Eden of his speech, knowing that Eden regarded Italy as the key threat to Britain's dominance of the Mediterranean. 10 days after the speech, Baldwin announced that Britain was dropping sanctions against Italy. In post-war Italy, it has become common to blame discrimination against the Jews and Italy's participation in what would become the Holocaust on Mussolini's alliance with the Third Reich, yet there is little evidence of German pressure on Mussolini to introduce anti-Semitic measures. The dictatorship's racial laws, which deprived Jews of their citizenship and barred them from higher education and a whole raft of jobs, were a product of Italian fascism. The regime had always been murderously racist, but until 1938 this was aimed at Slavs on the country's northeastern border, Arabs in its Libyan colony, and then the Ethiopians. 47. The conquest of Ethiopia was justified on racist grounds and was followed by the creation of an apartheid regime. That meant a new objective of creating a racially pure state. If until now anti-Semitism had not been central to fascism, it came easily to the black shirts. The majority of Italian Jews who died in the death camps were rounded up and deported by Italian security forces on the basis of Italian laws. Italy championed the Ustashi regime in Croatia, which had one of the worst wartime records in killing not just Jews but Greek Orthodox Christians and Muslims who found themselves under its rule, while Italian occupation forces also encouraged ethnic cleansing in Kosovo and elsewhere in the Balkans. 48. Mussolini's eyes were bigger than his stomach. Given half a chance, he wished to emulate Hitler in expanding his empire. But lack of finance and poor military ability meant his ambitions were restricted to the Mediterranean. The Germans calculated that the Italian economy performed at 25% of its capacity. The percentage of Italian GDP devoted to the war effort peaked at just 23% in 1941 compared with Germany's 64%. In 1939 Italy possessed 469,000 motor vehicles as against 1.99 million in Germany, 2.25 million in France and 2.42 million in Britain. When war came, the Italian army lacked not only trucks and armored vehicles but even drivers and mechanics. 49 Italy had just 3 armored divisions, which would be the sum total throughout Mussolini's war, and these were equipped with tanks which were death traps when confronted with enemy armor or anti-tank weapons. Its artillery dated back to the First World War, as did the tactics employed by the military commanders. The country possessed no aircraft carriers, its naval forces lacked radar, and there was no coordination between them and the Air Force. Its Air Force was not able to match its German or British counterparts, possessing no modern fighters. Japan, war as the only escape. Modern Japan is the creation of the 1867 Meiji Restoration. Formally this was the restoration of imperial rule. However, political power moved from the old feudal elite to an oligarchy which wanted to industrialize Japan and create a modern empire in response to the threat of U.S. intervention intended to open up Japan to its exports. 50. The spur for this change occurred in 1853 when Commodore Matthew C. Perry took the U.S. East India Squadron, made up of modern ironclad ships, into Tokyo Bay and trained his guns on the city, demanding that Japan open up to free trade with America. Under threat, when Perry returned the following year, the Japanese signed a treaty accepting American demands. Military intimidation had worked, and Japan would not forget the lesson. The bureaucracy that had run Japan, sidelining the emperor, was fatally wounded by the concessions granted to the United States. The social force that organized the insurrection that restored imperial rule consisted of impoverished samurai warriors, armed with Western weapons, and funded by merchants and bankers. 51. Japan now had to arm or face conquest, and that required industrialization. The new imperial regime faced a race with the Western powers to acquire territory and influence in China, the Western Pacific and Southeast Asia. It had to create a modern army and navy to compete. The state funded and directed the creation of strategic defense industries and a modern communications infrastructure, as Jamie C. Allinson and Alexander Onyevas argue. Under military threat from the West, the primary task of reconstituting state and society along capitalist lines fell to the Meiji bureaucratic state class. The Meiji state came effectively to function as capital. The particularly rapid pace of Japan's transition to capitalism was indeed a conscious decision taken by the Meiji leaders. 52. Japan was helped in this because the main European colonial powers had enough on their hands. Britain was preoccupied in China and India. France suffered a defeat in its attempt to control Mexico in 1867 and was also involved in a string of wars associated with Italian and German unification, culminating in its defeat in the 1870–71 Franco-Prussian War. The real threat facing Japan came from Tsarist Russia and the United States. 53. By the 1880s, Japan had a modern navy and army. The contrast between Japan's position and that of Manchu China was dramatic. For centuries Japan had existed at the edge of a world in which China was the center, the Middle Kingdom. Both countries had controlled Western trade and encroachments up until the 19th century, but China found itself faced with the might of British imperialism, which demanded access to its markets in order to sell the one thing it had to offer, opium. China refused and Britain took to arms. The crushing victories achieved by Britain over Imperial China in the Opium Wars of 1838–42 served as a warning to Japan. Britain had overcome the efforts of the Manchu rulers to halt sales of opium, and had secured control of Hong Kong and other ports as concessions. Other European powers demanded similar concessions. 54. China's economy was wrecked, with a huge balance of trade deficit caused by the need to fund a mass drugs habit. The Manchu state dissolved, although formally China remained under imperial rule. With no central state, China was ripe for the pickings of the imperialist powers. A popular nationalist movement had arisen, the Kuomintang, whose leading figure was Sun Yat-sen. The Nationalist Party formed by Sun Yat-sen adopted his three principles: nationalism, republicanism, and socialism. Its base was among the intellectuals, initially in the diaspora and then in southern and central eastern China. The Kuomintang organized an uprising against Manchu rule but was not strong enough to control events in which its republican forces were joined by military uprisings and the withdrawal of support from the throne by the nobility. A republic was declared, but in reality power in many localities fell into the hands of military officers tied to the nobility, the warlords. 55. The Kuomintang was gradually taken over by the wealthy capitalist class emerging on the eastern seaboard and by the landowners. Both Japan and the United States had been sympathetic to the new regime. The former, though, began to sense weakness, and that fueled territorial ambitions. In response, the U.S. moved to buttress the Kuomintang regime. Meanwhile, the Imperial Japanese government operated in partnership with the four great merchant families, Mitsui, Mitsubishi, Sumitomo, and Yasuda, the Zaibatsu, which grew immensely wealthy and powerful in finance, commerce, and industry during the process of modernizing Japan. The Zaibatsu families would be rewarded by a grateful imperial government with political power and commercial privileges. Many of the government-initiated heavy manufacturing industries were later sold to Zaibatsu families at generous prices, and the government maintained only indirect control over defense-related industries. Japan was the first nation to undergo breakneck industrialization, which saw it emerge within a few decades as a modern capitalist society. In Britain this process had occurred over centuries. 56. The principal founder of the modern Japanese army was Count Yamagata Aridamo, a field marshal in the Imperial Army, twice prime minister and one of 7 advisors to the emperor who selected and appointed prime ministers. He warned the emperor in 1891 that Russian expansion into Manchuria and northern China required Japan to prepare adequate military power within the next 8 or 9 years. 57 Russian control of Korea would pose a strategic danger to Japan itself. 58 In 1894 China and Japan went to war over Korea. Within 6 weeks the Japanese controlled the peninsula and were advancing into Manchuria, even threatening Beijing. China was forced to make peace, granting Japan effective control of Korea, Taiwan, the Liaodong Peninsula which included Port Arthur in Manchuria, and the Pescador Islands. The arrival of a Russian fleet forced them to give up Port Arthur and southern Manchuria. This indignity would lead Japan to look for an ally among the great powers. Its gaze fell on Britain. In 1902 the Anglo-Japanese alliance was signed. Russia was alarmed by this and 3 years later moved troops into southern Manchuria and to the border with Korea. Japan responded with a surprise attack on Russia's Far Eastern Fleet, effectively destroying it. Japan took direct control of Korea. The Russian base at Port Arthur was eventually captured after a long siege during which the Russian armies were driven back across the imperial borders. The Russian Western Fleet that eventually arrived was destroyed in a decisive victory for Japan's navy. The other powers were astounded at Japan's success. In the subsequent peace treaty the Japanese gained much territory from Russia but could not win control of Manchuria, which was returned to the Chinese. The Anglo-Japanese alliance was reaffirmed 4 years later. Britain recognized Japanese control of Korea and both countries agreed to come to each other's aid if either's imperial possessions in the region, including India, were attacked. In 1911 the treaty was again revised so that Japan took responsibility for dealing with Germany in the region and protecting British imperial interests there. As naval historian Timothy D. Saxon argues, Tokyo's strategy up until 1918 was to stay close to Britain as the best way to expand. Japanese naval assistance in the Mediterranean Sea in 1917 boosted the strength of Allied naval escorts during the darkest days of the war. Beyond the Mediterranean, an argument can be made that without Japanese assistance Great Britain would have lost control of the Pacific and Indian Oceans. That would have isolated the British Empire's 2 dominions in the Far East, Australia and New Zealand, from the campaigns in Europe and the Middle East. Other British colonies, from Aden and India to Singapore and Hong Kong, would have been exposed. Despite this help, Japan, at best a mistrusted and suspect ally of Great Britain in 1914, emerged from the conflict distrusted by its allies, the United States and Britain. 59 Anglo-Japanese cooperation in the First World War continued with military intervention against Bolshevik Russia, but in the new post-war world Washington viewed the rise of Japan as a threat to its interests in China and the Pacific. The British faced the choice of retaining U.S. goodwill or maintaining their Japanese alliance. They chose the former, dropping the Anglo-Japanese alliance and then agreeing to the Washington Five-Power Naval Treaty which ensured that Anglo-American fleets would outnumber the Japanese in the Pacific. Japan was hit badly by the Great Depression. Its recovery came by way of a policy of autarky, intended to seal its empire from overseas competitors, which required state intervention driven by further militarization and the expansion of the overseas empire to guarantee raw materials and markets. The Japanese economy was reliant on high levels of both imports and exports. Its silk industry, which had tripled its output in the past decade and a half, satisfying the demand for stockings in the U.S., lost 90% of its sales in America almost overnight. The price of rice collapsed 2.60. Japan's vulnerability to trade wars and protectionism was demonstrated by the fact that in 1930 it imported 100% of its aluminium, 85% of its iron and steel, and 79% of its oil. 61 American import controls in the same year increased the price of Japanese exports to the U.S. by 23%. Japan's total exports to the United States fell by more than a quarter. 62 As Kenneth Douglas Brown argues, there is little doubt that the deterioration of international trade relations provided further justification for Japan's growing conviction that the only way to safeguard essential raw materials and markets was to secure its own economic self-sufficient empire. By the end of 1931, Japan's gold reserves stood at less than half their 1929 level. Japan quit the gold standard and allowed the yen to fall by 60% against the US dollar. Between 1930–31 and 1937–38, government spending grew by almost half. 63. Taking up this point, Akita and Woods argue that Japan's closed-door policy in the 1930s had clear Keynesian pump priming goals: farm village relief, a military build-up and a big push in heavy industries, thus to pull Japan and its colonies out of recession. 64. By 1930, recession and two banking crises had led to the Zaibatsu increasing their domination of the economy. The Zaibatsu did not specialize in one sector of the economy but grew through agglomeration, with a family-run holding company typically controlling financial, manufacturing, mining, shipping and trading units. These core companies in turn controlled hundreds of subcontractors. Ties with the state grew stronger still in the 1930s as the Zaibatsu switched from light industries like textiles into chemicals and heavy industries. The effect of the Great Depression, as elsewhere, was to accelerate the centralization of capital. By 1937, the Zaibatsu controlled between them over a quarter of the country's mining operations and more than a third of its shipbuilding. They also had a substantial grip on the major sources of capital, holding 61% of the insurance business and about a fifth of banking capital. Mitsui alone held 7.7% of all Japan's industrial capital, Mitsubishi 5.5%, and each controlled 100 different enterprises. 65. Japan's overseas territories had great advantages for the Zaibatsu who cooperated with the military there. Korea was a capitalist paradise with little tax and little or no regulation of working conditions or business practices. 66. The military and the Zaibatsu encouraged the development of industry in Japan's overseas empire. Steel, chemicals, and hydroelectricity facilities in Korea and Manchuria, and even car manufacture for a time in Manchuria. 67. By 1937, Korea and the newly acquired territories of Manchuria and Taiwan took 38% of Japan's exports, and by 1940 Zaibatsu accounted for 75% of capital investment in Korea. 68. At the end of the 1930s, the Japanese economy was nearly double the size it had been before the 1929 crash. It was the most successful capitalist economy of the decade. But success only increased the appetite of its rulers. Japan regarded China as a key market. So did the United States. International recession sharpened this rivalry. Washington's preferred option was to buttress Beijing's government of Chiang Kai-shek, leader of the nationalist Kuomintang movement. The Kuomintang had begun as a broad-based nationalist movement seeking national unification to wrest China out of the hands of competing warlords following the demise of imperial rule, and an end to foreign occupation of key coastal territories. Chiang was its senior military figure, receiving training in Moscow. In 1927 he led a Kuomintang army from Guangzhou on the northern expedition aimed at capturing Shanghai and then Beijing. After the capture of Shanghai, Chiang massacred the communists who had allied with the Kuomintang. The Communist Party, after losing control of Canton, eventually retreated into the countryside. As the northern expedition had advanced, Chiang offered the warlords a choice: join him or fight him. If they chose the former, they were appointed governor of their province and their army was simply placed under Jiang's overall control. It was a policy which ensured warlord power remained, and would sow future problems. 69. Chiang used hit troops to suppress the peasant uprisings in 1927–28, as his biographer J. Taylor points out. The KMT adopted the more conservative policy of returning land to the original owner and putting off redistribution until the utterly devastated local economy had recovered. 70. Jiang's regime was deeply corrupt, and in league with the warlords who ran vast areas of the country. Aware of this weakness, the Japanese military and sections of the ruling class pressed for the occupation of Manchuria, which could provide badly needed raw materials and be used to open up markets in China. As the army expanded into China, the Zaibatsu went with it, taking over Chinese mines, utilities, and textile mills, and using Chinese and Korean slave labor in their own mines at home. By the time Japan entered into war with America, Mitsui had become the biggest private business in the world, employing about 1 million non-Japanese Asians. 9 states, including the US, Japan and the main European powers, had signed an agreement to uphold China's territorial integrity, and the League of Nations forbade military attacks on member states. Yet Britain and the US did nothing about Japan's aggression. When the League of Nations imposed sanctions, they and other powers ignored them. Britain's concern was to maintain its colonial possessions in the region and the ports leased to it by China, which allowed it and other powers an open door to trade in China. 71. The successful conquest of Manchuria encouraged Tokyo to believe it could make similar piecemeal gains to secure dominance over northern China and East Asia. That required facing down both the US and the USSR. Japanese industry, associated with the army, invested heavily in Manchuria. Japan severely limited imports and encouraged low-cost exports. Japanese cotton goods undercut both the British and Indian cotton industries. But there were many divisions within Japan's ruling class. Party politics had effectively ceased to matter after the last prime minister representing a party, Inyakai Tsuyoshi, was assassinated in May 1932 by right-wing extremists. Political parties survived but were out of power, with national unity cabinets ruling. An attempted coup d'état by one section of the army on February 26, 1936 resulted in the military being given greater power within the state in the interests of national unity. Then, in May of that year, a rule that only serving officers could become military ministers was reinstated. The military now had an effective veto over the cabinet, and the power to topple governments. 72. To further complicate the picture, there was a split running through the army between one group fixated on war with Soviet Russia and another that wanted to use Manchuria and Korea as the base for imperial expansion into China. The different factions within the armed forces employed violence against each other and the political leaders who crossed their paths. Meanwhile, within nationalist China, Chiang Kai-shek concentrated on trying to eliminate the communists, who were based in rural areas of southeast China. The party had been centered on the coastal cities until Chiang had destroyed their base there in 1927. It was forced to establish itself in areas where the Kuomintang had little power, fighting guerrilla warfare. Over time it would be transformed into a peasant-based party. 73. In 1933 and 1934 Chiang sent his best troops to encircle the communist-controlled rural Jiangxi Soviet, in what was named the Fifth Encirclement Campaign. The communists were split between those who accepted the advice from Moscow in advocating a war of position with fixed defenses, and those like Mao Zedong and Lin Biao who advocated guerrilla warfare. After Kuomintang troops took several key positions, in 1934 Lin recommended evacuating the Jiangxi Soviet, but he was opposed by the majority of Red Army commanders. Eventually the Communists had no option but to break out, beginning the 8,000-mile-long march to eventual sanctuary in remote Yan'an in Shaanxi province in northwestern China, which the survivors reached in December 1936. 74. Meanwhile Chiang Kai-shek faced student demonstrations over his failure to oppose Japanese provocations on the border with Manchuria. Rising nationalist sentiment and internal rivalries in the Kuomintang meant he had to put up resistance to the Japanese if he was to retain his position. 75. A clash in July 1937 at the Marco Polo Bridge outside Beijing led the Japanese to attack northern China, expecting to occupy it within weeks. The Japanese Imperial Army took the city after 4 days of fighting, with orders issued to kill all captives. Accordingly they began to murder 300,000 out of 600,000 civilians and soldiers in the city. After a Chinese sentry shot 2 Japanese soldiers in Shanghai, the fighting spread there, with the Japanese employing bombers against civilian areas. After this the war spread across eastern China. 76. In December 1937 Japanese forces took the Kuomintang capital, Nanjing, and carried out a massacre of civilians, known as the Rape of Nanjing. It represented the single worst atrocity of the era in either the European or Pacific theaters of war. Estimates suggest that 100,000 to 300,000 people were massacred, and tens of thousands of women, men, and children raped. 77. Despite the war with Japan, the Communists were the main enemy for Chiang. He hoped the Americans would eventually deal with the Japanese. He openly stated, "First pacify the interior, then resist the external." 78. Chiang opted to retreat further and further into the country in the face of this invasion. In the process, whole areas of the country slipped back into warlord control. But despite their leaders, Chinese resistance to the Japanese occupiers grew. The Communists worked hard to ally and incorporate the guerrilla bands which had sprung up and the units of the Kuomintang which were left behind enemy lines. Writing of a crucial area in North China, Shantung, Chalmers Johnson points out that the rise of Communists in Shantung followed. Two major influences in Shantung promoted a spontaneous nationalist reaction to the Japanese invasion. One was scandal and treachery by the legal Shantung provincial government, the other was a long tradition of rural military organization, and of peasant rebellion. 79. The Kuomintang administration and its forces did not resist Japanese occupation but largely chose to flee to join Chiang. The Japanese in Hopi and Shantung occupied the towns and cities and defended the lines of communication between them but were not present in the villages. From 1938 onwards, the Communists infiltrated the rural areas. They were aided by an influx of nationalist students who had fled Beijing and Tsingtao and would rally to the Communists. 80. Tokyo responded to the growing resistance by throwing in more troops, becoming consumed in an unending war. Japanese casualties totaled 140,000 dead and 500,000 wounded in 1937–38. Japanese occupation forces numbered 1 million. 81. The Communists' role in resisting the Japanese and the strategic decision of the Mao Zedong leadership, which had taken control of the party in the mid-1930s, to base it among the peasantry led to a dramatic growth, as the historian of the communist resistance, Tetsuya Kitaoka, points out. When war broke out, the CCP had 30,000 men in the 8th Route Army. In early 1938, the new 4th Army was organized in central China with an initial force of about 12,000 men. Starting from a combined force of about 40,000 men, the communist forces grew to 160,000 by early 1939. 82. The composition of the party changed too. In the fall of 1938, Yang Shangkaeun, the secretary of the Northern Bureau, took a trip through North China. On the basis of a rough survey, he found that 60 to 80% of party members in North China was of peasant background, 5 to 10% of worker origin, and a quarter were intellectuals in some places. Among the cadre, as many as 70% were from intellectual backgrounds. 83. The party which was emerging was one with a leadership of middle-class intellectuals presiding over a peasant army. Military discipline was the most effective way of maintaining control. From 1936 onwards, Japan was allied to Germany, following its signing of the Anti-Comintern Pact. 4 years later, Japan, Germany, and Italy signed the Tripartite Pact, pledging that if one of them declared war, each of the others would too. Berlin and Rome would honor that pledge in regard to the United States. The Japanese army had meanwhile attacked Russian-controlled territory. After a severe defeat in Manchuria at the hands of the Red Army in July 1939, an armistice was signed between the two powers. To the south, the Sino-Japanese War continued. Its outcome was to have a profound impact on the world in which we live today. Chapter 4. The Countdown to War. Across the world, millions of people watched the spread of conflict in the 1930s with a growing fear that the clock was ticking for the outbreak of a new global war. Germany under Hitler was intent on expanding the borders of the Third Reich into Central and Eastern Europe. Fascist Italy under Mussolini was determined to act on his promise of a new Roman Empire, and Japan was already involved in a war of occupation in China. Among the working class and sections of the middle class, anti-fascism was a growing force. After the German debacle, when the most powerful working class in the world had allowed the Nazis to take power without resistance, there was physical resistance to fascism in Austria, France, and Spain. This contrasted with the policy of appeasement promoted by British, French and, to a lesser extent, U.S. leaders. Tory MP Henry Chips Channon put the case for appeasement in 1936, couched in firmly anti-communist terms: "We should let gallant little Germany glut her fill of the Reds in the East and keep decadent France quiet while she does so." 1. The Rhineland. The first test of appeasement came in the Rhineland. On March 7, 1936, Hitler ordered his troops to reoccupy the Rhineland. Under the terms of the Versailles Treaty, it was a demilitarized zone abutting France's eastern borders. The 1925 Locarno Treaty saw Britain and France pledge to take joint military action if Germany altered the boundaries set at Versailles. The British Prime Minister Stanley Baldwin rejected any idea of France and Britain standing up to Hitler because that would lead to war, and if Hitler lost, it would probably result in Germany going Bolshevik. He added that it might also lead to France going communist. 2. Lord Lothian quipped that Hitler was only going into his own backyard. 3. When the government in Paris contacted Whitehall about whether they should mobilize the army, the British government effectively vetoed it and instead offered Hitler a reduced demilitarized zone just 20 miles wide on both sides of the Rhine. Downing Street would not even consider economic or diplomatic sanctions. The French commander-in-chief, General Gamelin, told his government that Hitler had nearly 1 million men under arms with 300,000 already in the Rhineland, and any response would require full-scale mobilization, which the politicians balked at. The historian Alastair Horn points out that at this time, the new Wehrmacht was still a relatively feeble, small, and light-armed force. 4. Hitler had ordered a withdrawal if his troops met any resistance. As Hitler later admitted, "The 48 hours after the march into the Rhineland were the most nerve-wracking in my life. If the French had then marched into the Rhineland, we would have had to withdraw with our tails between our legs, for the military resources at our disposal would have been wholly inadequate for even a moderate resistance." 5. By the time the British Foreign Secretary Anthony Eden and his cabinet minder sat down with Hitler's envoy, Joachim von Ribbentrop, to finalize matters, the reoccupation was a matter of fact. Ribbentrop offered solemn promises from Hitler that he would abide by international treaties, and the British dropped the whole matter. The lack of any reaction by Britain and France encouraged Hitler to continue rearming and to begin talking about his claims on Austria and Czechoslovakia. Popular fronts in Spain and France. The lead-up to the outbreak of the Second World War must be understood against the background of two events in 1936, the outbreak of civil war in Spain and the election of a Popular Front government in France, followed by mass strikes. In July 1936, the Spanish military rebelled against a left-wing, Popular Front government, allying socialists, communists, and liberal republicans together with Basque and Catalan nationalists, elected 6 months before. The mass response of Republican workers ensured the coup was defeated in Madrid, Barcelona, Valencia, and other towns and cities. In Barcelona and across Catalonia, workers and peasants took control of workplaces, the land, communications, and much more. Alarmed by such revolutionary events in Spain, Lord Halifax, then Lord Privy Seal in the British government, argued that Britain should regard Germany as an ally of ours and all order-loving folk because it could act as a brake on such insurgency. 6. The military rebels held the central province of Castile as well as the northeast, but they desperately needed the assistance of the Spanish army in Morocco, a colony. The head of the rebellion there, General Franco, had led the brutal suppression of a revolutionary uprising in Asturias 2 years before. He would quickly outmaneuver his rival generals to become head of the uprising and of the nationalist state they declared. From the first, both Hitler and Mussolini acted to aid Franco, immediately sending planes to ferry his troops from Morocco to Spain. 2 German battleships screened the naval convoys across the Straits of Gibraltar to prevent the Republican-controlled navy intervening. The Royal Navy positioned a battleship in front of the nationalist port of Algeciras to prevent Republican ships shelling it. 7 Once Franco's troops landed in Spain, they advanced steadily, massacring opponents, and threatening Madrid. North of the Pyrenees, a similar Popular Front government, led by Leon Blum, had been elected just weeks earlier, and it initially provided badly needed arms to the Spanish Republic. But it quickly found its ally Britain opposed to this, with Foreign Secretary Anthony Eden telling them that the British would, on balance, prefer a victory for Franco. In France, the generals opposed aiding the Republicans, and the powerful engineering and armaments cartel, the Comite de Forges, warned of a right-wing backlash. The Catholic writer François Mauriac warned Blum in Le Figaro, "Take care. We will never forgive you for such a crime." Mauriac would later shock his fellow Catholics by taking an anti-Franco position because of the brutality of the nationalists. 8. The British and French governments then brokered a deal with Germany, Italy, and Russia whereby they all agreed on an arms embargo to Spain to be policed by their navies. Hitler and Mussolini agreed and then simply ignored what they had promised. In contrast, the Blum government stopped weapons crossing the border, and even attempted to prevent anti-fascist volunteers traveling to Spain to join the fight against Franco. In the wake of the September 1938 Munich Accords, where France and Britain effectively surrendered their ally Czechoslovakia to Hitler, the Socialist Party split. The former premier, Blum, was committed to defending Czechoslovakia and French rearmament. His main rival Paul Four stated that fighting to defend Czechoslovakia was not worth the life of one Macon wine grower. But another socialist, the teachers' leader Ludovic Zoretti, went further, writing that France should not kill millions of people, and destroy a civilization to make life a bit easier for 100,000 Sudeten Jews. Another socialist deputy, Armand Schofet, went further still stating, "I've had enough of the Jewish dictatorship over the party. I won't march for a Jewish war." 9. The British pressured Blum to stop arms deliveries. The French government proposed that France, Britain, Germany, and Italy follow a policy of non-intervention. Eventually a commission was created representing these four states plus Portugal, to monitor and block military aid to either side. The Germans, Italians, and Portuguese ignored it and the British did nothing to stop them. 10. Across the Atlantic, President Roosevelt supported non-intervention and an arms embargo, passing legislation to ban arms sales to either side in Spain. This did not stop American business sending aid to Franco's side. The president of the Texas Oil Company was an open admirer of Franco, and on hearing of the uprising diverted 5 tankers to fascist-controlled Tenerife, where there was a refinery. Texaco and Standard Oil supplied nearly 3.5 million tons of oil to Franco on credit, while the Republic imported 1.5 million tons, mostly from Russia. 11 Later Ford, Studebaker, and General Motors supplied 12,000 trucks to Franco's forces, 3 times more than the Axis powers did, while the chemical giant DuPont sent them 40,000 bombs via Germany to avoid contravening the U.S. Neutrality Act. 12. The battle for Spain united Germany and Italy. The lesson Hitler and Mussolini drew from the experience was that Britain and France would do little in the face of fascist aggression. The Germans in particular learned valuable lessons from Spain and used the conflict to train their forces, testing tanks, aircraft, and aerial bombing in what the German tank commander General von Thomas would call a European Aldershot. 13 Mussolini benefited little despite sending 80,000 men to fight with Franco in Spain. In March 1937 at Guadalajara, Italian forces suffered a decisive defeat at the hands of Republican forces, which included a large contingent of Italian anti-fascists. Italian fascism had suffered its first defeat and it echoed back into Italy. The Italian intervention also demonstrated that the country did not have the industrial capacity or the weaponry to wage modern war. 14. Soviet military experts, along with their French counterparts, took from Spain the lesson that large tank formations could not achieve success against artillery and defensive positions. The Germans, on the other hand, became more convinced that armor backed up by close air support could achieve a rapid breakthrough. But above all, Hitler tested British mettle in Spain and his attitude to Britain turned from esteem to scorn. 15 Hugh Thomas argues that the Anglo-French failure to impose the arms embargo plus the Munich settlement of September 1938 led Hitler to believe that London and Paris would never risk war. The Germans were also encouraged to think that they could act with impunity by the cooling of Russian interest in Spain in the autumn of 1938, and indeed various gestures, especially after Munich, by the Russian government towards Germany herself. 16. The Spanish War was a clear ideological clash between fascists and anti-fascists which threatened to spread beyond the Pyrenees. The Republican struggle in Spain and the mass strikes in support of France's Popular Front government raised the spectre of revolution in Western Europe. British policy towards Spain was guided by appeasement and anti-communism. Harold Nicolson, an MP in the Tory-dominated coalition, opposed appeasement and had a greater grasp of realpolitik when he argued that the Second German War began in July 1936 when the Germans started with their intervention in Spain. The propertied classes in this country with their insane pro-Franco business have placed us in a very dangerous position. 17. France divided. Meanwhile, the Popular Front government in Paris fell apart. Once the strike wave of June 1936 had receded, the employers went onto the offensive and the far right began to enjoy support from the military. The socialist leaders and future Popular Front Prime Minister, Leon Blum, believed a number of senior military figures were sympathetic to the far right. As early as March 1935, Blum warned that important military leaders, including Marshal Pétain and General Weygand, were more than doubtful. A great number of officers were suspect. 18. One of Pétain's staff, Major Georges Luston-Aléco, coordinated the clandestine Corvignoles, cells of serving officers pledged to act to suppress communism. Another secret network, the Cagoule, or CSAR, was uncovered in 1937, which aimed to overthrow the French Republic and install a far-right regime. During the German occupation, the Cagoule worked with the SS, assassinating a former minister and torching 6 Paris synagogues. The French officer corps were highly politicized. Later Marc Bloch recalled that so reactionary were the newspapers around his own officers' mess in 1939 that the highly conservative Le Temps might have been taken to represent the political views of the extreme left. 19. The Popular Front fell from office in June 1937 as the radicals ditched Blum and their socialist allies. The ruling class demanded a crackdown. In November 1938, the right-wing government of Édouard Daladier picked a fight with the main left-wing Union Federation, the CGT, by scrapping the 40-hour week, the main gain of the 1936 strikes. The CGT responded by calling a general strike which lacked support and was broken by police action. France in the late 1930s was a dangerously divided country, polarized along class lines. Halifax meets Hitler. Meanwhile in Britain, in May 1937 Stanley Baldwin had stood down as Prime Minister to be succeeded by Neville Chamberlain. This strengthened still further the policy of appeasing Hitler. Chamberlain took a direct hand in foreign policy, in alliance with the Lord Privy Seal, Lord Halifax, often bypassing the Foreign Secretary, Anthony Eden. The decision to appoint the pro-fascist Sir Neville Henderson as ambassador to Germany in 1937 meant Downing Street would be fed pro-Nazi views. In June 1937 Henderson told the Anglo-German Fellowship, in England, far too many people have an entirely erroneous conception of what the National Socialist regime really stands for. Otherwise they would lay less stress on Nazi dictatorship and much more emphasis on the great social experiment which is being tried out in this country. Not only would they criticize less, but they might learn some useful lessons. 20. Henderson added, I would view with dismay another defeat of Germany which would merely serve the purposes of inferior races. 21. Halifax believed he could square Hitler. Henderson encouraged Halifax to visit the Führer. An invitation for him to attend an international hunting convention in Germany came in October 1937, and an invite to meet Hitler at his Alpine retreat soon followed. Eden wanted any visit to be limited to warning Hitler to stay clear of Czechoslovakia and Austria. Chamberlain and Halifax, egged on by Henderson, wanted to reach an understanding with the German head of state. On November 13 the London Evening Standard wrote, the British government have information from Berlin that Herr Hitler is ready, if he receives the slightest encouragement, to offer Great Britain a 10-year truce in the colonial issue. In return for this agreement, Hitler would expect the British government to leave him a free hand in Central Europe. 22. On the eve of his departure, Halifax wrote to ex-Prime Minister Baldwin, saying of Hitler and the Nazis, "I cannot myself doubt that these fellows are genuine haters of communism, etc. And I dare say if we were in their position we might feel the same." 23. Halifax's main briefing was a memorandum written by Henderson which laid out the cold logic of appeasement. Henderson argued that Hitler's desire to incorporate Austria into the Third Reich, regain Germany's colonies taken from them in 1918, and the drive to obtain living space, Lebensraum, in Eastern Europe did not in themselves need injure purely British national interests, adding that they would restrain both Russian intrigues and ambitions. This amounted to giving Hitler a free hand in Eastern Europe. 24. Halifax's meeting with Hitler began with the British envoy praising him for performing great services in Germany, such as repulsing Bolshevism, adding that critics of Nazism back home were not fully informed about what was taking place in Germany. It was Halifax, not Hitler, who raised alterations to the division of Europe agreed at Versailles in his opening statement. All other questions fall into the category of possible alterations in the European order which might be destined to come about with the passage of time. Amongst those questions were Danzig, Austria, and Czechoslovakia. England was interested to see that any alterations should come through the course of peaceful evolution and that methods should be avoided which might cause far-reaching disturbances. 25. Hitler's interpreter, Paul Schmidt, recounted Halifax's message thus: "The government of Britain," he noted, "though not always the people, recognized the great services the Führer had rendered in the rebuilding of Germany. Unlike the Anglican Church and the Labour Party and uninformed public opinion, the government appreciated that Hitler, by destroying communism in his country, had barred its road to Western Europe, and that Germany therefore could rightly be regarded as a bulwark against Bolshevism." 26. Chamberlain declared the visit a great success because it achieved its object, that of creating an atmosphere in which it was possible to discuss with Germany the practical questions involved in a European settlement. "What I wanted Halifax to do was convince Hitler of our sincerity and to ascertain what objectives he had in mind, and I think both of these objects had been achieved." 27. Halifax became Foreign Secretary in February 1938 following Eden's resignation after Chamberlain pursued an alliance with Italy and invited the Italian ambassador Grandi to talks in Downing Street. In his diary, Oliver Harvey, Eden's private secretary, noted, "The PM hates American cooperation and wants to make peace with the dictators." 28. In July, the new Foreign Secretary met an emissary of Hitler, who reported to Hitler that Halifax before his death would like to see as the culmination of his work the Führer entering London at the side of the English king, amid the acclamation of the English people. 29. When the Manchester Guardian revealed this years later in 1957, the 75-year-old Halifax was unavailable for comment. Anschluss. The next step in Hitler's program of expansion was the incorporation of Austria into the Third Reich. Austria was a relatively homogeneous German state carved from the shattered Austro-Hungarian Empire after its defeat in 1918. This small state saw a strong and militant socialist movement pitched against a clerical pro-fascist elite. In February 1934, thousands of armed workers had come out in Vienna and other cities to fight the right-wing regime of Engelbert Dollfuss, but after 4 days they had been crushed. The triumphant pro-fascist state imposed a one-party dictatorship which looked to Mussolini's Italy to guarantee its independence from Germany. However, the growing convergence between fascist Italy and Nazi Germany over the following years meant Mussolini was prepared to sacrifice his ally. In March 1938, Hitler demanded that Austria join the Reich. When its leader Kurt Schuschnigg attempted to call a referendum on the issue, German forces moved across the border, meeting no resistance. The British government first heard of the Anschluss during a banquet Chamberlain and Halifax were attending in honor of Ribbentrop. The latter would write from his post-war prison cell while on trial at Nuremberg that Halifax had assured him previously, the British people would never consent to go to war because two German countries wanted to merge. 30. In France, the former foreign minister, Yvon Delbos, told deputies, in response to Leon Blum's plea for a government of national unity, that the communists, frightened by their defeat in Spain, and the Jews, hunted down everywhere, are searching for salvation in a world war. 31 days after Hitler entered Vienna, Halifax's deputy, Rab Butler, formed a publicity committee to ensure the media carried letters and articles favorable to the government's foreign policy and attacking Winston Churchill and other critics. Henderson wrote from the Berlin embassy to Halifax suggesting that on some favorable occasion in the House of Commons or House of Lords we should say quite openly that we have no intention of trying to hamper Germany's legitimate freedom of action in Central or Eastern Europe. 32 Shortly after, Henderson explained, "I admit that personally I am only too glad to wish that she should look eastwards instead of westwards." 33. Even before German troops entered Vienna, a pogrom engulfed the city's Jewish population. Nazi sympathizers led mobs in attacks on Jewish homes, businesses, and shops, carrying out arrests and inflicting beatings. 500 Viennese Jews committed suicide in despair. 34 The Nazi state was shocked at such unofficial Aryanization, with individuals rather than the state plundering the Jews. The Nazi leadership wanted a more systematic approach to removing the Jews than such wild pogroms. Reinhard Heydrich, in charge of the SS in the city, threatened Austrian Nazis with the Gestapo for their lack of discipline. In contrast, the SS implemented their Vienna model, devised by its Jewish expert Adolf Eichmann, which encouraged Jewish emigration in return for them signing over property, businesses, and wealth to the SS. By autumn, Viennese Jews were being removed to temporary accommodation pending voluntary emigration. 35. Czechoslovakia is sold away. The next and obvious target of Nazi aggression was Czechoslovakia, a country which both Britain and France had helped create in the wake of the First World War and which France was treaty-bound to defend. Czechoslovakia was alone in Eastern Europe in being a democratic state with a strong and vibrant left and labor movement. Its government was willing to enter into alliance with Russia to defend its independence. This created a suspicion in London and Paris that Berlin carefully exploited. The Czech army could dispose 30 to 40 divisions and had built strong fortifications along its mountainous frontier with Germany. In addition, Skoda was the biggest single armaments plant in the world. 36 This represented both a great threat and a great prize for Hitler. Within the Sudeten area, abutting the frontier with the Reich, was a predominantly German population that had been allocated to the new Czech state on its formation at the end of the war. Hitler now incited agitation for self-determination among the German population of the Sudetenland, threatening a humanitarian intervention on behalf of the German minority in the strategically important Czech borderlands. 37. Clashes erupted between Sudeten Nazis and the Czech state forces. Britain began pressuring the Prague government to make concessions to the Sudeten Germans. The same month, Ambassador Henderson telegrammed London saying that the danger of war lay not with Hitler but in the forces working for war, namely German and Czech extremists, communists, and other influences, and the universal hatred of Nazism. 38 If the British government seemed to believe it could feed Hitler territory in Eastern Europe in order to satisfy his hunger, events there were a more serious matter for its French ally. The two pillars of French strategy in the event of war with Germany were that the impregnable fortifications along the Maginot Line would block any direct invasion of France, while alliances with various Eastern European states would ensure that German forces would be tied down in the east. After the First World War, France had championed the creation of a ring of states on Germany's eastern borders which it believed it could use to curtail any future German military revival. The only one of these states with the ability to withstand Hitler's Germany was Czechoslovakia, which possessed sufficient industrial and military strength to resist until such time as its allies could mobilize to come to its aid. Czechoslovakia was also the only liberal democracy in the region. There was a deep enmity between Poland and Czechoslovakia. As part of the post-war settlement, the latter had been awarded the Teschen region, claimed by Poland, which remained a running sore. But the Prague and Warsaw governments were divided over more than Teschen. In 1920, when Poland invaded Soviet Russia, the Czechs had refused to allow French arms supplies to cross their territory in its support. The Poles were vehemently anti-Russian and until the summer of 1939 regarded Russia as a greater enemy than Germany. Polish foreign policy was to attempt to play its two neighbors off against each other. That did not stop it signing a pact with Hitler after he took power. When, in 1935, the Nazi regime began demanding the transfer of the German-speaking region of Czechoslovakia, the Sudetenland, to the Third Reich, the Polish government echoed its claims that Czechoslovakia was an artificial state. The Polish foreign minister, Josef Beck, had just returned from a visit to Berlin convinced that Czechoslovakia was a Russian satrap. The president of Czechoslovakia from 1936 until his resignation in 1938, following the Munich Agreement, was Edvard Beneš, who the Polish government and many in London and Paris regarded as pro-Russian. The fear caused by the Great Strike Wave of June 1936 in France, and the revolutionary upheaval across the border in Barcelona later that summer, was still real in French ruling circles. Early in 1937 the chair of the French Chamber of Deputies Foreign Policy Commission warned that war between Germany and Czechoslovakia might turn the latter into a second Spain. On the same theme an Allied diplomat warned, who knows if around Brno, a new Catalonia will not spring up. 39 He was warning that a Czech industrial city might fall prey to the revolutionary impulse which had seen workers take effective control of Barcelona in the summer of 1936. The Czech working class was strong and well organized. A war in 1938 in defense of Czechoslovakia would become embroiled with that in Spain, creating, in other words, a European civil war between left and right. Britain and France wanted none of that. War over Czechoslovakia would have brought France and Britain into alliance with Russia, which pledged military help to Prague. This was something neither power desired, and both became desperate to escape their commitments to Czechoslovakia. Sensing this, Hitler stepped up his threats to intervene militarily on behalf of the Sudeten Germans. In September 1938 the Times ran an editorial calling on the Prague government to cede the Sudetenland to Hitler. In those days the paper was regarded as a mouthpiece for the British government. Its editor, Geoffrey Dawson, was a close friend of Halifax. Clearly it was being used to test the waters for what would become Whitehall policy. Chamberlain accepted Hitler's claim that his intention was simply a reuniting of ethnic Germans in the region with their homeland, telling journalists invited to meet him at Lady Astor's home, "Hitler wants all the Germans he can lay his hands on, but positively no foreigners." 40. On September 7 the British government resolved to inform Hitler that Britain demanded a negotiated settlement and if this was not forthcoming she would not stand aside. Henderson was charged with delivering this warning during the Nazis' annual Nuremberg rally. But he refused to present it, insisting that the British press write up Hitler as the apostle of peace. Henderson got his way. 41. On September 12 Hitler demanded the right of self-determination for the Sudeten Germans. The Times once again backed this proposal. Britain and France now suggested a plebiscite to decide the future of the Sudetenland. Further clashes occurred between the Sudeten Nazis and the Czechs, who declared martial law in the region. Chamberlain was so determined to forestall a threatened invasion that he wrote to Hitler, "I propose to come over at once to see you with a view to try and find a peaceful solution. I propose to come by air and am ready to start tomorrow." 42 Chamberlain told only 3 of his cabinet colleagues of his intention to accept the invitation and did not inform his French ally at all. On September 15, 1938 Chamberlain flew to meet Hitler at Berchtesgaden. The Daily Herald, the official mouthpiece of the Labour leadership, saw him off with the words, "Good luck, Chamberlain." 43 Chamberlain assured the Führer that, "From the moment of my appointment as British Prime Minister I have been constantly occupied with the question of Anglo-German rapprochement." Hitler told Chamberlain that he was about to order the invasion of Czechoslovakia in order to incorporate the Sudetenland into the Third Reich. Chamberlain responded saying, "My personal opinion was that on principle I didn't care 2 hoots whether the Sudetens were in the Reich, or out of it, according to their own wishes, but I saw immense practical difficulties." 44. Chamberlain agreed to return to London to consult over this matter while Hitler agreed to put the invasion on hold until his return. Hitler concluded from the meeting that the London and Paris governments would not offer resistance until it was too late and that the British Tories would never enter into alliance with Moscow. Following his visit to Hitler, Chamberlain would write to his sisters, "I have had a conversation with a man, and one with whom I can do business. I am the most popular man in Germany." 45 Back in London, Chamberlain won his cabinet and the French government over to an insistence that Czechoslovakia surrender territory to the Nazi regime or face an invasion on its own. Chamberlain announced a new understanding between England and Germany, saying of Hitler, "It was impossible not to be impressed with the power of the man. His objectives were strictly limited. When he had included the Sudeten Germans in the Reich he would be satisfied." 46. The British Prime Minister returned to Germany on September 21 to organize the transfer of these territories. Hitler informed Chamberlain he was not prepared to wait on a plebiscite. He demanded that the Czechs evacuate their border defenses and hand over the Skoda munitions works intact immediately. He finished by saying that German troops were ready to occupy a much greater area of the Czechoslovak state. Chamberlain protested that Hitler was raising fresh demands without agreeing to a general settlement, but in the early hours of the morning the two leaders had a private meeting which ended in an agreement that they would act together to prevent war in Europe. Chamberlain agreed to return to London to discuss this new turn of events. He left telling his German hosts, according to their record of the meeting, that a relationship of confidence had grown up between himself and the Führer as a result of the conversations of the last few days. 47 Hitler's translator, Paul Schmidt, recorded the Führer's closing words, "Between us there should be no conflict, we will not stand in the way of your pursuit of your non-European interests and you may without harm let us have a free hand on the European continent in Central and South East Europe." 48. Hitler knew this was exactly what Chamberlain wanted to hear. The Englishman left believing he had reached a European settlement with the German leaders. He returned to London to tell the cabinet he was prepared to accept transfer of the areas the Germans now demanded, assuring them that Hitler would not deceive a man whom he respected and with whom he had been in negotiation, and he was sure that Herr Hitler now felt some respect for him. He added that, he thought that he had now established an influence over Herr Hitler and that the latter trusted him and was willing to work with him. 49. But this time Chamberlain could not carry his colleagues. Halifax refused to accept such brazen blackmail from Hitler. The Royal Navy was mobilized, gas masks were issued to civilians, and war seemed probable. All the time Chamberlain was using back channels to reassure Hitler this was all for public consumption and that Britain would not fight to save Czechoslovakia. 3 days after Chamberlain's second meeting with Hitler, the Czech government refused the German demands. On September 27 Chamberlain broadcast to the British people saying, "How horrible, fantastic, incredible it is that we should be digging trenches and trying on gas masks here because of a quarrel in a faraway country between people of whom we know nothing." 50 He ended by saying he was ready to travel to Germany to meet Hitler at any time. On September 28 Chamberlain opened a debate in the House of Commons on the issue. After he sat down, in a piece of theatre, he rose again to say he had just been handed a note inviting him to a conference the following day in Munich, with Hitler, Mussolini, and Daladier, the French premier. The Munich summit was of course a stage-managed affair. Mussolini, at Hitler's behest, had initiated the meeting and as a supposedly neutral referee carefully prepared his proposals with the Germans before presenting them to the Anglo-French side. As the leaders of the four powers pored over maps of Czechoslovakia, the one government not represented was Czechoslovakia's. At the close of the meeting the decision to surrender a fifth of Czechoslovakia to Nazi Germany was communicated to Prague. Hitler and Chamberlain then had a private meeting at the latter's insistence, at which the British Prime Minister secured a piece of paper promising that Britain and Germany would never fight each other again. This was the paper he waved at Heston Airfield as he announced he had secured peace in our time. King George VI invited him onto the balcony of Buckingham Palace to be acclaimed, an unprecedented act. The Times editorial thundered, "No conqueror returning from a victory on the battlefield has come home adorned with nobler laurels than Mr. Chamberlain from Munich yesterday," and king and people alike have shown by the manner of their reception their sense of his achievement. 51. For Britain and France, war with Nazi Germany in defense of Czechoslovakia would risk escalating the ongoing Spanish Civil War into a European civil war. Stalin had been prepared to fight to defend Czechoslovakia in alliance with Britain and France, but when that proposal was rejected, it was apparent that the Chamberlain government was trying to encourage Germany to go to war with Russia. The head of the British Foreign Office reported of Chamberlain in May 1939, "In his present mood, PM says he will resign rather than sign alliance with Soviets." 52 The policy pursued by London and Paris, which urged the Czechs not to fight but to surrender the Sudetenland to Hitler, was endorsed by the US government. Poland had delivered its own ultimatum to Czechoslovakia during the Munich crisis, and its troops had moved in to occupy the Teschen district. After Munich, the Russian Vice Commissioner for Foreign Affairs, Vladimir Potemkin, said to the French ambassador, "My poor friend, what have you done? For us I see no other outcome but a fourth partition of Poland." 53 The previous three partitions, in the 18th century, had been agreed between Tsarist Russia, Prussia, and Austria. Stalin wanted the Third Reich to focus its aggression elsewhere while the USSR provided the raw materials vital for war. Realizing Britain and France viewed any alliance with Russia frostily, he began to put feelers out to Berlin concerning the possibility of a pact between the two states. 54 Hitler had succeeded in dividing the states to his east and west, which might have been united against him. But Hitler was unhappy with the outcome of Munich. He wanted a war to annex Czechoslovakia. The agreement with Chamberlain mattered little because he knew the Prime Minister could easily be replaced by Churchill or Eden. Hitler's ambitions went beyond winning hegemony over Central and Eastern Europe, and he understood that Britain, France, and the US had an interest in steering him into a war with Russia. Despite his promises at Munich, Hitler moved at the beginning of 1939 to liquidate the rump Czech state, with German tanks moving in to occupy the country. Hitler himself visited Prague and spent one night there. There was no opposition, the Czechs were in no position to resist, but the response of the population was obviously sullen. British intelligence noted as early as March 1938 that German troops were set to march on Prague. The U.S. charge d'affaires in Berlin reported to Washington. The British consular, who returned from London today, states that the British Foreign Office is inclined to regard any move by the Germans in Czechoslovakia with calmness and will advise the British government against assuming a threatening attitude when it in fact contemplates doing nothing. He stated in short that the British government were reconciled to a possible extreme German action in Czechoslovakia. 55. Chamberlain himself told the Commons the invasion was a shock to confidence, but added, "Do not let us be deflected from our course." He uttered not a word of sympathy for the Czechs. 56 When a Labour MP called on the government to warn Hitler not to attack the lives and liberties of the Czech people, Chamberlain told him, "I think it is wrong to assume that the German government have any such intention." 57. There was beginning to emerge, however timidly, an alliance between the Labour Party and a growing section of the Tory party which realised that any further retreat would mark the end of Britain as a great power. Their difference with Chamberlain was that while he believed Britain's status as a great power could only be maintained by coming to a rapprochement with Hitler and Mussolini, they believed it required opposing their expansion. Churchill was no less an anti-communist than Chamberlain, but being in the minority position within the Tory party and the ruling class, he needed any ally he could find. The left in Britain, in the form of the Communist Party and its allies on the Labour left, were on the streets opposing Munich and demanding aid for the Spanish Republic, but their loyalty to the Soviet Union meant they would soon, by the summer of 1939, drop anti-fascism in deference to Russia's foreign policy. Chamberlain was kept abreast of the opposition to him thanks to the actions of Sir Joseph Ball, a former MI5 operative, now head of the Conservative Research Department. Through friends in MI5, Ball arranged for wiretaps on the phones of anti-appeasement Tory MPs including Harold Macmillan, the future Tory Prime Minister, and the leader of the Liberal Party, Sir Archibald Sinclair, a confidant of Winston Churchill. 58. Across the Channel, the French Premier Daladier used strong language against the Third Reich over the invasion of Czechoslovakia, but this was combined with growing anti-communism in government circles, a cooling towards Russia, with whom France had earlier signed a military treaty, and a refusal to act unless Britain did so too. 2 months after Munich, a young German Jewish refugee shot the secretary at Germany's Paris embassy in protest at the treatment of his family. Goebbels responded with orders instructing party members to attack synagogues, Jewish businesses, and homes throughout Germany. Reports of the officially sanctioned murder and arson on Kristallnacht on 9 and November 10 shocked people worldwide. Gestapo head Heydrich estimated that 7,500 shops were destroyed. Some 267 synagogues were set on fire and hundreds more attacked. The pogrom ended with 20,000 Jews being held in concentration camps. The Jewish population was required to pay 25 million marks towards damaged property and was fined 1 billion marks. Jews were expelled from hospitals, old people's homes and schools, and banned from public places. 59 Göring told the Council of Ministers the next day, "I certainly would not like to be a Jew in Germany," and ended the meeting with this forecast: if in the near future the German Reich should come into conflict with foreign powers, it goes without saying we in Germany should first come to a showdown with the Jews. 60. The British Air Minister, Kingsley Wood, reported Chamberlain's reaction thus: "Oh, what tedious people these Germans can be. Just when we were beginning to make a little progress." 61. The final hours before war. Chamberlain continued trying to reach a European settlement with Hitler despite the fiasco over Czechoslovakia, but as an insurance policy efforts were begun to rebuild British and French defences and to make an alliance with Poland. If Hitler did decide to march westwards, seeking to incorporate the Low Countries or attacking France, such an alliance would threaten him with a two-front war, something the British government believed Hitler would not risk. The Polish state created in the wake of the First World War contained a significant German minority, concentrated in the industrial and mining region of Silesia. The Allies had also allowed the new state access to the Baltic Sea by carving out what was called the Polish Corridor, a tranche of territory which divided the German region of East Prussia. Both states disputed control of Danzig, which had been placed under League of Nations control, in an attempt to resolve the dispute. Britain pledged to act to defend Polish independence but did not promise to maintain its existing boundaries. Chamberlain was prepared to offer Hitler Polish territory if the Führer was prepared to enter another Munich-style agreement. As the British Premier explained to his sister, "What we are concerned with is not the boundaries of states, but attacks on their independence. And it is we who will judge whether this independence is threatened or not." 62. These pledges meant little unless Britain was prepared to enter into a pact with Russia, as Britain had no means to intervene against German aggression in Poland, given German control of the Baltic and the difficulty of sending aid from the Mediterranean given that Hitler was allied to Italy, Hungary, and Bulgaria. Chamberlain was vehement there would be no alliance with Moscow. The permanent Under-Secretary for Foreign Affairs, Sir Alexander Cadogan, noted in his diary on May 20, 1939 that Chamberlain's instinctive contempt for the Americans was matched by what amounted to a hatred of the Russians. 63. The French ambassador in Moscow noted the consequences of Britain's foreign policy in first scorning Stalin at the time of Munich and now allying with Poland against Germany but rejecting an alliance with Russia. After having pushed Stalin towards Hitler at Munich, it now Hitler that they pushed towards Stalin. 64. Hitler had reneged on his promise not to gobble up the rump Czechoslovak state in March 1939. Traditionally, British imperial policy rested upon not allowing any European state to become too powerful to dominate the continental mainland. It was now clear Hitler intended to annex much of Eastern Europe and the Balkans. Chamberlain may have been prepared to surrender Eastern Europe, but the overall battle for world markets meant this threatened British economic interests. Greece was of strategic importance in terms of the Mediterranean Suez Canal route to India, while the United Kingdom had significant economic interests in the Balkans, which British business did not wish to surrender and was now in fear that Southeast Europe would become, effectively, a German colony from which they were excluded. If Germany entered into an alliance with Greece, that would threaten Britain and France's control of the vital Mediterranean sea lanes. 65. In April 1939, Chamberlain, needing to ensure Britain was ready to intervene, if only to buttress his negotiating position with Hitler, agreed to the introduction of conscription. In retaliation, Hitler renounced the 1935 Anglo-German naval agreement. Still, Chamberlain hoped he might deter Hitler and tried to broker a Munich-style conference aimed at feeding Hitler a tranche of Polish territory. In July 1939 he told the owner of the Daily Telegraph that he had not yet given up hopes of peace and that, if Hitler were asking for Danzig in a normal way, it might be possible to arrange things. 66 On July 24 Chamberlain's special advisor, Sir Horace Wilson, met with Dr. Helmut Wohltat, one of Göring's team responsible for the four-year economic plan. With Chamberlain's approval, Wilson jotted down on Downing Street-headed paper the outline of an Anglo-German non-aggression pact, including trade relations and disarmament. The German ambassador in London met with Wilson and reported to Berlin that a program of negotiations would still be possible even after a German invasion of Poland. Wilson pressed for an Anglo-German agreement which would practically render Britain's guarantee policy nugatory. 67. Chamberlain was prepared to countenance a rearmament program if it would make Hitler realize that it never will be worthwhile to go to war, telling his sister, "What you want are defensive forces sufficiently strong to make it impossible for the other side to win except at such a cost as to make it not worthwhile." 68 The British Chiefs of Staff had already come to the conclusion that no effective aid could be given to Poland in the event of a German attack. 69 Hitler, on the other hand, now saw that an agreement with Stalin would allow him to occupy Poland and then, if necessary, fight Britain and France on a single front. Stalin had pressed for a military alliance with Britain and France in the event of a German attack in Eastern Europe. The Poles would not accept this because of their deep distrust of Russia. Eventually an Anglo-French military mission was dispatched headed by an obscure admiral, Sir Reginald Aylmer Ranfilly Plunketernal Laurel Drax. It sailed to Russia on an old steamer, taking 6 days to get there. The admiral's instructions were to drag negotiations out, presumably by demanding he be referred to by his full name at all times. On August 23 the Russian and German foreign ministers, Molotov and Ribbentrop, met in the Kremlin to sign a 10-year non-aggression pact. In return for a German credit of 200 million marks, Russia would supply raw materials, petrol, grain, cotton, phosphates, and timber. A secret protocol to the pact divided Eastern Europe into German and Soviet spheres of influence. Finland, Estonia, and Latvia were apportioned to Russia. Poland was to be partitioned in the event of its political rearrangement. Lithuania, adjacent to East Prussia, would be in the German sphere of influence. In the south, Germany acknowledged Russia's interest, and German lack of interest, in Bessarabia, a part of Romania. 70 Hitler was amazed that the Russians did not ask for the release of the jailed German communist leader Ernst Thälmann. A day after the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, London signed an agreement with Poland affirming it would act if Poland was attacked. The Prime Minister told the U.S. Ambassador Joseph Kennedy that, "I have done everything that I can think of and it seems as if all my work has come to naught." The ambassador had argued with him to pressure the Poles to agree to German demands and noted that the Prime Minister was deeply depressed and that, says, "the futility of it all is the thing that is frightful. After all, they cannot save the Poles, they can merely carry on a war of revenge that will mean the destruction of the whole of Europe." 71 Kennedy reported to Washington that Chamberlain was more worried about getting the Poles to be reasonable than the Germans. 72. Meanwhile, a Swedish businessman working in London, Birger Dalhérus, was acting as a contact between British Foreign Secretary Lord Halifax and the Nazi second-in-command, Hermann Göring. In August 1939, with the private blessing of Hitler and Halifax, a meeting between Göring and his advisors and a group of 7 British businessmen took place on a German island in the Baltic. During 3 days of talks, the businessmen repeated the official British line that the guarantee to Poland still stood, but that Germany could obtain financial and industrial prosperity and the Lebensraum she had been seeking if only she did not actually invade Poland. This could be achieved, it was suggested, through a new four-power conference, attended by Chamberlain, Hitler, Mussolini, and the French Prime Minister Daladier, with the status of the port of Danzig and the disputed Polish corridor at the top of the agenda. 73. On August 29 a friend of Lord Halifax noted in her diary, "Edward thinks if we can keep Hitler talking for 2 more days the corner will be turned." 74 Chamberlain continued to hope to broker a Munich-style conference via the Italians. The Italian foreign minister, Count Ciano, promised to convene a 4-power conference on the Munich model. Halifax kept up negotiations with Göring through Dalhousie, stressing that Britain wanted a peaceful resolution of Hitler's demands for the port of Danzig. Dalhousie even phoned Göring from Halifax's office in the Foreign Office. But Hitler told senior Wehrmacht officers, "Danzig is not the subject of the dispute at all. It is a question of expanding our Lebensraum in the east and securing our food supplies, of the settlement of the Baltic problem." 75. Pressure from London and Paris stopped the Poles from carrying out a full mobilization of their army until August 30, with the result that a quarter of their troops never reached their units following the German attack which finally occurred on September 1. Britain did not declare war for a further 2 days despite treaty obligations, with Chamberlain and Halifax hoping for an Italian initiative. Britain demanded German troops withdraw from Poland. Berlin refused to answer. On Saturday, September 2, the House of Commons met at 7:30 p.m. Britain and France had now decided on a midnight ultimatum, but Chamberlain failed to announce this. MPs rose in rebellion. 76 Meanwhile, Chamberlain's speech was passed to Göring via the Swedish go-between, Dalhousie. There was no answer regarding a 4-power conference. Ministers demanded a late-night cabinet which set an ultimatum for 11 a.m. the next day. The government whips advised that the mood among Tory MPs was sour. At 11:12 a.m. on September 3, Chamberlain broadcast that there was no response to the ultimatum and that Britain was now in a state of war with Germany. A sense of doom was felt in the highest circles. The permanent secretary at the Foreign Office recorded in his diary for September 1939, "Buckhouse to see King, called in about 6:10 and stayed till 6:50. He was depressed, and a little defeatist." As Andrew Roberts comments, putting the word into French makes it no less extraordinary that within a week of the outbreak of war, the senior official at the Foreign Office could find the King Emperor to be defeatist about Britain's war prospects. 77 Chips Channon, Tory MP, society figure and parliamentary private secretary to Rab Butler, made his regrets clear about the declaration of war. "I feel that our world, or all that remains of it, is committing suicide, whilst Stalin laughs and the Kremlin triumphs." 78. After the announcement of war, Lord Halifax asked his permanent secretary what Britain's war aims were. "I told him I saw awful difficulties. We can no longer say evacuate Poland without going to war with Russia, which we don't want to do. I suppose the cry is abolish Hitlerism. What if Hitler hands over to Göring? Meanwhile, what of the course of operations? What if Germany now sits tight? What do we do? Build up our armaments feverishly? What for? Must try to think this out." 79. The British cabinet meeting discussed air attacks on Germany in support of the Poles. On September 30 the Air Minister, Sir Kingsley Wood, rejected setting fire to the Black Forest, explaining, "Are you aware it is private property? Why, you'll be asking me to bomb Essen next." Essen was home to the giant Krupp's arms plant. Similar arguments meant strikes on Ruhr armaments plants were also rejected. Instead, the RAF dropped propaganda leaflets. One explanation for such a pathetic response was the hopes of Chamberlain and others that a compromise deal could be brokered with Berlin. The French government and military were also at a loss how to proceed. The French had planned on maintaining a defensive posture until the British and the US came to their aid. Key to this policy was the construction, at great expense, of the Maginot Line covering the French border with Germany up to its junction with the Belgian frontier. The French High Command argued that if Germany attacked it would be through the Belgian plain and French forces would advance to fight a war of maneuver. There were a number of fatal flaws in this plan. Firstly, it depended on Belgian cooperation, but in October 1936 King Leopold LLL had revoked his country's alliance with France and declared it neutral. Secondly, the Germans knew of the French plan to advance north into Belgium to counter any thrust and planned accordingly. Lastly, the commitment of major forces to man the Maginot Line and the earmarking of the vast bulk of the remaining forces for an advance northwards into the Low Countries, meant little was left in reserve. Despite evidence France would face a mobile enemy, the French High Command drew from Spain the lesson, as its chief, General Gamelin stated, that German tanks were inadequately protected, fit only for the scrap heap. In response to a junior officer, Charles de Gaulle, who wanted independent armored formations, he argued, "You cannot hope to achieve real breakthroughs with tanks. The tank is not independent enough. It has to go ahead, but then must return for fuel and supplies." Gamelin added, "Our doctrine is correct." 81 French tanks were to be dispersed among the infantry to provide support in ways similar to the previous war. French forces would be strung out along the border with no concentrated reserve to respond to any breakthrough. France entered the Second World deeply divided. Indigenous fascism was too divided and weak to take power, and the working class sullen and unenthusiastic about defending their employers' interests. The French establishment, frustrated with the failure of domestic fascism to pose an effective governmental option, increasingly began to speculate openly that Hitler might be a salvation from without. The stage was set for the great military collapse of the 1939–45 war. France's ambassador to Moscow, Robert Coulondre, expressed a widespread view that war had to be avoided, but if it came, then a victory for Hitler was preferable to a possible communist takeover of France. Vanquished, she was Nazified; victorious, she had, especially following the destruction of German power, to sustain the growing weight of the Slavic world, armed with the communist flamethrowers. 82. Appeasement continues. The forces striving for appeasement were still at work. The Duke of Westminster convened a meeting to push for peace on September 11 at his London home, attended by the Duke of Buccleuch and Lords Rushcliffe, Arnold, and Mottistone. 83 The British government sanctioned the publication of the British Case, written by the top Tory Lord Lloyd in late 1939 and published at the start of the new year with an introduction by Lord Halifax. The book pleaded that there was no frontier in Eastern Europe which need be a cause for conflict between Britain and Germany if only Hitler would cooperate with the British government. Lloyd made it clear that the British government was not fighting fascism or asking the German people to rid themselves of Nazism. Lloyd praises Franco for leading the nationalist uprising in Spain in 1936, ignoring the fact that his uprising was against an elected government. Turning to Mussolini, he declared, "Above all, the Italian genius has developed, in the characteristic fascist institutions, a highly authoritarian regime which, however, threatens neither religious nor economic freedom, nor the security of other European nations." 84. The crux of the matter for Lloyd was that what prevented an honorable peace between Britain and Germany was not the occupation of Poland but Hitler's pact with Stalin. He wrote, "This was Herr Hitler's final apostasy. It was the betrayal of Europe. It meant the sacrifice on the altar of communist ambition not only of Eastern Poland but of other independent states." Hitler was criticized for sacrificing Europe's traditional institutions and habits on the blood-stained altars of world revolution. 85. In December 1939, 4 months into the war, Sir Alexander Cadogan, permanent Under-Secretary of State at the Foreign Office, had warned Lord Halifax of the need to be cautious about war aims. "The difficulty that I see is that to proclaim democracy and liberty enables the enemy to say that we stand for the Front Populaire and the Red government in Spain. And millions of people in Europe think that these things are awful." 86 So this was not posed as a war against fascism but instead as a war to save European civilization. Britain still hoped Mussolini, Franco, and Portugal's authoritarian ruler Salazar would come down on the side of European freedom. 87. Meanwhile, Chamberlain continued to seek a rapprochement with Germany, though he now believed Hitler was unstable and should be replaced. British diplomats and spies sought ways to make contacts with good Nazis and with the German High Command. For 7 months, from the outbreak of war in September 1939 until April 1940, Britain and France sat on their hands on the Western Front facing Germany in what became known as the Phony War, reflecting the fact that London and Paris did not want to carry out any offensive actions against the Third Reich. The French commander Gamelin had informed his British counterpart, Lord Gort, in July 1939, "We have every interest in the war beginning in the East and becoming a general conflict only little by little. We will thus have the time necessary to put on a war footing all Franco-British forces." 88 Britain and France, incredibly, pushed ahead with plans to attack not Germany but Russia. In November 1939 Stalin ordered the invasion of Finland after it refused demands to surrender territory bordering the USSR. The British and French planned intervention in support of the Finns. By March both countries were preparing to send 50,000 volunteers, in reality regular troops. In February 1940 General Gamelin approved plans for the bombing of the Soviet oil center at Baku, supposedly to stop oil deliveries to Germany. By March plans were in place for a Franco-British attack using bases in Turkey, Syria, Iraq, and Iran. 4 French Air Corps and 6 British squadrons were earmarked for this operation. Only Finland's capitulation prevented both sides going to war with Russia. Days later German forces invaded and occupied Norway and Denmark. 89. In the 1990s a new generation of Tory revisionist historians came out in defense of appeasement. John Charmiley, for example, defended Chamberlain's policy on the basis that the Soviet Union was an equally sinister threat as Nazi Germany, concluding, "It might well have been in Britain's best interest to sit back and let the Nazis and Soviets fight themselves to exhaustion." Churchill neglected to ask himself, until too late, what the results of the total destruction of German power would be upon the balance of power for which he had wished to fight in the 1930s. 90. Maurice Cowling developed this line. "It is wrong to assume that a dominant Germany would have been more intolerable to Britain than the Soviet Union was to become, or that British statesmen had a duty to risk British lives to prevent Hitler behaving intolerably to Germans and others. We do not know that Hitler wanted war against Britain, we know only that he wanted war against the Soviet Union, and found himself at war with Britain and France when British indignation turned Chamberlain's political interference at Munich into a military commitment against him. Though the balance is a fine one, Russian domination of Europe after a long war, the destruction of Germany and the emasculation of the British Empire, were probably worse for Britain than German domination of Europe might have been if that had been effected without war or the emasculation of the Empire. 91. The horrific reality of the German occupation of Europe is ignored. So too is the substantial evidence that Hitler would not have been content with controlling Europe but wanted global domination, and that required confronting Britain. The truth is that the consistent policy of appeasement pursued by Chamberlain had convinced Hitler that Britain would not go to war, and even if it did, it would fight half-heartedly. One argument deployed in favor of appeasement and Munich was that it bought time for Britain to rearm. Yet the evidence does not support this. Between Munich and the declaration of war in September 1939, Britain's military expenditure was a fifth that of Germany's and its fighter production was half. British aircraft production only overtook Germany's in the spring of 1940 when numbers passed 1,000 a month. 92. All of this misses out the simple fact that the leaders of Britain and France were not prepared to fight an anti-fascist war and risk unleashing the popular unrest that would come with it. That had already become clear in Spain during the Civil War, but unfortunately the Republic's leaders focused on winning support from those same governments rather than building on the popular revolutionary upsurge which had thrown back Franco's campaign. The British ruling class were aware of the decline of Britain as a world power, and feared their rivals, but they were also haunted by the memory of the revolutionary wave which had broken across Europe at the close of the 1914-18 war. They had been shaken by the upsurge of working-class struggle in 1919-20 and by the 1926 general strike. That fear meant they could not grasp the sea change that had happened within Russia and still saw it as fomenting revolution, when, in fact, Stalin shared their hatred of any such upheavals. Chapter 5. The Early War. The Fall of Poland. In August 1939 Hitler gathered his senior military commanders at his Alpine home, the Berghof, to tell them of his alliance with Stalin, his decision to invade Poland, and his belief that Britain and France were in no position to aid their Polish ally. He then told them frankly, "I have put my death's head formations in place with the command relentlessly and without compassion to send into death many women and children of Polish origin and language. Poland will be depopulated and settled with Germans. As for the East, the fate of Russia will be exactly the same. After Stalin's death, he is a very sick man, we will break the Soviet Union. Then there will begin the dawn of the German rule of the earth." After Hitler pledged to eradicate Polish women and children, Hermann Göring jumped up onto a table and offered bloodthirsty thanks and bloody promises and proceeded to dance around like a savage. 1. The barbarity of Nazism would be inflicted on the population of Poland at terrible cost and with terrible consequences. In the first days of the invasion on 3 and September 4, German troops burnt down the village of Zlokso, killing 200 people. On September 5 mass reprisals began in the city of Bijazich, after the killing of ethnic Germans blamed for sniping attacks on Poles. 1,000 Poles were killed in the city and a further 5,000 in the surrounding region. 2. Hitler wanted a quick victory over Poland before there was the possibility of Britain and France launching an attack. He was confident that Britain and France would return to the negotiating table once Poland was swallowed up. The German plan was to destroy the small regular Polish army near the border prior to its reserve being mobilized. Further, by overrunning the assembly areas for those reserves, it would throw the mobilization into chaos. The Polish command believed Danzig would be the initial target of any German attack and placed about a third of their army in the corridor between West and East Prussia, that allowed the Germans to attack from both flanks, inflicting a crushing defeat. Air strikes destroyed most of the Polish air force on the ground. The Luftwaffe then concentrated on supporting the army's ground attack and preventing movement of troops and material. German forces from East Prussia attacked east of Warsaw. An armored thrust from the west was diverted from entering the capital and ordered to wheel round and advance to the east of the city, linking with the forces advancing from East Prussia. The Polish army was surrounded, trapped against the German border. Fighting continued, but the outcome of the war was decided. The role of the Luftwaffe was to provide support for ground forces, operating in close contact with them rather than acting as an independent strategic force as did the French and British air forces. The head of the Italian Secret Service, General Giacomo Carboni, produced a report for Mussolini's military coordinator, General Cavallero, which challenged beliefs, developed in the wake of the 1914-18 war, that stronger firepower gave the advantage to defense. He pointed out that in modern warfare large turning movements were possible at long range and could divide and defeat defending forces. This is what had happened in Poland. He also noted that control of the air had been central to the German victory and that commanders of major units had intervened directly on the battlefront using motor transport. Cavallero simply ignored the lessons Carboni had drawn. 3. By September 8 the leading panzers were on the outskirts of Warsaw, having covered 140 miles in only 8 days. 2 days later all Polish forces were ordered to fall back and regroup in eastern Poland for a last stand. Poland's hope rested on a major French and British offensive in the west to relieve the pressure. Thus far the French army on the Rhine limited itself to reoccupying some villages that had been evacuated. Yet facing them on a still incomplete west wall were just 35 German divisions, 25 of which were second grade or even lower. The French could field 70 divisions, which had superiority in terms of tanks and aircraft. The French commander, General Maurice Gamelin, assured Warsaw that the French army was fully engaged in combat, but on September 13 all military action on the Western Front was ended, with French troops ordered to fall back behind the Maginot Line. 4. Warsaw was surrounded on September 15 and suffered punishing bombing raids without hope of relief. It surrendered on September 27 after 18 days of continuous bombing. German forces in the Brest-Litovsk area came into contact with the Red Army advancing from the east. They were informed that the Russians were occupying eastern Poland as agreed by a secret clause in the Hitler-Stalin Pact. The brief campaign of conquest in Poland was a terrible warning of what would lie ahead as the Third Reich expanded eastwards. 531 Polish towns and villages were burned and the Wehrmacht carried out 714 mass executions. Altogether, it is estimated that 16,376 Polish fell victim to those atrocities. Approximately 60% of these crimes were committed by the Wehrmacht. Regular German troops carried out the massacre of Jewish civilians. Heydrich of the SS explained to the army, "We want to spare the little people, but nobility, clergy, and Jews must be killed." 5. Hitler ordered Poland to be erased from the map of Europe. The Germans occupied western and northern Poland up to the river Bug. The industrial and coal-producing region of Silesia and northwestern Poland were incorporated directly into the German state. The remainder, named the General Government, was run as a German colony. Poles were physically expelled from those regions incorporated into the Third Reich. Hundreds of thousands were driven from their homes by the SS, forced into cattle trucks and dumped in the General Government area. In the villages of Sola and Jelesnia, peasant women were shot as they tried to run away from their farms. 6. 700,000 homes were confiscated from Polish and Jewish families and given to German families. In the district of Lodz alone, the Nazis seized 70 banks, 3,500 textile factories and shops, 500 wholesale companies and 8,500 retail businesses, all of which were handed over to German firms, Nazi Party members, and Germans who resettled there. Poznan, a city of 270,000 people, was ethnically cleansed of its Polish population. 7. Hitler appointed as chief Gauleiter of Poland the former SA stormtrooper Hans Frank, who condemned its population to virtual serfdom, declaring, "Poland shall be treated as a colony, the Poles shall be the slaves of the Greater German World Empire." 8. What that meant was a blitz on Polish culture and society. Polish universities were closed, all schools bar a few primaries were also closed, and the German criminal code was imposed, allowing death sentences for trivial offenses against Germans. The population was put on a starvation diet. Poles had to sit at the rear of public transport and to give up their seats rather than allow a German to stand. Adults had to salute Germans in uniform and were beaten if they failed to do so, to take off their hats in the presence of German officials and stand aside to let them pass. They had to let Germans be served first in shops. Central Warsaw, designated by Hitler to become a minor German town, was given over to Germans and Poles were pushed further out. Polish agriculture was to be used to feed Germans. Frank made clear his attitude to those under his rule: "I am not interested in the Jews. Whether or not they get any fodder to eat is the last thing I'm concerned about. The second category is made up of the Poles insofar as I can make use of them. I shall feed these Poles with what is left over and what we can spare. Otherwise, I will tell the Poles to look after themselves. I am only interested in the Poles as far as I see in them a reservoir of labor, but not to the extent that I feel it is a governmental responsibility to give them a guarantee that they will get a specific amount to eat. We are not talking of rations for Poles but only of the possibilities of feeding them." 9. The League of Nations revealed that by 1940 the urban Polish population of the General Government area was receiving just 20% of the recommended daily allowance of protein and less than 5% of the necessary fats. 10. In November there was a mass roundup of intellectuals, with 100 members of staff at Krakow University being sent to concentration camps, where 17 older professors died. When Germany attacked France, in order to forestall any unrest, 30,000 members of Poland's elite were arrested, with 3,000 summarily executed. Justifying the mass roundups and executions, Hans Frank stated, "I must quite openly admit that this will cost the lives of a few thousand Poles, but all of us as National Socialists have a duty to ensure that no further resistance emerges from the Polish people." 11. German advance through Belgium and France, May 10 to June 1, 1940. For Poland's Jewish citizens an even worse fate lay in store. On September 21, 1939, Heydrich explained to SS commanders regarding the Jews that the object was a final solution, which will take some time. 12. By the autumn of 1940, 80,000 Poles had been moved out of the area of Warsaw designated as the Jewish ghetto, with an initial 150,000 Jews being housed in the walled-off area. By March 1941 the population was 460,000, with one-third of the city's population housed in 15% of its housing stock. Mortality rates, which stood at 23.5 per thousand in 1940, soared to 90 per thousand in 1941 and a dreadful 142 by 1942.13 under Frank's direction. Over 6 million Poles died, including 3 million Jews. The occupation of France. The Hitler-Stalin Pact removed a key part of the Anglo-French plan for dealing with Hitler, the reimposition of the economic blockade they had enforced in the 1914-18 war. The alliance with Russia meant vital raw materials and foodstuffs flowed into the Reich. However, the pact allowed the British ruling class to package the war as one against Nazism and Bolshevism, with the emphasis tilting towards the latter. The Daily Telegraph declared, "The object of this war is not to destroy Germany, but to save her for Western civilization against her own leadership, because what has to be destroyed is the Bolshevik barbarism of the Eastern Steppes." 14. The Allies hoped to fight a protracted war which would allow them to overtake German war production. The British hoped the French army could hold the Germans in check and that the RAF could destroy much of the German economy through aerial bombing. This, plus a naval blockade, they believed would lead to a German collapse after 18 months. The phony war in which the Anglo-French armies faced their German opponents in a seeming standoff from September 1939 until the spring of 1940 was a deliberate part of this policy. In reality, such a collapse was not on the cards. The German economy was not fully mobilized until the second half of the war. The French military mission to Poland, which since its ally had gained independence provided training and advice, had returned with graphic reports of the German strategy of using armor supported by aircraft to create a breach in the defensive line through which ground forces could then pour. Above all, they reported that the Luftwaffe had destroyed the Polish chain of command and prevented the movement of defense forces. The Air Force general in charge of the mission even predicted that a German attack westwards would fall on the center of the French defensive line and not across the Belgian plain. He was sidelined and French intelligence reports were ignored. 15 In London, Chamberlain drew the conclusion that Hitler's victory in Poland was due to the Air Force and Britain should prioritize building its fleet of heavy bombers above all else. 16. The anti-communism of the Daladier government extended into the phony war period. The French Communist Party's newspaper was banned following the Hitler-Stalin Pact of August 1939, despite the fact it had not caught up with the Moscow line and was urging the union of the French nation against Hitlerian aggression rather than denouncing Anglo-French imperialism. Anti-Semitic, anti-British titles like Je suis partout and Le Petit Parisien continued to appear legally, while the communists had to print and distribute El Humanite Underground. 17. The party's general secretary, Maurice Thérèse, had already enlisted to fight an anti-fascist war. But now the Communist Party adopted an anti-war line under instruction from Moscow, arguing on October 1, 1939 that the French government should consider Hitler's peace terms favorably. Thérèse had to skip the country to Moscow to avoid fighting an imperialist war, being stripped of his French citizenship by Daladier. 18 In September the Communist Party was suppressed and a month later 35 Communist deputies were expelled from parliament and arrested. By March 1940, 300 communist-led local authorities had been suspended and 3,400 party members were in jail. Julian Jackson points out that anti-communism intensified dramatically during the phony war, forming a link between the final months of the Republic and Vichy. 19. Meanwhile, the Daladier government cracked down not on the fascists and anti-Semites but on refugees, many of whom were Jewish, and communists. Even before the war it had begun interning undesirables. This category would expand to include Republican fighters fleeing Franco's victorious forces. All foreigners were included in a new register, which would prove very useful for the German occupiers after France fell. In March 1940 Paul Reynaud replaced Daladier as premier. He was personally resolved to prosecute the war and was admired by Churchill, with whom he had been in contact pre-war. But he had no real base of support in the Chamber of Deputies. His government contained some who openly believed the war to be a mistake, and he was even forced to bring in right-wingers, one of whom was a member of the fascist Croix de Feu. Alastair Horne comments that it was roughly the same as if Churchill had taken Oswald Mosley into his cabinet. 20. Winston Churchill, Walking with Destiny. By now Winston Churchill had been brought into the Chamberlain government as First Lord of the Admiralty. On April 8, 1940, the British War Cabinet voted for Churchill's proposal to mine Norway sea lanes to block exports of Swedish iron ore to Germany. This was a breach of Norwegian neutrality, something the Germans were quick to pin on Britain. The next day the Germans launched their own occupation of Denmark and Norway. The former was rapidly overrun, but the Norwegians resisted the attack, despite losing their capital, Oslo. The British and French had overwhelming naval superiority in the North Atlantic and should have been able to intervene to stop German landings and destroy their supplies. In fact, the whole operation foundered on a failure to ensure cooperation between naval, land and air forces. A series of botched landings ended with an inglorious evacuation of the Anglo-French forces, leaving the Germans with an important strategic hold on a long North Atlantic coastline. Swedish iron ore supplies were never interrupted. 21. The British fleet air arm did carry out the very first successful air attack on a battleship. Its aircraft flying from the Orkneys sank the German cruiser, the Königsberg. However, the British, as we shall see, failed to draw the lesson that heavy battleships were highly vulnerable to air attack if they did not have defending aircraft. 22. On 7 May 8, the House of Commons debated the Norway campaign. Despite Churchill being responsible for the whole operation, it quickly became a vote of confidence in the Prime Minister. Following one of the Chamber's most dramatic debates, the government won by 281 votes to 200, but 41 government supporters voted against it and 60 Tories abstained. On the following day, Chamberlain was visited by a Tory grandee, Lord Salisbury, who advised him to quit. Chamberlain had asked the Labour Party to join his government but was now told that Clement Attlee and Arthur Greenwood, leader and deputy leader of the Labour Party respectively, refused to do so while Chamberlain remained as Premier. The Prime Minister decided to resign. He went to see George VI, who accepted his resignation reluctantly, lamenting, "How grossly unfair I thought he had been treated, and that I was terribly sorry that all this controversy had happened." We then had an informal talk over his successor. I, of course, suggested Halifax. 23. The outgoing Prime Minister then met with Halifax and Churchill, telling them they were the only two possible candidates to replace him. Halifax was his preference, but he refused, citing the fact that he sat in the Lords, not the Commons, and admitting the idea of becoming a wartime leader gave him a bad stomachache. 24. Churchill had had a peppered career, switching from the Tories to the Liberals before the First World War, and then back again after it. The Tories did not regard him as one of us, to coin a term of Margaret Thatcher's much later. From 1929 until 1939 Churchill held no position, either in the Tory shadow cabinet or in the national governments of MacDonald, Baldwin, and Chamberlain. Aside from warning repeatedly about the threat Hitler posed to British interests, he had demanded there should be no concessions to Indian nationalism or the cause of opposing the abdication of King Edward VIII. To most Tory MPs he was regarded as untrustworthy and a has-been. On May 10 Winston Churchill was appointed Prime Minister, to the disgust of much of his own Tory party. Chips Channon wrote that it was perhaps the darkest day in English history, and in the evening joined Lord Dunglass, Jock Colville, and Rab Butler in toasting the King over the water, Neville Chamberlain. Butler described the new Prime Minister's speeches as beyond words vulgar and announced that, the good clean tradition of English politics, had been sold to the greatest political adventurer in modern political history, a half-breed American. A few days later Halifax, the man who had turned down the chance of the premiership, predicted the gangsters will shortly be in complete control. 25 The Queen wrote to Chamberlain saying, "How deeply I regretted your ceasing to be Prime Minister. I can never tell you in words how much we owe you. You did all in your power to stave off such agony, and you were right." 26. On his first day in office, Churchill acted against two aristocrats who were associated with the pro-fascist, pro-peace fringe. He warned the Duke of Westminster, one of Britain's wealthiest men, about his activities, prompting him to depart for Ireland. He removed the Duke of Buccleuch as steward to the royal household. 27 The Labour Party joined Churchill's government with Attlee as Lord Privy Seal and Arthur Greenwood as Minister without portfolio. Despite his own reputation for being tough on the trade unions, Churchill was prepared to gamble on the nationalism of the trade union bureaucracy by installing the Transport and General Workers' Union chief, Ernest Bevin, as Minister of Labour. Other Labour appointees were Herbert Morrison as Minister of Supply, Hugh Dalton as Minister of Economic Warfare and William Jowett as Solicitor General. Yet the government was essentially still a Tory one, and Chamberlain's rather than Churchill's. Halifax, Rab Butler and Chips Channon remained at the Foreign Office. The Labour Minister for Economic Warfare, Hugh Dalton, noted regarding Churchill's reception in Parliament, "It is noticeable how he is much more loudly cheered by the Labour Party than by the general body of Tory supporters. The relative silence of these latter is regarded by some as sinister." 28 This was obvious to Berlin, as a later account reveals. Goebbels noted in his diary after a discussion with Hitler early in 1942, "Churchill has never been a friend of the Tories. He was always an outsider, and before the war was regarded as half-crazy. Nobody took him seriously." The Führer recalled that all Englishmen whom he received before the outbreak of the war were in agreement that Churchill was a fool. Even Chamberlain said so to the Führer. 29. Meanwhile, the German military was about to achieve a stunning victory. In May 1940, the Wehrmacht concentrated its land and air forces for a breakthrough in the Ardennes, exploiting the fact that the French units were strung out across a long front with poor communications between them after their commanders decided the wooded and hilly terrain ruled out penetration by tanks. A secondary attack into the Low Countries was aimed at confirming the Anglo-French belief that the main thrust would be through Belgium and into Flanders, which accordingly led the Allies to advance north. The Germans relied on them responding in exactly this way, leaving a space for the decisive breakthrough in the Ardennes-Sedan region. The Germans forced their way past meager reserve troops defending the River Meuse on May 13 and swept on into northern France heading for the Channel. 2 days later, the French Premier, Reynaud, told Churchill the battle was lost. The French government made plans to evacuate Paris. 30. The Luftwaffe operated using tactics developed in Spain and Poland, providing the armored thrusts with close air support and attacking Allied airfields. Half of the French aircraft lost were destroyed on the ground. Others, including some of the most modern designs, were found by the Wehrmacht still in their crates. On the 7th day of the German attack, amid panic over the breakthrough at Sedan and Namur, the French government ordered 40 squads of guards mobiles to be withdrawn from the army to be sent to Paris to maintain order. The French and British forces never seriously launched a pincer attack on the ever-extending German lines of advance as the panzer columns neared the Channel, even though German tanks were far ahead of their infantry support and were in danger of running out of fuel. The British Army in France and Belgium began to retreat on May 16. In the first 11 days of the campaign, British casualties totaled just 500. They left the bulk of the fighting to the French and Belgians. 31. On May 18, Reynaud announced the appointment of General Weygand and Marshal Pétain to his government, hoping the men who had helped bring victory in 1918 could rally French resistance. Reynaud sacked Gamelin as supreme commander, replacing him with Maxime Weygand, a Catholic right-winger, with little enthusiasm for the war. He took 2 days to arrive from Syria, where he had commanded the occupying French army of the Levant. 32 Marshal Pétain was brought in as deputy premier. Both would undermine Reynaud and those wishing to resist. Weygand's defeatism may not have been known to him until it was too late. But, from his position on the sidelines as France's ambassador to Franco's Spain, Pétain had made his views clear to anyone who cared to listen. Since the outset he had thought France's involvement in the war a mistake, even if she should be victorious. 33. Pétain described Franco as the cleanest sword in the Western world. 34 He returned from Madrid convinced that France must sue for peace. From the beginning of his taking command, Weygand stressed his aim was to fight to preserve France's honor rather than to secure victory. As early as May 19, the British General Headquarters in France began planning an evacuation from Dunkirk. 2 days earlier, the Rear General Headquarters had been evacuated from Arras, the British supply hub, to the port of Boulogne without telling the French liaison officers who were stationed with them. When the French tracked their allies down to Boulogne 48 hours later, they discovered the British Rear GHQ was leaving for Britain. British forces did make one attack, around Arras on May 21, after the cabinet instructed them to attack southwards. This caused considerable panic in the German command, who understood a pincer move could cut off the panzer vanguard. But the attack lacked artillery and air support and was not followed up. The next day the British continued to pull back towards Dunkirk. 35 On May 24 Churchill telegraphed the British commander in France, Lord Gort, "Of course if one side fights and the other does not, the war is apt to become somewhat unequal." 36 Clive Ponting notes that Churchill left this sentence out of his wartime memoirs. On May 25 the British command in France ordered the evacuation of its forces. When he was told of this decision, the Secretary of State for War, Anthony Eden, responded, "It is obvious that you should not discuss the possibility of the move with the French and Belgians." 37 The next day they ignored French orders to attack southwards. When asked about evacuating Belgian troops, the Chief of Staff of the British Expeditionary Force replied, "We don't care a bugger what happens to the Belgians." 38 The evacuation from the one remaining Channel port in Allied hands, Dunkirk, depended on a decision by the Germans to halt their advance and on the ability of the French to hold the perimeter of the evacuation area and a pocket around the city of Lille. The defense of the city continued until June 1, while French troops held the bridgehead at Dunkirk until June 4, 2 days after the evacuation ended. The evacuation of British troops began on May 27. It did not begin well. The Luftwaffe had dominance over the beaches because the RAF kept its fighters back in readiness for an expected attack on Britain. The Anglo-French alliance was now breaking down. The British believed the French would hold a perimeter round the port while they took ship. The French believed they were involved in a joint operation to defend a redoubt in their country. The British commander, Lord Gort, had requested Canadian troops be sent to defend the perimeter while the British embarked. Protests by the government in Ottawa stopped this. The senior Royal Navy commander in Dunkirk commented on May 29, "The French staff at Dunkirk feel strongly that they are defending Dunkirk for us to evacuate, which is largely true." 39 French troops were physically prevented from evacuating until May 29, by which time a third of British troops had crossed the Channel. The British commander, Lord Gort, left without informing the French, and his replacement in charge, General Harold Alexander, told the French commanders he was withdrawing his troops from the front line, leaving the French to fight on. When the French general stated that Churchill wanted the perimeter to be held until the maximum number of French troops had been evacuated and the British commander should comply with that by holding the defense line, it caused Alexander to roar with laughter. 40. The German order to halt outside Dunkirk is generally held up as evidence that Hitler wanted to reach a compromise with Britain which would preserve its empire while giving Germany control of Eurasia. This ignores the fact that Hitler had made clear his determination to liquidate Britain and its empire before eventually confronting the US. Another interpretation is that Hitler believed that whatever Churchill said, the British ruling class would sue for peace. Churchill's determination to fight on after Hitler had conquered France, Belgium, and Holland was not matched by the reality of the situation. In its evacuation from Dunkirk, the British Army lost nearly all of its equipment. As the military chiefs told the cabinet in May 1940, should the enemy succeed in establishing a force, with its vehicles firmly ashore, the army in the United Kingdom, which is very short of equipment, has not got the offensive power to drive it out. 41. On the same day as Churchill had visited Buckingham Palace to be sworn in as Prime Minister, the Germans attacked along their western frontier. Chamberlain met with the American ambassador, Joseph Kennedy, who expressed the view that Britain could not keep fighting without the French. Chamberlain noted in his diary, I told him I did not see how we could either. 42 Churchill understood that surrender would destroy Britain as an imperial power. He strove mightily to preserve the empire, but he had been dealt a bad hand with which to play. Fight on or surrender. In the summer of 1940 the British Prime Minister was in a minority within the ruling class and his own Conservative Party. On May 13, Harold Nicolson noted in his diary that, when Chamberlain enters the house he gets a terrific reception, and when Churchill comes in the applause is less. 43 The following month Lord Dunglass told the wife of a Tory whip that since W came in, the H of C had stank in the nostrils of the decent people. The kind of people surrounding W are the scum. 44 Tory MPs lost their heads at Chamberlain's first appearance in the Commons following his resignation, cheering him to the rafters. 45 The beginning of the collapse in France led to a sense of panic in Whitehall. On May 19 the British ambassador to France, Oliver Harvey, entered in his diary, defeatism in London among the upper classes. 46 On that day the Germans broke out of the Ardennes and began their race to the Channel. The appeaser Sir Samuel Hoare had been sacked from the cabinet by Churchill and had been unhappy at the suggestion he should go to Spain as British ambassador. When news of the German breakthrough reached him he went to the Foreign Office saying Churchill wanted him to leave immediately for Spain. Cadogan, head of the Foreign Office, wrote in his diary, "Dirty little dog has got the wind up and wants to get out of this country." When Hoare expressed worries to his wife about the difficulties of moving to a new country she replied, "It may be easier than to adapt oneself to serving in an old country in new conditions." 47 On May 17 President Roosevelt raised with the British ambassador, Lord Lothian, his request that the British fleet should sail to U.S. ports rather than risk falling into German hands. Churchill, who was in secret correspondence with the White House, replied, "If members of this present administration were finished and others come to parley amid the ruins, you must not be blind to the fact that the sole remaining bargaining counter with Germany would be the fleet, and if this country was left by the United States to its fate no one would have the right to blame those then responsible if they made the best terms they could for the surviving inhabitants." 48 Roosevelt then raised the idea of the British fleet seeking shelter in Canada. A week later, on May 24, he telephoned the Canadian Prime Minister to request the dispatch of a secret envoy to discuss security matters. Mackenzie King, the Premier in Ottawa, felt the U.S. was trying to save itself at the expense of Britain and told Roosevelt he would have to talk to Churchill. On the morning of Saturday, May 25, Halifax reopened an old channel through the Italian ambassador suggesting Mussolini might broker peace talks with Berlin. He met with the ambassador, Giuseppe Bastianini. Halifax's private secretary, Rab Butler, had already promised the ambassador Britain would eliminate all inconveniences lamented by. 49 The Italian representative asked Halifax, whether he might inform his government that His Majesty's government considered it opportune now to examine the question at issue between our two countries within the larger framework of a European settlement. Halifax replied that he was ready to discuss a general European settlement. He was then asked whether he was prepared to hold discussions involving not only Great Britain and Italy, but other countries, replying that such talks, obviously referring to Germany, would be difficult to visualize, while war was still proceeding. Bastianini responded that once such a discussion began, war would be pointless, adding that Mussolini desired a settlement to protect European peace for the century. Halifax stated the British government's purpose was the same. 50 They ended with agreement about the importance of holding talks aimed at a European settlement. In 1948 Halifax's biographer, Lord Ismay, persuaded Churchill to cut out a passage in his wartime memoirs in which, referring to Halifax's talks with the Italian ambassador, he wrote that, "The Foreign Secretary showed himself willing to go a long way." 51 On Sunday, May 26, the Bank of England's gold and other reserves were shipped to Canada. Ottawa was warned to expect the imminent arrival of the royal family. There followed 3 days of intense discussions in secret sessions of the War Cabinet about pursuing negotiations with Hitler. Halifax and Chamberlain were the effective leaders of the Tory party, whose MPs held the majority in the House of Commons, and the majority of those opposed Churchill. Halifax stated, we had to face the fact that it was not so much now a question of imposing a complete defeat on Germany, but of safeguarding the independence of our empire and if possible that of France. 52. On the morning of Sunday, May 26, Churchill warned that Belgium was about to capitulate, France was facing collapse and British forces must risk evacuation by sea. Halifax reported on his discussions with the Italian ambassador to the War Cabinet, peace and security in Europe were our main object, and we should naturally be prepared to consider any proposals which might lead to this, provided our liberty and independence were assured. This meant agreeing to Mussolini brokering a Munich-style conference with the German Führer in attendance. Churchill riposted, that we could never accept. We must ensure our complete liberty and independence. He was opposed to any negotiations that might lead to a derogation of our rights and powers. 53. After some discussion, the War Cabinet broke for lunch with Churchill meeting the French Premier Reynaud and Halifax lunching with Chamberlain. Reynaud reported that the French could now only deploy 50 divisions to counter the 150 advancing German divisions. The Germans had the power to pierce any French defensive line, Reynaud reported, and while he would not surrender he might have to resign to allow his replacement to do just that. 54. Following the bad news from France, Halifax returned to a possible approach to Italy, asking Churchill, if he was satisfied that matters vital to the independence of this country were unaffected, would he be prepared to discuss such terms? Churchill replied that he would be thankful to get out of our present difficulties on such terms, provided we retain the essentials and the elements of our vital strength, even at the cost of some territory. 55. In his diary, Neville Chamberlain quoted Churchill as saying, "If we could get out of this jam by giving up Malta and Gibraltar and some African colonies, he would jump at it." 56. Churchill moved to break off discussions, arguing the War Cabinet should wait and see how many troops were evacuated from Dunkirk. The session ended agreeing to continue later that evening, but there was a further informal War Cabinet at which no minutes were taken, and the Cabinet Secretary, the top civil servant whose job that was excluded. This was highly unusual in Whitehall's history. That evening the War Cabinet agreed that Halifax should draft an approach to Mussolini. Churchill won agreement that the Secretary of State for Air, Archibald Sinclair, a friend of the Prime Minister, should be asked to attend the next day's session in his role as leader of the National Liberal Party. On the following day came news that Belgium had surrendered. Halifax pressed Churchill on whether he would accept any peace terms if they guaranteed Britain's independence. The Labour leader, Attlee, argued that Britain should show the utmost resolution even if France gave up the fight. Churchill seized on this and came out against an approach to Rome to broker peace talks. Nations which went down fighting rose again, but those which surrendered tamely were finished. 57. Chamberlain, who had by now despaired of Italian mediation, also came out against making an approach. Churchill stated that if France surrendered he would not join them in asking for Hitler's peace terms, but if he were told those terms he would consider them. Halifax was not finished. The next day, Tuesday, May 28, the War Cabinet met once more. Halifax argued that the French were keen to broker peace negotiations through Mussolini and that Britain could get the best terms from Hitler while France was still fighting and before Britain's aircraft factories were bombed. Churchill replied, if we once got to the table, we should then find that the terms offered us touched our independence and integrity. When, at this point, we got up to leave the conference table, we should find that all the forces of resolution which were now at our disposal would have vanished. 58. The Foreign Secretary insisted he saw nothing wrong in joining with France in trying to get Mussolini to mediate with Hitler. Churchill now asked for an adjournment. Shortly afterwards he addressed a gathering of those government ministers who were not members of the inner War Cabinet. There he declared surrender was not an option. Labour Minister Hugh Dalton recalled that Churchill ruled out entering into negotiations with Germany, stating, "We should become a slave state, though a British government which would be Hitler's puppet would be set up, under Mosley or some such person. And where should we be at the end of all that?" Dalton noted, "It is quite clear that whereas the old umbrella, neither he nor other members of the War Cabinet were at this meeting, wanted to run very early, Winston's bias is all the other way. 59. Churchill was applauded. He had taken the argument from the inner sanctum of the War Cabinet, where he faced dogged opposition from Halifax, and won the backing of a wider layer. Returning to the Cabinet, Churchill won assent for his proposal that any request for negotiations with Berlin should be put off for 2 or 3 months. Even so, the Tory appeasers were not quite finished. The French surrender encouraged the peace faction to once again broker talks with Germany. France collapses. Meanwhile, German forces launched an attack southwards. The French government evacuated Paris and fled to Bordeaux in June 1940. Reynaud and others committed to prosecuting the war talked of moving to France's North African colonies to continue the resistance. Pétain called upon Paul Baudouin, a supporter of seeking a separate peace treaty with Germany, to explain he wished to save the French army rather than let it fight to the last man. Weygand and Pétain now openly backed the separate peace lobby. Reynaud's days were numbered. Pétain and co. played on fears of social unrest brought on by a failure to stop the fighting. Weygand told the cabinet that defeat could be followed by a repeat of the 1871 Paris Commune, when the city's workers took power after France had been defeated by Prussia. On June 13 he told the cabinet that the communist leader, Thérèse, had installed himself in the presidential palace, the Élysée. The Interior Minister, Georges Mondel, went to the phone and returned to report this was all untrue. Thérèse had in fact fled to Moscow. 60. 20 hours later, on June 13, Reynaud broached with Churchill the idea of France capitulating. Pétain scorned British declarations that they would resist come what may. Eden noted that the Marshal was mockingly incredulous. Weygand announced they would sue for peace in a week and that Britain's neck would be wrung like a chicken. 61 Pétain told the cabinet an armistice was necessary and that whatever happened he would remain in France. This was a threat to Reynaud, and others considering retiring to North Africa to continue resistance, that Pétain would take charge of metropolitan France. On June 16 Pétain read out a letter to the French cabinet announcing he would resign rather than serve in a government which would not end hostilities immediately. Reynaud resigned. The president swore in Pétain as premier. The next day, June 17, he broadcast to the French people saying hostilities must cease. The effective announcement of surrender before any terms had been reached with Hitler meant the Germans could advance further, encountering little or no resistance and exploiting the chaos in the French army. 1.5 million of the 2 million French soldiers captured by the Germans during the war were taken in the week between that broadcast and the subsequent signing of the armistice. 62. Pétain formed a government that was viciously anti-Semitic and blamed defeat on the left and moral decline. His vice-premier, Pierre Laval, declared in July 1940 that, parliamentary democracy lost the war, it must give way to a new regime. 63 In just 6 weeks French resistance had collapsed. The right and the military chiefs who had never wanted war with Hitler took control of the government and brokered a humiliating peace deal which they tried to portray as a dented shield protecting French civilians and prisoners of war from worse terms. On July 9 deputies met in the spa town of Vichy to vote full powers to Pétain. 57% of the socialist deputies and 58% of the radical deputies, regarded as liberal and left of center, voted full powers to Pétain. 64. The next day Pétain abolished the Republic and appointed himself head of state with full powers to appoint and dismiss ministers. Parliament was adjourned until further notice, and Pétain was given an exclusive monopoly on legislative, judicial, and executive powers. Julian Jackson argues, the Vichy regime was largely a reaction against the revolution that the Popular Front had represented in the eyes of much of the French bourgeoisie. 65 Pétain implemented anti-Semitic and fascist measures without directives from Berlin. By the end of 1940, 55,000 to 60,000 people were held in French internment camps, Jews, communists, Spanish Republicans. The French state headed by Pétain was committed to work, family, nation rather than liberty, fraternity, equality. It was repressive and authoritarian from the start. In October 1940 Pétain left a meeting with Hitler at Montreuil to declare, a collaboration has been envisaged between our two countries. I have accepted it in principle. 66 Vichy would not go to war with the Allies, but thought collaboration might gain them a favorable position in Hitler's new European order. Vichy controlled the center and south of the country. The rest, including the coast, was under direct German control. Pétain's government was made up of traditional right-wingers, particularly military men, and relied heavily on the Catholic Church. The hardline, pro-Germans were kept at arm's length until Vichy's bitter end. They included the two main fascist parties, Jacques Doriot's Parti Populaire Français, and the ex-socialist Marcel Dietz' Rassemblement National Populaire. Along with the writers of Je suis partout, they gravitated to Paris and the Germans, who happily played them off against each other and against Vichy. The Vichy government was prepared to materially help the German war effort. They ordered French forces in North Africa to supply Rommel with 1,700 vehicles, small quantities of arms and 3,600 tons of fuel when he entered war with Britain in the region. The Vichy Prime Minister, Pierre Laval, committed the regime to the Third Reich when he declared in June 1942, "I desire a German victory because without it a Bolshevism will be installed everywhere." 67 Yet the simple reality was that the Nazis were little interested in France as an ally. Goebbels declared in July 1940, "The new order for Europe is to be quite consciously placed under Germany's sole auspices. In future France would only play a small role as a small Atlantic state. Everything which serves to encourage a political or economic revival of France will be destroyed. The peace treaty will eliminate France not only as a great power but as a state with any political influence in Europe." 68. Meanwhile, all the competing power structures of the Third Reich had set up camp in Paris in rivalry with each other. The various French fascist groupings aligned themselves to these factions, who used them for their own ends. In October 1941 the SS in cooperation with French fascists bombed several Paris synagogues. 2 months earlier the Cagoule, now renamed the Mouvement Social Révolutionnaire, had assassinated the former Popular Front minister, Marx Dormoy, who had exposed their existence 4 years before. But in general, the occupying authorities frowned on French groups of whatever loyalty having arms, and prevented the various paramilitary groups Pétain sponsored from acquiring them. 69. Vichy accepted Article 19 of the armistice, which facilitated the handover to the Nazis of all German citizens who had sought refuge in France. Those returned to their death included Herschel Greenspan and the Social Democrat economist, Rudolf Hilferding. The Jewish Affairs Counselor at the German Embassy in Paris reported in February 1942, "The French government would be happy to get rid of the Jews in any way whatsoever, without too much fuss." 70. There were only 2,400 German police in France, mainly occupied in dealing with terrorist resistance groups. After the war, one of the SS commanders in Paris noted that, "If the French police had not helped us, we couldn't have done anything at all." 71. By the close of 1941 Vichy held 11,000 Jews in its camps. In the occupied zone the Germans held another 7,000. The first mass roundup of Jews, or Rafli, was carried out on May 14. Following a second roundup, 4,000 Jews, mainly from Paris, were held in dreadful conditions on a semi-derelict housing estate in Drancy, in the northern suburbs. The roundup was carried out by French police under Vichy laws. In March 1942 gendarmes loaded the first batch onto trains which took them to the boundary of Alsace-Lorraine, annexed to the Reich, where they were handed over to the Germans and sent east to the death camps. 72. One part of the British Isles did come under German occupation. On June 19, 1940 the War Cabinet agreed that the Channel Islands, which belonged to the King but were not part of the United Kingdom, could not be defended and that they should be demilitarized. The Germans only found this out after they had begun bombing the islands from the nearby French mainland. The government in London provided no means to evacuate the population, leaving the matter to the island authorities, which resulted in chaos. The Germans occupied the islands on June 30 and July 1 and the local authorities remained in place, cooperating with the occupiers in administering the territories and quite voluntarily passing anti-Semitic laws under which Jews were deported to the death camps. 73. Britain alone. Britain was left to fight alone in the summer of 1940. Its army had scrambled out of continental Europe, leaving its equipment behind. Churchill told his junior ministers that Dunkirk was the greatest British military defeat for many centuries. 74. The government's director of statistics later told a newspaper editor, the Dunkirk episode was far worse than was ever realized in Fleet Street. The men on getting back to England were so demoralised they threw their rifles and equipment out of railway carriage windows. Some sent for their wives with their civilian clothes, changed into these, and walked home. 75. At the outbreak of the war, children had been evacuated from cities and towns believed to be targets for German bombing. One Londoner evacuated to the south coast recalled the state of the troops returning from France. I saw literally hundreds and thousands of lorry loads of soldiers coming through the village, coming back from Dunkirk. Soldiers with no uniforms, in shirts, in a hell of a state. I felt certain the war was over, that we had lost. Us kids were horror-stricken. You couldn't believe it was an army. The next thing there was going to be an invasion and we were going to be finished. I was sure of it. 76. The German conquest of France, Belgium, Holland, Denmark, and Norway opened the possibility of waging submarine warfare in the Atlantic on an even greater scale than in the First World War. Far from Britain blockading Germany, the U-boat campaign in the Atlantic threatened a blockade of Britain, cutting its vital food supplies and the American military material on which it increasingly relied. On May 27, Romania agreed to Germany monopolizing its oil exports. The Swiss government agreed to block all exports to Britain and to allow Germany to take all its highly valued machine tools and its 20mm anti-aircraft guns. Victory in the West had brought immediate benefits to the German war effort. 77. On June 17, Lord Halifax's deputy at the Foreign Office, Rab Butler, acting without the Prime Minister's consent, began the process of serious negotiations with Berlin through the Swedish ambassador, Björn Prytz, whom he chanced to meet walking in St. James's Park. Prytz sent a telegram to Stockholm which read, Britain's official attitude will for the present continue to be that the war must go on, but assured me that no opportunity for reaching a compromise would be neglected if the possibility were offered on reasonable conditions and that no diehards would be allowed to stand in the way in this connection. 78. During the conversation, Butler was called in to see Halifax, who sent the Swede the message that common sense and not bravado would dictate the British government's policy. Halifax added that he realized such a message would be welcomed by the Swedish minister, but that should not be interpreted as peace at any price. It would appear from conversations I have had with other members of Parliament, that if and when the prospect of negotiations arises, possibly after June 28, Halifax may succeed Churchill. 79. On the same day the British ambassador in Sweden met the Swedish foreign minister. The Italian ambassador was then summoned to the foreign ministry. He reported to Rome. The British representative requested an interview with the Swedish foreign minister and notified him that the British government is inclined to enter into peace negotiations with Germany and Italy. This declaration by the British representative is of official character. 80. While Churchill was making his oft-quoted speeches throwing defiance at Hitler, a peace party of appeasers was trying to obtain a German package it could then force through the War Cabinet, where it hoped it could win the vote. The British ambassador in Switzerland held a discussion in mid-July with the German dissident, Prince Max von Hohenlohe, who it was hoped might oust Hitler and open peace talks. The ambassador said that Churchill was a drunk and unreasonable, but that Halifax and Butler were far more realistic. 81. On July 19 in Washington the British ambassador, Lord Lothian, was told by an intermediary that his German counterpart had the German peace terms, which London could see. When he reported this to London, Churchill ordered that the matter should not be followed up, but Halifax did not pass the order on. So Lothian met the man again, telling him dissidents in the War Cabinet wished to know what Germany would offer a proud and unconquered nation. Harold Nicholson, a junior minister at the Ministry of Information, wrote in his diary on July 22, "The German peace terms are most satisfactory." 82 The German papers dealing with this matter disappeared after Berlin was captured in May 1945. Churchill was conducting a vicious factional fight pitting him against the bulk of his own party. Chamberlain and Halifax operated together to check Churchill, coordinating holidays so one was always in Whitehall. Churchill had to rely on the Labour Party, ceding them effective control of the British domestic front, a ragbag of maverick intellectuals and the press baron, Lord Beaverbrook. The rhetoric championing continued resistance to the Nazis moved in a distinctly populist left-wing direction. The media magnate Lord Beaverbrook had been appointed to Churchill's war cabinet. He utilized one of his titles, the London Evening Standard, to mobilize against the appeasers. On June 15, 1940 the paper responded to Italy's attack on France by declaring, "It is a war not of nations at all. It is a mammoth civil war. Goethe and Garibaldi, a great German and a great Italian, are on our side." 3 days later it reacted to Marshal Pétain's surrender of France by proclaiming, "Every rebel is our ally. We do not only fight a war. We must conduct a continental revolution." 83. On July 5 the left-wing publisher, Victor Gollancz, published Guilty Men, written by 3 of Beaverbrook's journalists, including future Labour leader Michael Foot. It was a popular and hard-hitting indictment of the Baldwin and Chamberlain government's policy of appeasement and their lack of preparation for war. It demanded the ousting of the old gang of Chamberlain, Halifax, and the rest and, as Foot later recalled, was supportive of Churchill. 3 or 4 of us sat down one afternoon at the Evening Standard office, and decided to write the book. It was critical of the existing government while praising the ones who were really doing the job of saving us. Churchill was number one amongst these, and Beaverbrook himself. He had not had a good pre-war record on appeasement, but in the war he had a good one, and he was in the cabinet, so we were naturally favorable to him. The guilty men were those whom we thought should not be allowed still to stay in the government, because of their appeasement records before, and because of their incompetence then to deal with the situation, and of course because of the new people who were coming in, who should really be taking over the job. 84. Though full of praise for Churchill, the pamphlet was boycotted by many booksellers. But it sold in bundles on the streets, and there were some people who tried to suppress it, including Smiths who were the distributors, i.e. W. H. Smith, the bookseller. They were trying to stop the distribution. But they couldn't succeed, and when they tried, we sold the book on barrows, up in Fleet Street and elsewhere. 85 Guilty Men proved to be one of the most successful pamphlets in British history despite it being sold like a pornographic classic, as Michael Foot observed. 86 Despite the ban by W. H. Smiths and Wymans it had sold 200,000 copies by December 1940. As Angus Calder wrote, a Gallup poll at this time suggested that 3/4 of the public now wanted Chamberlain removed from office. There were strong feelings against the lesser guilty men, Halifax, Wood, and Margeson. Churchill could not remove them, partly because they were able, and still more because the Tory benches might turn on him. 87. Within the normally closed political world of the British ruling class the pamphlet represented an unprecedented glasnost in which a minority section of the Tory party round Churchill relied on their media friends and the Labour Party to oust their opponents. Angus Calder writes, "The old gang, the old system, the old world had failed. Hatred focused on Chamberlain, Hoare, Simon, and beyond them the Conservative Party, and beyond them the businessmen whom they represented in Parliament. 88. Through foul means and fair Churchill won out within the government and the Tory party in the summer of 1940. He would make Halifax deliver the speech which rejected Hitler's call on Britain to make peace, and then in December removed him from government by dispatching him to Washington as Britain's ambassador there. Shortly after Butler was removed from the Foreign Office and sent off to the Ministry of Education, effective demotion. 89. Powerless to strike at the Third Reich, except through costly and ineffective air raids, Churchill needed to assert British military defiance. On July 3 he had ordered a naval attack on the Vichy French fleet anchored at Oran in Algeria. The French had insisted that their fleet would not be used by the Germans and had conveyed this to the British. The attack on Oran was a signal to Hitler, Roosevelt, and the defeatists in his own government that British resistance would continue. Roosevelt was consulted about the attack on the French fleet at Oran and approved. The US also feared it might fall under German control. Back in Britain there was a growing flight abroad. 3 MPs were among those who fled to North America. On June 24, Chips Channon took his son Paul to Euston to be put on the train to Liverpool and then by sea to New York. Channon wrote in his diary, "There was a queue of Rolls-Royces and liveried servants and mountains of trunks. It seemed that everyone we knew was there. 90 Lord Mountbatten sent his wife and 2 children and Duff Cooper sent his son to safety in the United States. The press baron Viscount Rothermere took his son, Vere Harmsworth, out of Eton and sent him to Connecticut. 91. Despite Churchill being a blue-blooded high Tory, the rhetoric of guilty men and the propaganda of the BBC, ever loyal to whoever was in government, and the newsreels helped spur a growing radicalization. The author J.B. Priestley gave a series of radio broadcasts in the summer of 1940 that won a mass audience and worried Churchill with their radical tone. In July, Priestley attacked the idea of property as being old-fashioned and suggested it should be replaced by community. Pointing to a house with a large garden near his own home, which lay empty after the owner had fled the Blitz for America, he said, "Now, according to the property view, this is all right, and we, who haven't gone to America, must fight to protect this absentee owner's property. But on the community view, this is all wrong. There are hundreds of working men not far from here who urgently need more ground for allotments so that they can produce a bit more food. Also, we may soon need more houses for beleading. Therefore, I say, that house and garden ought to be used whether the owner, who's gone to America, likes it or not." 92. Tom Wintringham, an ex-communist and commander of the British contingent of the International Brigades, coined the term a People's War that summer, a term previously associated with popular mobilization of the people, such as that which defended revolutionary France in the 1790s. 93. The socialist novelist George Orwell took things further. The defeat in Flanders will turn out to have been one of the great turning points in English history. In that spectacular disaster the working class, the middle class and even a section of the business community could see the utter rottenness of private capitalism. 94. The social research organization Mass Observation, which closely surveyed British public opinion, reported in November 1940, "In the last few months it has been hard to find, even among women, many who do not unconsciously regard this war as in some way revolutionary or radical." 95. In the summer of 1940 Orwell even speculated that the popular mood of defiance to Hitler might lead to socialist revolution, with the Home Guard acting as a people's militia. This had been formed in May 1940 to resist any invasion, and was made up of men who were not available for conscription because of their age and occupation. In reality, any spontaneity in that hastily recruited force was quickly squashed and it was run on the class lines so apparent in the British Army. The BBC TV comedy Dad's Army captures it perfectly, with the bank manager as the captain in charge and his clerk as sergeant. There was a radical spirit of resistance in that summer of 1940, but in the absence of any radical force to give conscious expression to it, that spirit would fuel the growing desire for a Labour government pledged to construct a welfare state. 96. The Battle of Britain. In July the Luftwaffe began an air assault on Britain, which would intensify through August and September. The British would call this the Battle of Britain. In reality the Germans had no coherent plan. They pursued neither a strategy of achieving air superiority over southeast England in preparation for an invasion nor one of bombing the British into surrender. The latter was never a serious option, they lacked the heavy bombers to achieve it. An invasion was achievable if the British had lost control of the skies. There was no army with the equipment to defeat a serious German force and the Royal Navy would have been vulnerable to air and submarine attack in the Channel. 97. The man in charge of resisting a German invasion, General Ironside, was not confident, although he had a nominal 26 divisions available, there was only enough equipment for 2 of them, and even they were so short of transport that they were virtually immobile. Ironside had little choice therefore but to adopt a system of static defenses along the beaches to stop the Germans getting ashore. There were defense lines further back, but they existed largely on maps rather than on the ground. 98. Ironside would later be sacked because of his connections to fascists and right-wing supporters of peace with Hitler. 99. Despite his spirited verbal defiance, Churchill shared the foreboding. At the end of June, Churchill told the commander of the North Kent coast defences that if the Germans did get ashore, he was not confident of holding any defence line. 100. In fact, the German army rejected any invasion plan. General Jodl argued on June 30, a landing in England, therefore, should not have as its objective the military defeat of England, but rather to give it the coup de grace. In other words, any invasion could only follow victory in the air. 101. The RAF's frontline strength on the eve of the Battle of Britain, 1,200 planes of which 800 were Hurricanes or Spitfires, the 2 most effective British fighters, was on a par with what the Luftwaffe could deploy. There was never a coherent plan behind the German air assault on Britain and no credible plan for a landing in southern England. The chief of the Luftwaffe's operational staff admitted in the autumn of 1940 that an air force 4 times the size of that deployed by the Luftwaffe in the summer of 1940 would have been required to bring Britain to its knees. 102. This is not to dismiss the reality that if sizable numbers of German troops had landed in southern England, there would have been little chance of stopping them. Britain was producing more fighters than the Germans and was able to sustain its losses and defeat the enemy fighters operating at the limits of their range. The Germans had success in attacking forward RAF fighter bases. But they then switched to bombing attacks on London. As the British would soon discover, daylight bombing was not possible against intact ground and air defences. The daylight bombing campaign was defeated by September. The Germans switched to night bombing, the Blitz. 103. Göring had promised Hitler that his Luftwaffe would bring Britain to its knees, but by November 1940 he had left France for his East Prussian estates and was dictating his orders to Air Force commanders over the phone via his nurse. Again, little strategic planning seems to have gone into directing the Luftwaffe's missions. London was subject to nightly attacks from September 7 until November 13. After that, attacks mainly switched to provincial cities, though the most spectacular attack was on London on 29 to 30 December, destroying 3/4 of the City of London. As the U.S. Air Attaché in London noted, the whole bombing campaign against England has been so erratic and so varied in its objectives that I cannot believe it is being directed by a trained soldier or airman. 104. In the 8 months from September 7, 1940 to May 10, 1941, when the last large-scale raid on London took place, the German bombing killed 40,000, with 800,000 homes destroyed. The November 1940 attack on Coventry left 550 dead. Allied raids on Germany over the course of the war left in total 500,000 civilians dead, 800,000 injured and 7.5 million homes destroyed. The weight of bombs dropped by the Luftwaffe on Britain was 3% of what would fall on Germany. 105. Despite the lurid and widespread pre-war predictions of the destruction aerial bombing would inflict on great cities like London, little had been done to prepare the city for such attacks. In February 1939 opinion polls showed 70% of the population wanted deep underground shelters, and 3 months later 53% disapproved of the Chamberlain government's refusal to build them. Lack of funding plus shortages of labor, steel, and cement were partly the reason for that, but class came into it too. Some pundits came forward to warn against encouraging a shelter mentality, that is, they feared that if warm, dry underground shelters were provided, the working classes would abandon their slum dwellings, set up house in the shelters and refuse to come out to man the war factories. 106. Instead, much cheaper trench shelters and brick surface shelters were provided. 5,000 of the surface shelters built in London lacked cement and offered little or no protection. People grasped this quickly. A Ministry of Home Security report in the spring of 1941 observed that out of 30 cases of destroyed shelters of which we have detailed information, 22 were wholly unoccupied, A penciled marginal note in the typed office copy of this report asked, "What happened to the other 8?" but the records supply no specific answer to this inopportune question. 107. Safety was available for those who could afford it. The Dorchester, one of London's top hotels, was held to be one of the safest buildings in the capital, having been built from reinforced concrete. A Tory MP, Victor Cazalet, was a director of the company that owned it, and in mid-September 1940 he converted the Turkish baths into a bomb-proof shelter for his friends, who included Lord and Lady Halifax, Duff, and Lady Diana Cooper, and Sir George Clerk, the former ambassador to France. 108 Guests would still gather in evening dress for dinner even though an anti-aircraft battery across the road in Hyde Park kept up steady fire. The Society photographer, Cecil Beaton, remarked that the hotel was reminiscent of a transatlantic crossing in a luxury liner, with all the horrors of enforced jocularity and expensive squalor. 109. In September 1940 the communist councillor for Stepney, Phil Pyrotin, led 70 East Enders in an occupation of the Savoy Hotel's deep shelter. In November the Home Secretary, Labour's Herbert Morrison, announced that the London Underground stations would be opened and deep shelters constructed. Morrison got his revenge on the Communists in January 1941 by issuing an order banning their newspaper, The Daily Worker, and the Muckraking the Week, edited by a Communist Party supporter. The House of Commons was only informed the next day. 110 Within less than 6 months the ban would be revoked, since by then the Communists were pro-war and opposed to strikes, as Churchill became Stalin's comrade in arms following the Nazi invasion of Russia. Hitler's decision to turn east ended the bombing assault on Britain, at least until his new superweapons arrived in late 1944, and ended any immediate danger of invasion. Britain had survived, and would subsequently become the base from which Allied forces re-entered Western Europe in June 1944. That survival was Churchill's victory. Churchill's War. In June 1940 Winston Churchill told his son Randolph, "I think I can see a way through. I shall drag in the United States." 111 In truth Churchill had no strategy to prosecute war with Hitler's Germany or, in the summer of 1940, the military means to do it. His one hope was to pull the US into the war even though he knew the price to be paid would be the dismantling of the British Empire by peaceful means. Churchill had no option other than to try to survive and wait for something to turn up. Britain had no forces left on the mainland of Europe and the army, even when rebuilt after Dunkirk, would never be strong enough to invade the continent in the face of a vastly superior German army, about 4 times the size of British forces. Churchill accepted that Britain would never be the equal of Germany militarily. He told Beaverbrook bluntly in June 1940, "We have no continental army which can defeat the German military power." At the end of the year he informed Roosevelt that Britain would never be able to match the immense armies of Germany in any theater where their main powers can be brought to bear. 112. His other hope for success lay with the RAF's bombing campaign against Germany. In July 1940 he told Beaverbrook that the only way Hitler could be beaten was through an absolutely devastating, exterminating attack by very heavy bombers, without which I do not see a way through. 113 Luckily for Churchill the conquest of Britain was not a primary objective for Hitler. For him the prize was Lebensraum in the East, with its vital raw materials. If Hitler was to maintain the momentum achieved by the victory in the West he had to end his reliance on Stalin as a supplier of those materials, scupper any potential Russian threat along a border stretching from the Arctic Ocean almost to the Bosphorus, and clear the decks for a final reckoning with the United States. Hitler reasoned that a lightning campaign against Russia would remove Britain's continental mercenary and free the Japanese to strike at the Americans. He concluded, "When hope in Russia falls away, America too falls away, for an immense revaluation of Japan in East Asia follows." 114 Later that year Hitler spelled out that the decision over European hegemony come in war against Russia. 115. Churchill was also lucky in that until the spring of 1941 the British were not fighting any part of the German army, and that from then until the end of 1942 the British army never fought at one time more than 4 German divisions out of a total of more than 200. British forces had concentrated where their actions could bring maximum political gain against an enemy they could defeat, namely in Egypt, where an Italian attack was expected. From mid-1940 Egypt had become a war base second only in importance to the UK itself. Italian forces in Libya, Eritrea, and Ethiopia threatened the key link in Britain's imperial chain of communications, the Suez Canal. 116. In August 1940, with German forces sitting on the other side of the channel and with Britain on invasion alert, it was decided to send 70,000 troops and 3 regiments of tanks to Egypt. The Admiralty had already based half the fleet in Gibraltar for use against the Italians in the Mediterranean, rather than in home waters ready to repel a German invasion. 117 As France collapsed into defeat, Hitler had urged the Italians to strike from their Libyan base towards the Suez Canal. He pointed out that there were just 36,000 British and Commonwealth troops in Egypt and that the British military leadership was miserable. The British had just one poorly equipped armoured division and lacked modern fighter aircraft. The Egyptian army was not reliable and the British were concerned about what it might do if they were seen to be facing defeat. 118. Following Mussolini's declaration of war in June 1940, the Italians failed to invade and capture Malta, which had a garrison of just 12,000 men, despite having complete air control over the island, though they did bomb it to smithereens. The British thus retained a navy base vital to their control of the Mediterranean. 119 A rapid Italian attack on Egypt backed up by a naval attack on Malta and Alexandria could have carried the day prior to the arrival of the reinforcements being sent from Britain. Mussolini did not concentrate on the war in North Africa, opting instead to divert aircraft, armored vehicles, and trucks first to Albania for an attack on Greece and then to Yugoslavia. 120. Meanwhile, after 2 naval engagements with the British in which the Italians came off worse, despite having naval superiority, the Italian fleet gave up offensive actions. In September 1940 the Italian army finally advanced, but only as far as the Sidi El Barani camp, 50 miles inside Egypt, with the British withdrawing unscathed. There the Italians stopped. 121 In December the British deployed heavy tanks to surround Sidi El Barani. After its fall they advanced rapidly into Libya with one armoured column sweeping round through the desert to cut off the Italian retreat along the coast road. Mass surrender there was followed by the removal of Italian forces from Cyrenaica, the eastern half of Libya, with over 100,000 Italians taken captive. The Italians had 129,000 largely non-combatant troops and 209 near-useless tankettes defending Tripoli. The British were in a position to end the North African campaign. Instead Churchill would order forces to be switched to another front. 122. In October 1940 Mussolini had ordered Italian forces in Albania to attack Greece, desperate as he was to emulate German successes. He believed the stories he had been fed that the Greeks would not resist and a pro-Italian government would be quickly brought to office in Athens. Just 5 Italian divisions joined the invasion force. The Greeks not only repulsed them but also advanced deep into Albania. Mussolini had to request that the Germans intervene to bail him out. Hitler had no desire to be dragged into a war in the Balkans. His priority was the planned invasion of Russia, but he agreed, anxious to prevent the Axis being humiliated. German forces attacked south into Yugoslavia and Greece. This marked the end of any separate Italian aspirations. They were now very much the subordinate partner in the alliance and any hopes of territorial gain were much reduced with Germany dominant in the region. 123. Bulgaria was a German ally and joined the invasion. The Yugoslav king and government had promised free transit for the Wehrmacht, but in March 1941 nationalist Yugoslav officers, urged on by Britain, had launched a successful coup and the new government allied itself with Britain. A rapid and successful German invasion followed. 124. Back in Greece German forces took the second city of Salonika. The Greek commander in the region surrendered and the king fled to Egypt, leaving no instructions and great bitterness. The British forces dispatched from North Africa failed to halt the German invasion of Greece and then bungled an attempt to defend the island of Crete. This catastrophe is brilliantly described in Evelyn Waugh's novel, Men at Arms. 125. Hitler now controlled the Balkans. Germany and Italy divided up Yugoslavia, with Germany taking the bulk of the key industrial and mining areas. Ante Pavelić, the head of the Ustashi, a Croatian fascist movement, took control of a rump Croatian state. In December 1941 the Ustashi let slip with a smile that the total number of Jews within their territory had fallen from 35,000 to just 12,000. A few months later an Italian official put the number of survivors at 6,000 out of 40,000, with the rest, he informed Chano euphemistically, wasted by the Croat authorities. 126 By the end of the Ustashi regime in 1945, some 30,000 Jews, roughly 27,000 Gypsies, and an estimated 487,000 to 530,000 Orthodox Serbs perished under the Croatian regime. 127. Since the end of the war there has been a sustained attempt to divorce Italian fascism from the crimes of its Nazi comrades. Despite its apparent weakness, Italian fascism proved its brutality as an occupying force in the Balkans. David Rodogno argues that, in the actual practice of repression, the Italian army's actions were no different in degree or kind from those of the Wehrmacht. The SS and the German police engaged in similar operations. 128 Mass reprisals for the killing of Italian service personnel became common, as did mass detention. Italian forces took civilian hostages, burned villages, took reprisals against the families of resistance fighters, deported civilians en masse, deforested zones in which partisans operated, and seized or killed farm animals. Churchill's decision to divert forces from Libya to Greece prevented the British from liquidating the Italian colony. Mussolini had to request German aid there too, and in February 1941 General Lieutenant Rommel landed south of Tripoli to take control of Axis operations. Rommel achieved immediate success and threatened to invade Egypt. That, in turn, encouraged Arab nationalists to seek to profit from Britain's discomfort. 129 Iraq was treaty-bound to side with Britain in any new war, but its government had refused to join the conflict. In the spring of 1941 nationalist and pro-Axis officers launched a coup, with the pro-British king fleeing to a Royal Navy warship in the Persian Gulf. The Germans prepared to intervene on behalf of Iraq's new rulers, with the support of the Vichy French authorities in Syria. The potential loss of Iraq threatened Britain's air and land link with India and the oil supplies crucial to its Mediterranean campaigns. A failed Iraqi attack on an RAF base allowed Churchill to order British forces from India and Palestine to invade to forestall any German intervention. By mid-May British troops had occupied Basra and by the end of the month had taken Baghdad, despite fierce resistance. 130 Then on August 25, 1941 British and Soviet forces invaded Iran, overthrew the pro-German Shah Reza, and replaced him with his son, Mohammad Reza Pahlavi. 131. A number of Luftwaffe squadrons that had been in North Africa were now switched to the invasion of Russia. This helped the British recover lost ground, and they briefly drove the Axis forces from eastern Libya. But the strengthening of the Luftwaffe that winter reversed the situation. Rommel was set to inflict a further humiliation on Britain. He wrote of the British Army's immobility and rigidity, of the ultra-conservative structure of their army and of the machinery of command, a terribly cumbersome structure in Britain. 132 In this respect Britain remained trapped in the legacy of the First World War, with a senior officer corps who were still upper class, had little military knowledge, and were remote from their men. Even Britain's most successful general, Montgomery, who relied on building up technical and numerical superiority before any offensive, failed to capitalize on his successes. 133. Great claims were made for Britain's bombing campaign against Germany, but an official British history of the air offensive concluded that, area attacks against German cities could not have been responsible for more than a very small part of the fall which had occurred in German production by the spring of 1945, and, in terms of bombing effort, they were also a very costly way of achieving the results they did achieve. 134 Britain had established one advantage, courtesy of its defeated ally, Poland. The Poles had discovered that the Germans used an encoding machine to devise their codes for radio communications. In July 1939 they acquired one of these Enigma machines and handed it over to the British. The code-breaking establishment at Bletchley Park, forerunner of today's GCHQ, succeeded in breaking the code in April 1940. The intelligence advantage was vital, although the British had to conceal how much they knew so as not to alert the Germans. The intelligence was not always acted upon in the field. When the Germans invaded the island of Crete in May 1941, the British command was alerted to an imminent parachute attack. They chose to defend the coastline, thereby gifting eventual success to a perilous German landing point 135. Britain's industry was ill-equipped to deal with the demands of modern warfare, and it relied on America for steel. By late 1942 production of ammunition was falling, by mid-1943 so was production of military vehicles, and by the year's end production of artillery and small arms was also declining. By D-Day 2/3 of the British Army's tanks and trucks were American. Yet Britain had a far more centrally controlled war economy than did the Third Reich. In 1940 Britain produced 6,000 armoured vehicles other than tanks to Germany's 500 and 113,000 military trucks to Germany's 88,000. It deployed a far more mechanized army. Unlike Nazi Germany, Churchill's government fully tapped the reserve labor force of women, introducing workforce conscription to replace the men conscripted into the armed forces. In 1939 there were 1 million women in the workforce. By June 1943 there were 3.25 million. Women were the single biggest source of extra labor in Second World War Britain. 136. Meanwhile, a government led by a hard-line Tory was soon to initiate some of the most radical reforms in Britain's history, in recognition of the popular mood in the country. Ministers understood that the broken promises of a land fit for heroes in the previous war had created mass cynicism. In order to sustain the war effort, something more than vague promises of change had to be offered to the population. Despite the dire financial situation facing the country, on December 1, 1942 Lord Beveridge presented his official report outlining plans to implement a welfare state once victory was achieved. It promised freedom from want. Beveridge stated it was a revolutionary moment in the world's history, a time for revolutions, not for patching. 137 The report sold 500,000 copies in a matter of days. Churchill was unenthusiastic and the Tory Chamberlainite rearguard even more so. In the end the coalition government accepted the report in principle but put off any legislation until after the war. The people understood that if they wanted the report implemented they would have to vote Labour into government when the opportunity arose, as they duly did in 1945. 138. The US milks Britain dry. The German victory in Western Europe encouraged Roosevelt to push forward with American rearmament. Even as the German attack began in May 1940 he announced that the US would build 50,000 aircraft a year. It was a figure plucked from thin air, less a planning target than a statement of American industrial supremacy. 139 By the end of 1940 Roosevelt had decided that the Churchill government was prepared to resist and that if Britain fell to Germany it would threaten the US position. Britain relied on US imports to provide 25% of its steel and other necessities such as the machine tools used to build the Merlin engines for the Spitfire. Steel imports were already the biggest single cargo on the Atlantic run by the second half of 1940, and would rise to equal a quarter of the UK's own domestic production. 140. Britain's investments in the US and its gold and financial reserves simply could not meet the cost of the material being shipped in from the US. Britain first used up the gold reserves of the various Allied governments exiled in London, but by the summer of 1940 it had to go cap in hand to Roosevelt to ask for the means to prosecute the war. In August 1940 the US supplied 50 First World War destroyers in return for long-term US bases in Newfoundland, Bermuda, and 5 West Indian colonies. In addition, London gave its word that the home fleet would be evacuated to the US if a German invasion looked likely to succeed. The number of ships supplied to Britain was half that originally requested by London. The number of bases handed over was twice the initial British offer. 141. On August 14, after the deal was signed, a top UK scientist left for the US with samples and information about Britain's most important discoveries and projects, from microwave radar to designs for a jet engine and for Germany's magnet mine. The US was also given access on a daily basis to the British Code-Breaking Centre at Bletchley Park. That December, James S. Pope, managing editor of the Louisville Courier-Journal, declared, "The phrase of the moment is aid to England. I, for one, am sick of it. In heaven's high name, how have we aided England? When? Whose sacrifice produced the aid? We have sold England an indeterminate number of military airplanes. She has paid cash. She has come and got them. We have sold England, I understand, some old rifles and various shipments of ammunition. She paid cash. She came and got them. Finally, in a moment of benign generosity, we traded England some rotting destroyers for some air and naval bases so valuable to our defence that even Mr. Churchill had difficulty justifying the deal to his Parliament. We are going to sell her more and more planes, if our factories will just decide to produce them fast enough. We are going to sell England practically anything she wants, if we don't want it first." And Napoleon called England a nation of shopkeepers. We are in the throes of a pleasant national orgy of aid to England. Ain't it wonderful? 142. By the autumn of 1940, dollar reserves were exhausted. The U.S. Treasury Secretary Morgenthau requested a complete list of British holdings in the Western Hemisphere, differentiated according to liquidity. Roosevelt's re-election in November 1940 was followed within a month by a letter from Churchill pointing out Britain's bankruptcy, and its dependence on U.S. imports and shipping, with a plea not to liquidate all of Britain's assets in the U.S. Churchill ended the letter by saying Britain was in Roosevelt's hands. Matters were put more bluntly by Lord Lothian when he returned to Washington from London later that month, telling journalists, "Well boys, Britain's broke, it's your money we want." 143. Within weeks a U.S. warship was dispatched to South Africa without London being informed in advance. They were told on December 23 that the Americans were taking £50 million of gold, Britain's last tangible assets. 144. Meanwhile, the US was letting Indian industrialists know about their interest in entering the Indian market by removing its dependency on sterling. The British government had no choice but to swallow its anger and pride. In January 1941, Roosevelt presented a bill to Congress granting aid to Britain. There was no consultation. Washington would decide what it would loan Britain. Until Lend-Lease became law in March, British spending was unilaterally limited to $35 million a week. Under the terms of Lend-Lease, Britain was barred from exporting to new markets or to existing markets such as Argentina. A year later, Britain had to pledge to end discriminatory trade and finance schemes after the war. In other words, the sterling bloc had to go. In early 1941, Canada began selling off British assets in order to pay off UK debts to the US. On March 10, Halifax was given an ultimatum: the British must sell one of their important companies in the next week as a mark of good faith. A major subsidiary of Courtaulds was sold at a knockdown price. By the spring of 1941, Roosevelt noted, "We have been milking the British financial cow, which had plenty of milk at one time, but which has now about become dry." 145. Items such as tobacco for civilians were removed from Lend-Lease, forcing Britain to pay for them by exporting goods across the Atlantic. Washington unceremoniously scrapped Lend-Lease within days of the war ending, forcing the new Labour government to beg for a U.S. loan. In March 1941, 9 months before Pearl Harbor, a secret conference in Washington between the British and American Joint Chiefs of Staff decided on a Europe First policy. The decision there made, incorporated in the ABC-1 Staff Agreement of March 27, 1941, was this: if and when America enters the war, she will exert the principal United States military effort in the European theater. America will try by diplomacy to prevent war with Japan, but even if that proves impossible, operations in the Pacific will be conducted in such a manner as to facilitate the effort against the European Axis. The reasons behind this decision, which the Americans initiated, were: Germany had a far greater military potential than Japan. Germany already controlled almost the entire Atlantic coast of Europe and threatened the Americas. England was already fighting Germany and could be assisted immediately, whilst Japan at that time was fighting only China, which foreign aid could not reach. Germany had a dangerously superior capability for the manufacture of munitions, and, if given time, might well invent a new and unbeatable weapon, as she did, with the guided missile .146. In addition to the Europe First strategy, the meeting agreed to create an Anglo-American Combined Chiefs of Staff. Yet 2 months after the talks, the U.S. War Department stated that, British forces are to be considered as an American Expeditionary Force 147. The U.S. was brought into the war by a Japanese attack, but its plans were for war with Germany. The war in the Pacific would remain a lesser priority until Hitler was beaten. Roosevelt prioritized the war in Europe because an American presence on the continent would ensure U.S. post-war dominance. In September 1941 the British had concluded that with the maximum mobilization they might deploy 90 modern divisions while the Germans were already fielding 150. The British Chiefs of Staff stated that Britain could not raise and land on the continent an army comparable in size with that of Germany and that the policy should be one of wearing down the Germans. This meant there was a divergence between the policy adopted in Britain and that being developed in Washington. The British developed many different specialist units, which could strike at isolated outposts of the Third Reich. Rather than risk a landing in France, the British looked to strike at points in the Mediterranean. The Americans, like Hitler, regarded the latter as a secondary front. Their primary aim was a landing in Western Europe followed by a decisive confrontation with Hitler's forces. U.S. planners concentrated on 3 forces: the armored divisions that would spearhead this attack, the air force that would aid their penetration, and the infantry that would consolidate and hold what the tanks took. Churchill wanted to avoid an invasion of Western Europe because in such a venture Britain would be relegated to a junior partner. 148. Meanwhile, the German submarine campaign in the Atlantic had slashed British imports to a third of their pre-war figure by the beginning of 1942. 149 The Royal Navy was designed to fight set-piece naval battles where big ships engaged each other at long range, as in the 1916 Battle of Jutland. It was short of modern vessels. Of its 61 cruisers, a third had been launched in 1919 or earlier. 6 of its 10 aircraft carriers were old or converted, and it was desperately short of long-range reconnaissance aircraft. It had neglected developing magnetic mines and discovered that the Germans could lay mines faster than the Royal Navy could sweep them. Up until 1943 it was even short of torpedoes. The Germans could read British naval signals up until mid-1943. Aircraft were crucial to dealing with German submarines, but there was no coordination between the Navy and RAF Coastal Command until 1941, and even when that was established, Bomber Command would not release long-range aircraft for duties in the Atlantic. 150. The Royal Navy refused at first to adopt the convoy system, with warships ushering civilian vessels across the Atlantic, which had proved so successful in the latter stages of the First World War. Instead, it reverted to the older strategy of keeping its warships separate in hunter groups, which would supposedly seek and destroy enemy submarines. A lack of suitable escort vessels lay behind the British desire for vintage U.S. First World War destroyers bought at such a high price. 151 Britain was lucky that Germany had begun the war with just 57 submarines, of which only 23 were capable of ocean-going operations. Until 1941 U-boat losses outstripped replacements, but after that date new submarines were able to operate in the Atlantic with devastating results. This precluded a build-up of U.S. forces in Britain ready for an invasion of Europe. Prior to their entry into the war, the U.S. Navy passed on information on German submarine positions to the British, and they occupied Greenland to provide a base from which to protect shipping. In May 1941 a U.S. aircraft carrier, 3 battleships, and cruisers and destroyers were transferred from the Pacific to the North Atlantic. The U.S. reintroduced the convoy system after severe losses in the weeks after they entered the war. It also used radar and long-distance aircraft to protect shipping. Things were also going badly in the one theater where British forces confronted the Axis. In May 1942 Rommel attacked the British line in the Libyan desert. The British dispersed their tanks, Rommel concentrated his. The British expected the attack in the north, it came in the south. As they fell back they left a garrison of 35,000 to hold the port of Tobruk, which was of symbolic importance. It fell in just one day. It ranked alongside the earlier surrender of Singapore as one of Britain's greatest humiliations in the war. In North Africa British forces were facing just 4 out of a total of 200 German divisions, the vast bulk of which were engaged in Russia. Sir Alexander Cadogan, the permanent head of the Foreign Office, wrote in his diary, "Our army is the mockery of the world." The chief of the Imperial General Staff, Alan Brooke, confessed in his diary, "I certainly never expected we should fall to pieces as fast as we are." 152. Studies of the desert fighting have shown that German soldiers were better able to deal with emergencies, with NCOs and even private soldiers taking decisions in the absence of officers. British units too often ceased fighting if they lost their officers. 153 By July 1942, Rommel's offensive in the western desert threatened Britain's control of Egypt. There was panic in Cairo on July 1. The British Embassy and GHQ burnt piles of classified papers, showering the city with ash and charred documents. British forces formed a defensive line anchored on the town of El Alamein, 66 miles west of Alexandria. If that line was breached, Rommel would be through to Alexandria, the Nile Delta and then Cairo. But the British forces managed to halt Rommel's advance. The German and Italian forces were at the end of a very restricted supply line, as 3/4 of the Axis ships attempting to reach North Africa were sunk. Their tank units were much depleted. Luftwaffe squadrons had been drawn off once more to aid the renewed German offensive in Russia. 154. The British commander in North Africa, Montgomery, won success through an unoriginal frontal attack backed by heavy artillery, which resulted in heavy losses. The British lost 6 times more men than the Germans and Italians, and over 600 tanks compared to Rommel's 180. Montgomery was able to deploy 300 new Sherman tanks sent from the US, and he enjoyed near complete control of the air. El Alamein was Britain's one success against the Germans, although half of Rommel's troops were Italian. The British won through overwhelming numerical superiority, a 4-to-1 superiority in tanks and artillery, as well as a reserve of 1,200 tanks against the Germans' 22, and air superiority. But Montgomery did not follow up the German retreat with any urgency, and the Axis forces retreated eastwards in good order. 155. In November 1942, 2 invasion fleets carrying U.S. forces approached North Africa aiming to seize Algeria and Morocco, French colonies run by Vichy. General Henry Giroux, whom the Americans believed could rally the French army in Algeria and Morocco, accompanied the U.S. invasion force. Giroux had escaped German capture in 1940 and had reported back to Pétain, whom he supported despite opposing cooperation with Germany. Eventually he was smuggled out of France by British intelligence and brought to the U.S. commander, Eisenhower, in Gibraltar. Roosevelt wished to build up Giroux as an alternative to de Gaulle, who was distrusted by Washington. De Gaulle was not told about the landings in North Africa until they were about to take place. Giroux refused to go to Algiers to join resistance forces after he was denied command of the whole North African invasion. When asked why he did not go to Algiers, he replied, "You may have seen something of the large de Gaullist demonstration that was held here last Sunday. Some of the demonstrators sang the Marseillaise. I entirely approve of that. Others sang the chant du départ. Quite satisfactory. Others again shouted Vive de Gaulle. No objection. But some of them cried death to Giroux. I don't approve of that at all." 156. The Allies then discovered that Pétain's deputy premier, Admiral Jean-François Darlat, commander of Vichy's armed forces, was in Algiers visiting his sick son. On November 8 resistance forces in Algeria succeeded in capturing the Vichy command, including Darlat. As U.S. troops came ashore, fighting continued between Vichy forces and the resistance. After 3 days, U.S. General Mark Clark arrived with instructions from Eisenhower to secure a ceasefire, leaving Darla in control of Algeria and Morocco. Darla retained Vichy's anti-Semitic racist laws and deported de Gaulle's supporters to camps in the Sahara. 157. Darla quickly became an embarrassment to his U.S. controllers and was assassinated by a young Frenchman on December 24. Speculation soon mounted that British intelligence was behind the killing. Giving power to a collaborator like Darla smacked of appeasement and was deeply unpopular. General Giroux replaced Darla as chief of French North Africa, and Roosevelt and Churchill brokered an agreement between him and de Gaulle that both would lead the Free French forces. De Gaulle would eventually maneuver his more senior rival out of that position. 158. Meanwhile, U.S. troops moved east into Tunisia, where the Germans and Italians had retreated, intent on a last stand in North Africa. As the Axis forces fought to defend Tunisia, an SS Special Commando unit exterminated 2,500 Jews. The unit had been sent by Hitler following Rommel's capture of Tobruk in June 1942, with the Führer ordering them to destroy Jewry in the Arab world. 159. After suffering some setbacks, the Americans finally linked up with the British Eighth Army advancing westwards and forced an Italo-German surrender. The fact that the Axis had lost 250,000 soldiers and their equipment, plus their air and naval support, led the U.S. to press for a landing in France. 160. Churchill successfully counterposed an assault on Sicily and thence onto Italy. This reflected the centrality of the Mediterranean to the British Empire. By January 1943 there were 400,000 tons of ammunition stockpiled in Egypt, with 750,000 personnel stationed there. Britain's resources were stretched to breaking point elsewhere, particularly in the Far East, but the concentration of men and materiel in Egypt demanded continued operations in the Mediterranean. In 1941 the British could have cleared the Italians from North Africa with just 2 divisions. By 1943 that required 21 British and U.S. divisions and meant Allied forces were concentrated in a theater Washington saw as secondary. The British had accumulated such vast piles of materiel in North Africa, at such great effort, that it would be hugely expensive and time-consuming to transfer them elsewhere. That was an additional factor in their efforts to prioritize Mediterranean operations. 161. Yet Churchill's successful argument for the invasion of Italy would be his last in determining the Allied strategy in Europe. As the advance in Italy became bogged down, Washington forced the June 1944 Normandy landings on the British. British planners were painfully aware that while their forces would have parity with U.S. forces at the time of the initial landings, that would quickly cease to be the case as the Americans would come to dominate. Britain constantly maneuvered to oppose a landing in France, putting forward all sorts of alternative schemes, including an invasion of neutral Portugal. Even after the U.S. insisted on Operation Overlord, the invasion of Normandy, going ahead, Churchill could ask in February 1944, "Why are we trying to do this?" 162. On D-Day itself, June 6, 1944, the day of the Normandy landings, the British provided half the troops. This was the maximum force it could mobilize. From then until the end of the war, British troop levels declined while America's mushroomed until they had 5 times as many troops fighting the Germans. Churchill described the relation between US and Britain as a noble brotherhood of arms. The truth was somewhat different. After America's entry into the war, Churchill knew that Britain could not hope to dominate a land war in Northern Europe. 163. The World at War, March 1942. Chapter 6. Russia, the Crucible of Victory. To the gates of Moscow. A German attack on Russia was only a question of time. Victory there was key to Hitler's vision of the Third Reich and to the eventual global domination he craved. Domination of Europe would be followed by a showdown with the United States. Nevertheless, in 1939, the regimes in Moscow and Berlin were prepared to explore a rapprochement, or at least use the possibility of it to scare the other powers. Even before the September 1938 Munich Conference, from which Russia was excluded, Stalin had made it clear that the USSR had no obligation to Czechoslovakia in the event of French indifference to an attack on her, and that the USSR consequently had the right to renounce its pact with the Czechs. 1. The decision of Britain and France to acquiesce in the dismemberment of Czechoslovakia at Munich in September 1938 fueled Stalin's distrust of the two Western powers and encouraged him to seek an accord with Hitler. During the 18th Congress of the Soviet Communist Party in March 1939, Stalin claimed that Britain and France were trying to incite a conflict between Germany and Russia and warned that Russia was not going to pull the chestnuts out of the fire for anyone. On April 1, Hitler echoed Stalin's words, saying he had no desire to pull chestnuts out of the fire by fighting the West's battles against Russia. Hitler's foreign minister Ribbentrop ensured that the heads of all the European diplomatic missions were aware of Hitler's pronouncement. 2. Meanwhile, Stalin continued on the opposite track of pursuing an agreement with the Western democracies. In March 1939 he made one final offer to Britain and France, proposing a pact guaranteeing the integrity of each European country, from the western boundaries of the USSR to the Atlantic, and committing the three powers to act if any were attacked by Germany. 2 months later the British replied saying they could not agree such a pact but were prepared to hold talks with Moscow. Matters dragged on until Foreign Minister Molotov insisted that they had to center on a military pact. On August 12, 1939 the Soviet Defense Minister, Voroshilov, and all the Russian military chiefs, assembled in Moscow's Spiridonovka Palace to meet the Anglo-French military delegation. The talks broke down almost immediately when the British revealed they could agree to nothing and could only report back to London. Germany had already put out feelers to Moscow about an alliance 3 months earlier. Hitler was determined to avoid a two-front war when his planned attack on Poland went ahead. In late July the German trade minister proposed a political settlement of Eastern Europe, in other words, a partition of the region. As the deadline for Hitler's attack on Poland neared, the Germans rushed to convince the Kremlin of the benefits on offer: a non-aggression pact between the two states, a secret agreement on the territorial division of the region, and generous trade arrangements. On August 19 Stalin agreed that the German Foreign Minister Ribbentrop should come to Moscow to finalize the pact. He arrived on August 23 to find the city decorated with swastika flags previously used on the sets of anti-Nazi films. Stalin himself was present alongside Molotov to greet the Germans. They agreed to a division of Poland, with the Russians joining the attack on that country, and, after some argument, Stalin was accorded the Baltic states. When the agreement was finalized, Stalin invited Ribbentrop to celebrate. The Soviet dictator toasted Hitler, Ribbentrop toasted Stalin. Attacks on fascism ceased to appear in the Russian press and the world's communist parties switched from supporting a people's war against fascism to opposing imperialist war. 800 exiled German communists were transferred from the Soviet Union to the Third Reich into the welcoming hands of the Gestapo. In December 1939 Stalin assured Hitler that the alliance between Russia and Germany was cemented in blood. 3. The Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact permitted Stalin to expand the USSR's borders westwards, beginning with eastern Poland. In September 1939, the Russians forced the three Baltic states to agree to have Russian military bases on their soil. Taking advantage of the German conquest of France in June 1940, Molotov demanded each of the Baltic states replace their government with pro-Soviet ones and accept a massive increase in the Russian military presence in each country. Hardly waiting for a reply, the Red Army moved in to occupy Latvia, Estonia, and Lithuania. Stalin made a similar grab further south. The Romanian territory of Bessarabia had been placed within the Russian sphere of influence under the terms of the Hitler-Stalin Pact. In June 1940 the Russian dictator issued an ultimatum to the Bucharest regime demanding they hand over Bessarabia and northern Bukovina. The Romanians, on advice from Berlin and Rome, agreed. In the short term Hitler accepted these coups d'état, but the Baltic states were regarded as a crucial part of the future German Empire, while Romania, an ally of Berlin, was a key provider of oil for Germany. In September 1940 Finland and Romania were admitted to the Tripartite Pact. 4. For Hitler it was a question of expediency, allowing him to fight a single front war in the west before he turned his guns eastwards. But now the Russian ambition to control Romanian oil and much else in Eastern Europe endangered Germany's access to key raw materials. Further, the existence of an independent Russian state keen to exert influence in Eastern and Southeast Europe was a threat which had to be eliminated. Dependence on Russian supplies of oil, grain, and other vital raw materials contradicted the aim of creating a self-sufficient Third Reich. By 1940 Russia supplied 74% of its phosphate imports, 67% of its asbestos, 65% of its chrome ore, 55% of its manganese, 40% of its nickel and 34% of its oil imports. 5. The Führer's date for an attack on Russia was set as the spring of 1941. But there was also something else underlying the decision to extend the war eastwards. The Nazis' rise to power centered on anti-communism and the need for Germany to expand. In terms of the movement's mass membership, Hitler had not delivered on his promise prior to taking office that he would oversee a complete revolution in Germany. In order to prevent demoralization and desertion, anti-Semitism became central because the one thing Hitler could promise and in part deliver was the destruction of European Jewry, the majority of which was located in the East. As Ian Kershaw explains, if Nazism were to sustain and reinvigorate itself, were not to lose its ideological cutting edge, the war had to continue. 6. The crusade against Jewish Bolshevism was central to the Nazi project. As Hitler concentrated on planning an assault on Russia, his racial policy would become inextricably intertwined with the campaign. A genocidal war was envisaged from the outset. He and his generals were confident that the Jewish Bolshevik elite presided over a rotten system that would cave in under heavy blows. They allocated 4 months to achieve the destruction of the Red Army. The plan was to advance eastward, seizing a vast area up to a line running from Archangel in the Arctic to Astrakhan, where the Volga reached its delta with the Caspian Sea. The plan, as Richard Overy points out, was to populate it with fortified garrison cities, keeping the population under the permanent control of the master race, while a rump Asian state beyond the Urals, the Slav lands, would accommodate the rest of the Soviet people. Russia, Hitler is reported as saying, will be our India. 7. Britain and France shared Hitler's low estimation of the Red Army. That was confirmed by its woeful performance in the Soviet-Finnish Winter War, which had begun in November 1939. Stalin had demanded territory north of Leningrad in order to secure the city's defenses, plus a naval base at the entrance to the Baltic. When that was refused, he ordered an invasion, confidently expecting an easy conquest. 1 million men took on just 200,000 Finnish troops. Huge concentrations of infantry were sent forward without proper support, only to be surrounded by mobile Finnish units or butchered from well-prepared defense lines. In 4 months 127,000 Russians died, having failed to secure a breakthrough. It took the influx of 26 new infantry divisions and tanks plus a massive artillery barrage to breach the Finnish defenses and force the government in Helsinki to sue for peace in March 1940. Foreign Minister Molotov admitted that a further 49,000 Red Army soldiers were killed and 158,000 wounded. 8. The debacle in Finland further convinced the Germans that victory in Russia would be quick. 9. The experience of this disastrous war forced Stalin to relax his grip slightly on the officer corps. He reintroduced the old Tsarist ranks of general and admiral in May 1940 and 2 months later introduced a severe disciplinary code modeled on that of the old Imperial Army. 1,000 men were promoted to general or admiral and traditional uniforms were restored. But his cronies still exerted a reign of terror, and there was no attempt to learn from the success of German armor in May and June 1940.10. Furthermore, Moscow was keen to develop its alliance with Germany in the wake of the Wehrmacht's spectacular victory over France. In November 1940, Molotov arrived in Berlin for talks with Ribbentrop and Hitler, hoping to extend the Ribbentrop-Molotov pact. Molotov cut to the quick, asking a series of questions. Did the 1939 German-Soviet agreement establish Finland as being within the Russian orbit? What role did Hitler envisage the USSR playing within the new order in Europe? What was the position regarding Moscow's interests in Bulgaria, Romania, and Turkey? 11. Ribbentrop rather lamely responded by inviting the Soviet Union to join the tripartite pact uniting Germany, Japan, and Italy, but Molotov would not respond until his questions were answered. Hitler intervened, pronouncing, "After the conquest of England, the British Empire will be apportioned as a gigantic worldwide estate. In this bankrupt estate Russia will get access to the ice-free and really open seas." The Russian did not take the bait and pressed the Führer about the presence of German troops in Finland, an ally of Hitler, and German guarantees of Romania's borders, which, he pointed out, displeases us. 12 Later Molotov presented Ribbentrop with Moscow's demands, which included access to the Dardanelles, Swedish neutrality, access to the Baltic Sea, and assurances about the future of Romania, Hungary, Bulgaria, Yugoslavia, and Greece. This discussion took place in an air raid shelter after British bombers disrupted a diplomatic reception. The Russian leadership were angling for a share of control of Eastern Europe and the Baltic, something unacceptable to Hitler, who regarded them as being under German hegemony. Later Hitler would tell Martin Bormann of his reaction when reports of this further exchange reached him: "The Third Reich, defender and protector of Europe, could not have sacrificed these friendly countries on the altar of communism. War with Russia had become inevitable, whatever we did." 13. The damage caused by Stalin's military purges cannot be overestimated. At the time of Barbarossa only 7% of army officers had any higher military education and 37% had not completed intermediate training. 14 The purges continued right up until June 1941, though on a greatly reduced scale after 1938. Prior to the annexation of eastern Poland and the Baltic states, Russia's contingency plans for a war with Germany, dating back to the days when Hitler was seen as an enemy not an ally, centered on holding the prepared defenses of the Stalin Line, behind the pre-1939 frontier. After the occupation of the new territories, Stalin ordered that the Red Army had to defend the new border with Germany. This was much longer, 2,800 miles, and the Russians hurriedly built new fortifications and airfields under the noses of the Germans. The Stalin Line to the east was stripped of its artillery and equipment. The new plan was that the Red Army could hold or absorb any German attack until the reserves could be mobilized for a decisive counterattack. Accordingly, Stalin vetoed plans to move vital industries eastwards, away from danger. Some 70% of Russian industry lay in the Ukraine and the Moscow and Leningrad districts, dangerously exposed to invasion. 15. In May 1940 Stalin recalled Georgy Zhukov to Moscow, following his success against the Japanese in the Far East. Zhukov was promoted to become a full general, and in January 1941 Stalin appointed him chief of the General Staff. 16 In March that year Stalin agreed to the creation of 20 armored divisions and 106 new air regiments deploying new aircraft models. Half the armored divisions still lacked tanks by the time of the German attack in July, and all lacked training and spare parts. Worse, they were all distributed along the border, easy prey for the Luftwaffe. There were also serious shortages of trucks, tractors, and motorcycles, while artillery units lacked ammunition. Just weeks before the German attack, Zaporozhets, head of the Political Propaganda Administration, reported, "The fortified districts located on our western frontiers are for the most part not operationally ready. The fortified districts are not manned by the requisite number of specially trained troops." 17. The subsequent argument deployed by the Kremlin to justify the Hitler-Stalin pact was that Russia bought vital time to prepare its defenses. As we shall see, there was no evidence of any serious planning being made to beat off a German attack. The Russian dictator refused to countenance that the Führer would break his word. Nevertheless, the swift German conquest of France in June 1940 shattered Stalin's hopes that the war in the West would become a long struggle of attrition, leaving none of the combatants free to attack Russia. If anyone bought time with the agreement, it was Hitler. Not only did it free him to launch a one-front war in the West, it also ensured there could be no repeat of the 1914-18 economic blockade of Germany. Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union could supply German needs. During the 17 months of the pact, Germany was supplied with 865,000 tons of oil, 648,000 tons of wood, 14,000 tons of manganese ore, 14,000 tons of copper, almost 1.5 million tons of grain and much more besides. In addition, Soviet traders bought up material on the world markets to be transshipped to Germany, including 154,000 tons of rubber, which came via Japan. Other military assistance was granted. The German Navy was given a base to use near Murmansk for refueling. Soviet icebreakers were offered to clear a way through Arctic waters for German merchant raiders, hunting down Allied sea traffic. Soviet weather ships sent back meteorological reports for the German Air Force during the Battle of Britain. 18. While politicians in London, Paris, and Washington had believed they could deal with Hitler in conventional diplomatic style, Stalin went further in thinking he could trust Hitler to honor his treaty commitments. Responsibility for the disaster that befell Russia in the summer and autumn of 1941 must be laid squarely at the feet of Stalin. Right up until the first shots were fired by German invaders, vital Russian supplies crossed the border into occupied Poland. News of the invasion was suppressed for hours as Stalin desperately tried to broker a fresh deal with Hitler. Meanwhile, Russian troops were killed while awaiting orders to resist the invaders, and aircraft were destroyed en masse as they sat on their runways. Distrustful of virtually everyone else, Stalin seems to have trusted Hitler, believing he would be satisfied with their bargain, ignoring the clear warnings that the Führer wanted a genocidal war of conquest in Russia and the East. Until June 21, 1941, the day before the invasion, Stalin refused to accept that Hitler was about to launch an attack. 2 months before the invasion, German reconnaissance planes began systematically photographing the frontier areas and the western USSR to map Soviet defenses. Within weeks, one plane had crashed in Russian territory complete with its cameras. Stalin ordered no one should fire on the spy planes. Red Army commanders were aware by the beginning of April of a military build-up on the other side of the frontier. Stalin was receiving warnings from Washington and London, both keen now to rebuild friendship with Russia, that invasion was imminent. He rejected them on the grounds that both wanted a Russo-German war. Russian intelligence supplied a torrent of accurate information indicating invasion was imminent. Stalin ignored it all. Until the last minute he believed his pact with Hitler would hold because Hitler, with the British undefeated, would not dare to fight a war on two fronts. 19. Hitler envisaged the creation along the Urals of an eastern frontier for the Third Reich, behind which the Slavs and their Jewish string-pullers would be contained. This would be no Maginot Line but a human defense chain made up of warrior farmers, Germans settled on the Third Reich's eastern border. Hitler even talked of his hopes to colonize the Ukraine with 20 million settlers drawn not only from Germany but from Scandinavia, Western Europe, and even America. He described how he saw the fate of any remaining Slavs: "We shan't settle in the Russian towns and we'll let them go to pieces without intervening. And above all, no remorse on this subject. We're absolutely without obligations as far as these people are concerned. To struggle against the hovels, chase away the fleas, provide German teachers, bring out newspapers, very little of that for us. We'll confine ourselves, perhaps, to setting up a radio transmitter, under our control. For the rest, let them know just enough to understand our highway signs, so that they won't get themselves run over by our vehicles. There's only one duty, to Germanize the country by the immigration of Germans and to look upon the natives as redskins." 20. The invading German troops would be fed at the expense of the local population. Göring talked of the biggest mass death in Europe since the 30 Years' War, while others quoted a figure of 10 million dead through starvation. 21. 7 months before the invasion began, Colonel General Halder delivered a report at a conference attended by the Führer to discuss the attack on Russia. "The Red Army is leaderless," argued Halder. Germany was superior in leadership, equipment, and fighting troops. The Red Army would be broken into fragments, which would be encircled and destroyed. Disaster would quickly befall the Soviet Union. Halder was to be proved wrong. 22. The general view in London and Washington was that the USSR could not withstand a German attack. The chief of the British Imperial General Staff, General Sir John Dill, predicted that the Germans would go through Russia like a hot knife through butter. The Labour left-winger, Stafford Cripps, now ambassador to Moscow, told the British War Cabinet, Russia cannot hold out against Germany for more than 3 or 4 weeks, by which time the enemy might be in Leningrad, Moscow, or Kiev. 23. Until just minutes before the attack, with the sound of panzer engines audible across the frontier, Russian raw materials continued to feed Hitler's war efforts in line with the 1939 pact. The attack fell on Russian troops and border guards who had been refused permission to prepare their defenses in case it provoked the Germans. John Erickson details the state of the Russian army in June 1941, no reserves of spare parts or concentration of repair facilities, tractors, lorries, and motorcycles were in grievously short supply, while artillery units faced a critical shortage of ammunition. 24. The July 22, 1941, the day on which Hitler launched Operation Barbarossa, was the high water mark for German military power. In total, the Germans and their allies deployed 3 million soldiers, 3,600 tanks, 7,200 artillery guns, 1,800 planes, and 750,000 horses. Italian, Romanian, and Hungarian divisions joined the invading Germans. The Bulgarians were content with seizing the territory they coveted from the Soviet Union and doing little else. Franco sent 45,500 volunteers of the Spanish Blue Division. These units were far less mobile and poorly armed and would become something of a liability for the Wehrmacht. 25. While the Germans had no advantage in numbers of tanks or aircraft, they did have in the way they utilized them, concentrating their armored forces and coordinating them with air cover. German armored columns raced through the Russians' linear defenses. Tanks and aircraft were either destroyed by the Luftwaffe where they stood or simply thrown away in ill-conceived and unsupported counterattacks. Russian infantry were ordered simply to march into the advancing Germans in a body with no artillery or armored support. The Red Army had no means of cooperating with the Air Force. Much of its equipment was destroyed in those summer months and millions of Russian troops were simply overrun. On the first morning of the invasion, 1,200 Red Air Force planes were destroyed as the Luftwaffe attacked their airfields. The Germans thus achieved air supremacy. 26. The Russian Mechanized Corps lost 90% of their strength in the first week. 27. On June 23 the Russians decided to form the Stavka, a collective body over which Stalin supposedly presided, imposing tight centralism on the military. Stalin, however, withdrew into near isolation until July 3. When he reappeared at his first command meetings he was quiet and very nervous. In the first days of the war he sent radio messages to Berlin requesting peace and approached the Japanese to act as peace brokers. When he emerged to give his first address to the population the official rhetoric had undergone a transformation. Gone was any mention of the Communist Party, instead he declared that Russia was fighting a patriotic war, and that his words were addressed to the Russians. In order to survive, Stalin was forced to limit the terror and play the nationalist card. In addition, he placated his officer corps. The restoration of badges of rank and epaulets based on the old imperial designs was, John Erickson comments, no mere ornament, for it marked, physically and visibly, a major transition in the Red Army. Communist Party control over army units was also loosened in response to long-standing complaints from officers. 28. But the decisive factor in bolstering the resistance of the Russians and other peoples classed as subhuman by the Nazis was the extermination and mass slavery program which came with German occupation. As the Ostseer advanced deep into Russia, the Nazi rulers gathered on July 16 to discuss how the newly occupied territories would be administered. Alfred Rosenberg suggested dividing Russia into small nations, so as to free the German Reich of the Eastern nightmare for centuries to come. Hitler answered that, small sovereign states no longer have a right to exist, the road to self-government leads to independence. One cannot keep by democratic institutions what one has acquired by force. He added, while German goals and methods must be concealed from the world at large, all the necessary measures, shootings, exiling etc. we shall take and can take anyway. The order of the day is first, conquer, second, rule, third, exploit. 29. Hitler had already ordered that the Geneva Convention would not apply to prisoners in the East, that any commissars should be shot on the spot, and that Leningrad would be leveled when captured. He told his senior commanders prior to the invasion, the war against Russia will be such that it cannot be conducted in a chivalrous manner. This struggle is one of ideologies and racial differences and will have to be conducted with unprecedented, merciless, and unrelenting harshness. All officers will have to rid themselves of obsolete ideologies. I know that the necessity for such means of waging war is beyond the comprehension of you generals, but I insist absolutely that my orders will be executed without contradiction. The commissars are the bearers of ideology directly opposed to National Socialism. Therefore the commissars will be liquidated. 30. As Alan Clark writes of the German army in Russia, mass murder, deportations, deliberate starvation of prisoners in cages, the burning alive of school children, target practice on civilian hospitals, atrocities were so common that no man coming fresh to the scene could stay sane without acquiring a protective veneer of brutalization. 31. Genocide flowed from the Nazis' racial theories. The Jews had to be exterminated, the Slavs were undermentioned, subhumans, who could be killed at will. This brutality affected the whole conduct of the war. Millions of Soviet prisoners suffered the ravages of the cold, starvation, disease and brutal mistreatment. Eventually it was decided to ship them back to the Reich to use as slave labor, the huge death toll being matched by low productivity. In the first 4 months of occupation, Kiev's population fell from 850,000 to 400,000, and further still to 295,000 by mid-1943. 32. The losses inflicted on the Red Army in the summer of 1941 were immense. In June the Germans took more prisoners at Minsk than the numbers evacuated from Dunkirk a year earlier. In August nearly 500,000 men were captured around Smolensk, Uman in the Ukraine and Gomel in Belorussia. A month later 665,000 were taken at Kiev and some 663,000 were captured as the Wehrmacht approached Moscow in October. Yet the Red Army proved capable of resistance in the most appalling conditions. Soviet resilience around Smolensk, key to the central thrust on Moscow, held up the German advance on that axis for a month, allowing the capital's defenses to be prepared, while the main German effort in the south was deflected into clearing out Russian resistance in the Ukraine. 33. With his armies at the gates of Moscow and Leningrad, Hitler proclaimed victory. On October 3 he spoke in Berlin's Sportspalast, boasting that Russia was as good as finished and would not rise up again. The number of Soviet prisoners has grown to 2.5 million. The number of captured or destroyed cannon in our possession amounts to about 22,000. The number of destroyed or captured tanks in our possession totals over 18,000. The number of destroyed, damaged, and shot down aircraft is 14,500. And behind our troops the space is twice as large as that of the German Reich of 1933 when I assumed leadership, or 4 times as large as England. 34. But the German advance on 3 fronts, towards Leningrad, Moscow and into the Ukraine, was too dispersed. The panzers ran ahead of the infantry, who had to advance over huge distances on foot, so that when the tanks reached Leningrad they had to wait for troops to catch up, allowing the Red Army to fortify the city. The reality was that for Barbarossa to succeed the Red Army had to be destroyed quickly so it could not retreat eastwards in any kind of order. It was clear that the Red Army, though badly mauled, had survived the initial blows. Fatal flaws became obvious as the Wehrmacht advanced deep into Russia. The eventual goals of Operation Barbarossa were imprecise. Originally any drive on Moscow had been of secondary importance. The strategy was to occupy the Baltic states, remove any threat to the Romanian oilfields, and secure the vital economic heartlands of the Ukraine, to which Hitler attached great importance. there were fears that an attack on Stalin's capital might simply push the Red Army eastwards without securing its destruction by encirclement operations. Meanwhile, Hitler ordered that Leningrad should not be attacked directly but rather besieged so that sickness and hunger would lead to its fall and destruction. Until the autumn of 1941, Hitler refused to prioritize between the three thrusts on Leningrad, Moscow, and the Ukraine. It was the extent of Russian resistance and the onset of winter that dictated that a decision had to be made. By the close of 1941, German forces concentrated on capturing Moscow. 35. Hitler was gambling that Russian losses in men and materiel could not be replaced. The Soviet state-run economy had moved to evacuate industrial enterprises eastwards en masse. As David M. Glantz and Jonathan House note, in total, 1,532 factories, including 1,360 related to armaments, were transferred to the Volga River, Siberia, and Central Asia between July and November 1941. Almost 1.5 million railcars were involved. Even allowing for the hyperbole so common to Soviet accounts, this massive relocation and reorganization of heavy industry was an incredible accomplishment of endurance and organization. 36. The working day was increased in length from 7 to 8 hours but in practice was 11, holidays were abolished, and a 7-day week introduced. As the historian A.D. Harvey points out, the Soviet Union fought the mad dog idealism of the Nazis with weight of material and machines, outproducing even the United States in tanks and artillery. The Russians produced 29 times more ordnance in 1941-45 than in 1914-17, 3 times the quantity produced by Britain and the US. By 1942, war production was 5 times the 1940 level in the Urals and 27 times the 1940 level in Western Siberia. 37. Yet as the Germans neared Moscow, the Soviet dictator was prepared to countenance surrender. In October 1941, Stalin approved approaches to Germany via Sweden to ascertain what peace terms might be available. When there was no response to his overtures, Stalin was forced to make further changes to the regime's tone in order to stiffen resistance. Russian nationalism was given official approval, controls on the Russian Orthodox Church were loosened and promises were made that life would improve once victory was secured. When Stalin spoke in Red Square on November 7 to mark the anniversary of the 1917 revolution, he told the assembled troops, "The war that you are fighting is a war of liberation, a just war. May you be inspired in this by the valiant image of our great ancestors, Alexander Nevsky, Dmitry Donskoy, Kuzma Minin, Dmitry Pozersky, Alexander Suvorov, Mikhail Kutuzov." 38. This was an appeal to Russia's czarist and feudal history. As the realization spread that German victory meant mass slavery and potential genocide, not just for the Jews but all of the Slavic population, Russian nationalism became central to Stalin's propaganda. Vodka was also made readily available to the troops. 39. Stalin was also falling back on other tried and tested methods, ordering a purge of unreliable elements, a policy of execution for deserters, panic-mongers, and those who abandoned their positions. Meanwhile, Stalin agreed to release officers being held in the Gulag. Many went from slave labor to front-line commands. The future Marshal, Konstantin Rokossovsky, had survived 2 mock executions and emerged from the prison camps with 9 missing teeth and 3 broken ribs to take command. He fought all the way to Berlin under the sentence of death, which could be invoked by Stalin at any time. 40. Stalin had already ordered drastic reprisals against the families of commissars and officers who surrendered or deserted, denying them state support and benefits. As panic gripped, Moscow party officials were shot along with defeatists. On October 16, the NKVD shot over 200 people in the city, the highest total since the last purge in 1938.41. Against this background, Hitler urged the Wehrmacht to take Moscow. By now there were too few tanks available and his forces, expecting a quick victory, were not equipped for a harsh winter. The Red Army too was short of tanks and its troop levels had fallen to their lowest ever at 2.3 million. Artillery, infantry weapons, and trucks were also in short supply. The Germans got near to the city's outskirts and threatened to break into the rear of its defenses, leaving its defenders marooned. On October 15 the Russian government began evacuating eastwards to Kuyabyshev. Molotov told the British and US ambassadors to leave. Panic spread as people besieged the train stations and the city's key factories were hit by absenteeism. Martial law was declared. Stalin himself delivered a broadcast making it clear he was staying in the city. Zhukov took over the defense of the capital. 42. In September 1941 a Russian spy in the German embassy in Tokyo was able to pass on the information that a Japanese imperial conference had decided to attack south into the Pacific against the US and the European imperial powers rather than attack the USSR. Units were switched west to defend Moscow. 43 The December 1941 surprise Japanese air attack on the US Pacific Fleet anchored at Pearl Harbor confirmed this intelligence. It also meant Stalin was fighting alongside Britain and the United States, after Hitler declared war on America in accordance with his treaty commitment to Japan. By now the numbers fighting outside Moscow on both sides were so reduced that the Russian reinforcements played a crucial role in tipping the balance towards the defending forces. For some 700 miles of the front the Germans had no reserves and their offensive was petering out into penny packet attacks which were blocked by Russian resistance. Moscow was not taken and the Red Army counterattacked. Russia's survival depended on the fact that it was fighting a war on a single, albeit massive, front against Germany. But there was also a difference between the two warring dictators. As the war progressed Hitler took more and more control over it. Stalin, in contrast, after he had regained his nerve in the summer of 1941, was far more open to the advice of his generals. Russia's war was fought under a relatively collective leadership. 44. Defeat outside Moscow only led to an increase in the level of violence inflicted by the Nazis on the Russian people. On the day Hitler declared war on the US in solidarity with Japan, he also issued his night and fog decree: all those placing German security in danger who were not executed immediately should vanish without trace, with their family being told nothing of their fate. 45 The failure to take first Leningrad and then Moscow left Germany fighting a war it could not win. Hitler had gambled on defeating the Soviet Union in 6 months, his gamble failed, just at the point a European war was to turn into a world war involving the US. The Germans were fighting a war on a long front with extended supply lines. Stalin was fighting a war of national defense on home territory. Despite his own incompetence and that of the state bureaucracy, the Red Army fought ferociously because it was aware of the savagery the Nazis were inflicting in the occupied territories. Stalin and the USSR had survived but at terrible cost. Russian industrial output halved between June and November 1941 as German forces overran an area containing 45% of the USSR's pre-war population. By December 1941 the Russians had lost 4 million men, 8,000 aircraft, and 17,000 tanks. That was equivalent to the Red Army's strength at the beginning of Barbarossa. 46 The Russian regime had been able to raise new armies, often lacking training and equipment, but those units that survived became highly battle-trained. Nevertheless, in 1942 the new factories in the East helped double pre-war aircraft production and quadruple tank production. This was achieved, as John Erickson notes, with a labor force reduced from 27 million to 19 million, fed by a differentiated ration system and housed, primitively. 47. The Russians had developed the most effective tank of the war, the T-34, whose wide tracks were well suited to the mud and ice of the Eastern Front. Industry concentrated on mass-producing limited designs of weapons, but that proved more effective than the German practice of producing too many weapons which were too complicated to use. German forces at the beginning of 1942 were suffering shortages of infantry and material, lost in the retreat from Moscow. One reaction was to step up propaganda emphasizing the racial aspect of the Eastern Campaign, stressing the inhumanity of their enemies, the impossibility of surrender, and giving the green light to atrocities. Glantz and House point to the paradox that, the Soviet-German struggle led the Soviets to de-emphasize ideology in favor of nationalism, while it prompted the German army to embrace a Soviet-styled system of political officers and indoctrination. 48. There were two different dynamics at work. Hitler was fighting an imperialist war which was also a genocidal one. Stalin was fighting a war based on nationalism. Success in the battle for Moscow meant Stalin felt emboldened in talks with the British Foreign Secretary, Anthony Eden, to secure an assurance that he could keep the territories gained under the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, along with the promise of a second front, an invasion of Western Europe, in the coming year. 49. Meanwhile, Moscow was encouraging partisan warfare in the German-occupied zones, carefully controlled from Moscow. The basis for these units was often cut-off Red Army units. The difficulties were severe: informers, lack of food and weapons, German reprisals, plus initially they were given little or no advice except for proclamations reissued from the post-1917 Civil War. They gradually became more effective and made contact with the Red Army and the regime, which used them to retain some presence in the occupied zones. The German response was to increase reprisals, yet this simply helped stiffen civilian resistance to the Nazis. 50. Stalin ordered a rapid offensive after Moscow, but he underestimated the ability of the Germans to resist and ignored the heat of his commanders, who wanted to concentrate armor in order to provide the sort of cutting edge they had witnessed German panzers deploy. Instead, the Red Army reverted to the full frontal attacks that had proved so disastrous in the previous summer. The failure of Stalin's offensives encouraged further changes in the Russian command structure. Zhukov had become effective head of the Supreme High Command and Stalin's troubleshooter. In January 1942 he issued directives demanding offensives at limited points to allow concentration of armor and artillery. The Red Army commanders also began to win independence from party commissars and from Stalin's cronies. Increasingly they won a long, silent, and bitter struggle against party interference in military affairs. 51. Hitler now faced the prospect of a protracted war in Russia with Britain still in the field and Japan and the US joining the conflict. He addressed fears that an alliance with Japan would undermine the position of the white races in Asia. Interests of the white race must at present give place to the interests of the German people. We are fighting for our life. What use is fine theory if the basis of life is taken away? In a life and death struggle, all means available to a people are right. We would ally ourselves with anyone if we could weaken the Anglo-Saxon position. 52. The decisive point in the Second World War. Hitler drew up a new plan for Russia. As Alan Clark describes, he intended to smash the Russians once and for all by breaking the power of their army in the south, capturing the seat of their economy, and taking the option of either wheeling up behind Moscow or down to the oil fields of Baku. 53. Stalin was convinced the southern attack was a feint, and that the main thrust would be directed at Moscow once more. He duly demanded a concentration of Russian forces there, returning to old form in overruling his commanders who grasped that the main German thrust would be in the south. 54. The summer 1942 southern offensive carried the Wehrmacht to the Volga and into the Caucasus. Hitler stressed the need to advance on Grozny and Baku to seize the oilfields but also demanded the capture of Stalingrad. This meant German forces would become divided as one prong advanced towards Grozny and the other drove on to Stalingrad where it became bogged down in a battle of attrition. 55. Stalin feared a rebellion among the mainly Muslim peoples of the Caucasus. Beria, the NKVD commander, was rushed there with special security forces to quell any movement with mass murder and deportation, sweeping aside the nominal rights of these Soviet republics. 56. In the event, the German advance became concentrated on the river Volga at Stalingrad where both sides were drawn into desperate street fighting. The Red Army was driven back until they held just a narrow strip of territory within the city, along the western bank of the Volga. Reinforcements and supplies were ferried across the river under German fire. German tanks were not suited to street fighting and were highly vulnerable in constrained spaces where movement was restricted. The Russian commander at Stalingrad, Chewikov, ordered his men to hug the enemy, staying so close to their opponents that airstrikes became impossible. 57. Stalingrad had never been one of the goals for the German summer offensive, but Hitler was now determined to capture the city. The Sixth Army soon found its offensive capability mightily reduced, as John Ericsson describes. At the end of September, General Halder noted the gradual exhaustion seizing the German Sixth Army at Stalingrad. Companies were reduced to a strength of 60 men. The armor, also suffering heavy losses, was caught up in a dead Schwerpunkt and burned to pieces in street fighting for which it was wholly unsuited. 58. Halder was dismissed as Chief of Staff, one of his crimes being to urge withdrawal from the city. His successor argued for the same policy and was initially supported by the head of the Sixth Army, von Paulus, until he was promised great glory if he captured the city. On September 13, during a break in a Stavka meeting discussing the defense of Stalingrad, Stalin overheard Zhukov and Colonel General Vasilevsky discussing another solution. He demanded to know what they were talking about. They explained that they believed the Germans were overextended and that the Red Army should concentrate for an attack on the weakly defended German flanks encircling the city, besieging the besiegers. The German position at Stalingrad formed a salient which stretched eastwards to the river Volga. Many of the troops defending the flanks were Romanian and Italian, lacking anti-tank weapons, armor, and motorized transport. The Russian defenders of the city would have to keep up their resistance meanwhile and not be told of this plan. They would be the anvil on which a Russian counterattack would hammer down. This was the plan adopted in what would be the decisive battle of the Second World War. While Chewikov held out in the remaining pockets of Stalingrad in Russian hands, the counterattacks to the north and south were prepared. 59 By September 1942, larger mechanized corps had been formed in which tanks were supplemented by multiple rocket launchers, anti-aircraft and anti-tank units, armored cars plus communications, engineering, medical, transport and maintenance units. Resources were still tight, but 8 such corps deploying around 230 tanks were in existence by the close of the year. These were now deployed against the German flanks west of Stalingrad. On the eve of the assault, the Red Army calculated that its total field armies numbered 6,124,000, supplied with 78,000 guns and mortars, 7,000 tanks, and 3,200 aircraft. They estimated total German forces as numbering 5 million. 60. Between 19 and November 30 the Russians attacked, crashing through German and Romanian lines, encircling the German Sixth Army and its satellite units within the Stalingrad perimeter. 250,000 German troops plus Romanians, Croats and other Allied formations were encircled in the ruins of Stalingrad. The stage was set for Germany's first military defeat of the war and the elimination of one of its armies, something unthinkable a few short months before when Germany seemed unbeatable. As Clark states, the turning point in the Second World War had arrived. 61. The main German forces had been pushed far back westwards, though Russian tactical mistakes would eventually allow a German counterattack at Kharkov to succeed. Hitler had ordered von Paulus to create a fortress at Stalingrad. He claimed the Luftwaffe could supply the 250,000 men cut off in the city. It was never conceivable. The Red Army tightened their squeeze on the city and drove back attempts to relieve the defenders. On February 2, in defiance of Hitler's orders and with the Red Army nearing his headquarters, von Paulus surrendered. After the defeat at Stalingrad, German forces were fighting to hold back the Red Army in a brutal war, worse than that their fathers had fought in 1914-18. The losses would be astronomical, the barbarism absolute. Zhukov was made a Marshal of the Soviet Union along with the commanders of the Air Force, artillery, and armor. There were to be further enormous losses, but the Russians had begun an advance which would carry them to Berlin. It seems Hitler sensed the wheel of fortune had turned and that he faced defeat. Accordingly he began withdrawing into himself, distrustful of the generals he blamed for defeat and listening more to old friends and his courtiers. In 1943 he would make only 2 big public addresses plus a radio broadcast. He would spend little time in Berlin until the final days of the Third Reich. 62. Germany now faced a war on 2 fronts and with 2 great powers, the United States and Russia, each of whose military and industrial power was greater than its own. 63 The Red Army was modernizing rapidly with effective commanders at every level, far more free to take tactical decisions than their German counterparts. Infantry corps had armor, engineers, anti-aircraft units, and mortars attached. From being little more than a collection of infantry and field guns with a few tanks and anti-tank guns, a typical rifle army grew into a complex structure that could integrate a variety of combat arms and services, in essence a combined arms army. 64. By 1942 Russia outstripped the Third Reich in virtually every area of arms production, despite losing 25% of its economic capacity. The margin for small arms and artillery was 3:1. For tanks it was a staggering 4:1, a differential compounded by the superior quality of the T-34 tank. Even in combat aircraft the margin was 2:1. 65 Western writers often stress the importance of U.S. Lend-Lease, an extension of the scheme aiding Britain, to the Russian war effort, but this did not have any significant effect until 1943. 300 military schools had been set up to train officers along with 50 tank schools. Artillery was concentrated on particular fronts or allocated to individual armies with a variety of guns and rocket launchers, allowing for tactical flexibility. At the cutting edge were the new tank armies supported by mechanized infantry and mobile artillery, working in close coordination with the Air Force, plus signals, transportation, and maintenance units. 66. As well as such modern methods of war, the Red Army also employed methods directly out of the Tsarist military manuals. In the First World War the Imperial Army created penal battalions, punishment brigades for deserters and those who had breached the harsh discipline code. These reappeared in the Second World War, used in advance of attacking formations and denied camouflage outfits. As in 1914-17 they were kept in their positions by special units, under orders to open fire, preventing retreat or desertion. 67. Underlying the Russian revival was their ability to relocate industrial production to the east, this having collapsed to a fraction of the pre-invasion level by the end of 1941. Between June and December, over 1,500 enterprises, along with millions of workers, were moved east to the Urals, the Volga region, eastern Siberia, and Kazakhstan. By 1942 these regions supplied 3/4 of all the Red Army's weaponry and virtually all the USSR's iron and steel. Conditions at work were grim. Russian workers received 1/4 of the rations available to Germans and 1/5 of those available to British workers. They worked longer hours too. In the summer of 1943 the Germans massed for a final major offensive on the Eastern Front aimed at the city of Kursk. Unlike previous operations, this was a much more limited effort in which the hope was that a tactical victory might lead to a turnaround in the wider strategic picture. The new German commander in the East, von Manstein, warned Hitler that while in April 1943 both sides could muster an equal number of tanks, any delay in launching an offensive would mean the Red Army being able to deploy 60 new armored brigades. 68 The Russians held territory which bulged into the German lines, raising the possibility of the Germans attacking its flanks from the north and south. The battle would involve the greatest tank forces ever committed to the field. Hitler told his star tank commander, Heinz Guderian, that the thought of the coming battle made his stomach turn over. 69. This time Stalin believed the intelligence predicting the attack, given to him by his own intelligence service as well as by the British. Accordingly the Russians amassed their forces in the region, ensuring they held a 3-to-1 advantage in manpower and 50% or more tanks. According to Soviet archives their frontline forces numbered 1 million troops, 13,000 guns and mortars, plus over 3,000 armored vehicles. Held in reserve was another front army numbering 445,000 soldiers, 6,500 guns, plus 1,500 tanks and self-propelled guns. Facing them were 435,000 German soldiers, 10,000 guns and mortars plus just over 3,000 tanks. 70. Lend-Lease material was also coming from the US and Britain. Russia had little need of tanks or aircraft, but American trucks, food, petroleum products, chemicals, machine tools, boots, and metals were vital to its war machine. 71. The Germans deployed the new Tiger and Panther tanks in the hope they could outgun their enemy, but the Russians had improved their main workhorse, the T-34, introduced a new heavy tank, the Joseph Stalin, and a self-propelled gun designed to deal with the Tiger. Huge numbers of weapons and ammunition were stockpiled ready for the Wehrmacht's attack. A powerful strategic reserve was created, awaiting the moment when the Red Army could move from the defensive to the offensive. There were few battles which could match the scale of that at Kursk. The Germans lost over 1,000 aircraft, enabling the Russians to take command of the air. German armor was attacking well-prepared defensive positions, and while they made some gains, the cost was high, and the advance was ground down. To their shock, after an already grueling fight, the Germans now faced the might of the new Russian tank armies. As the German attack petered out, the battlefield was littered with burnt-out and broken-down tanks. While the Russians rushed to repair those they could, the Germans were unable to do the same. After their victory at Kursk, the Russians claimed 70,000 Germans had been killed and over 3,000 tanks and assault guns destroyed. 72. Russian advance, May 14 to September 3, 1944. The defeat of the German offensive was immediately followed by a huge Russian attack, using the reserves held back until this moment. They advanced along a 1,500-mile front, to a depth of 650 miles at its deepest. Belgorod, Orel, Kharkov, and eventually Kiev were liberated. The Red Army would not stop now until it reached Berlin. The Third Reich was no longer capable of replacing its losses on the Eastern Front. The 12th Infantry Division, which had crossed the Russian frontier in June 1941 with 14,500 men, had lost over 16,000 men by October 1943, 118% of its initial number of combat troops and 156% of its officers. 73 The Grossdeutschland Division was virtually destroyed in the period from the commencement of the invasion to the end of the unsuccessful Russian winter offensive in February 1942. It was reformed with 18,000 men in May 1942. The historian Omar Bartov estimates that between then and late September 1943 the division lost nearly 18,000 men, some 600 of whom were officers. 74. From Kursk onwards the Red Army was almost continually on the offensive, and accordingly suffered heavier losses than the German defenders. In the wake of the victories at Stalingrad and Kursk, Stalin agreed to meet his American and British allies in Tehran. There Roosevelt accepted Stalin's demand for an invasion of Western Europe, despite Churchill's opposition. Returning to Moscow, the Russian dictator told Zhukov he believed Roosevelt's pledge that there would be an invasion of France, but if he broke his word, our own forces are sufficient to complete the rout of Nazi Germany. 75. Genocide. The invasion of Russia opened the way towards the Nazi extermination program aimed at destroying European Jewry and other groups like the Roma. The program took its final shape as Russian resistance turned into a Red Army advance that the Germans could not stem. The genocidal impulse of Nazism had been apparent in the conquest of Poland. From the opening hours of Barbarossa it was starkly obvious to all fighting on the Russian front. Revisionist historians and Holocaust deniers argue either that Hitler knew nothing of the death camps or that there was no extermination policy. There was probably never a specific command from Hitler ordering the mass killings of the Holocaust. Yet it was not Hitler's style to issue such clear orders but rather to let the rival components of the Third Reich work towards his wishes. At the end of 1940 the Führer stated his wish that his Gauleiters in the East should have the necessary freedom of movement in dealing with the Jewish issue. Above all, no one in the party, the SS, the military or any other branch of the Third Reich could have been unaware from the outset that Hitler combined his need to win the war with his mission to destroy world Jewry. In his notorious speech to the Reichstag on January 30, 1939, Hitler prophesied that war would lead to the annihilation of the Jewish race in Europe. 76 Anti-Semitic violence, which led remorselessly towards the extermination policy, grew after the SS gained dominance in Jewish policy in 1938. The decision to invade Poland marked another huge step towards barbarism. 77 In the East. From the beginning, the Nazi occupation was murderous. As early as 1939, a leaflet issued to army companies by the Supreme Command defined the Third Reich's war aims as 1. Wiping out all after effects of the Jewish influence. 2. The struggle against world Judaism. We fight the way one would fight a poisonous parasite, the plague of all peoples. 78. The involvement of the Wehrmacht in the subsequent occupation of Poland helped radicalize it and ensured its involvement in developing genocidal policies. As Ian Kershaw argues, 18 months' involvement in the brutal subjugation of the Poles, even if the worst atrocities were perpetrated by the SS, the sense of disgust at these had been considerable, and a few generals had been bold enough to protest about them, had helped prepare the ground for the readiness to collaborate in the premeditated barbarism of an altogether different order built into Operation Barbarossa. 79. Many of the men Hitler would rely on to hold down the occupied territories in the East were veterans of the fighting there which followed the formal cessation of the First World War. Erich Koch, who would rule the Ukraine, Hans Frank, Governor-General of the General Government Area in Poland, Arthur Grieser, boss of the Warthegau, and Rudolf Haas, who would become commandant of Auschwitz. 80 The Gauleiters of the occupied territories found Jews from Germany and the Polish territories incorporated directly into the Third Reich being deported eastwards into their areas. They began to initiate local actions against them and to demand their further removal. In these territories, free from the legal restraints that still applied in the Reich and removed from public view, the SS and party chiefs had a free hand. In October 1939 Himmler ordered the removal of all Jews and Poles from the northwest of Poland, which had been annexed to Germany. Several 100,000 were sent east into German-occupied Poland. A policy emerged of concentrating Jews in ghettos like that created in Lodz in December 1939. 81 In January 1940 the SS decided that those capable of working should be consigned to forced labor camps and those unable to work should be left to starve in the ghettos. The extermination program centered on the death camps was still 2 years away, but Kershaw views this as one more shift towards genocide, arguing that this decision, taken at a meeting of top SS leaders in January 1940, meant acceptance of inevitable deaths through exhaustion, hunger, and disease. 82. Prior to the launch of Barbarossa, Hitler had assured Hans Frank, governor of the General Government Area, that the Jews would be removed from his territory in the foreseeable future. The notion was that 5 to 6 million Jews would be dispatched east of the Urals to die from sickness or forced labor. 83 Hitler made parallels with the destruction of the Native American population. Here in the East a similar process will repeat itself for a second time as in the conquest of America. 84. In the summer of 1941 Himmler phoned Rudolf Haas and told him, "The Führer has ordered that the Jewish question be solved once and for all and that we, the SS, are to implement that order. Every Jew that we can lay our hands on is to be destroyed now during the war, without exception." 85 The ultimate aim of the Nazi occupation in Poland and the USSR was to remove or destroy the existing population and to resettle the area with Germans. 31 million people, mainly Slavs, were targeted to be deported east of the Urals. 85% of the native population of Poland was to be removed along with 64% of the population of the Ukraine and 74% that of Belorussia. In the Ukraine all grain was to be sent to the Reich and supplies to Ukraine's cities simply stopped. Göring boasted to the Italian foreign minister, Chano, that Germany planned on starving 20 to 30 million Soviet citizens to death. 86. From the first days of the invasion of Russia the Nazis had justified their aggression by claiming it was a preemptive action designed to forestall an invasion of Germany by a subhuman, Judeo-Bolshevik horde. German troops were given free rein to carry out acts of barbarism. For instance, rape by a German soldier in occupied France was a moral offense. In Russia, if rape was punished, it was on the basis that sexual intercourse with a Slav or Jew was a race crime, a health hazard, or collaboration with partisans. 87. The Chief of the Army General Staff, Halder, noted these points in his diary from a speech Hitler made to 250 senior officers on March 30, 1941, Colonial tasks. Struggle between two worldviews. Crushing verdict on Bolshevism, akin to social gangsterism. Communism an enormous future danger. We must move away from the notion of comradeship among soldiers. The communist is not a comrade, never has been nor will be. It is a war of annihilation. 88. 2 days after the launch of the German invasion of Russia, Heydrich of the SS received an order from Göring, on instruction from Hitler, instructing the SS man to make all necessary preparations regarding organizations and financial matters to bring about a complete solution of the Jewish question in the German sphere of influence in Europe. 89 Prior to the launch of the invasion of Russia, 4 Einsatzgruppen were formed by the SS, each consisting of between 800 and 1,000 men, to execute Jews, communist officials, and commissars. The middle-ranking commanders for the most part had an educated background. Highly qualified academics, civil servants, lawyers, a Protestant pastor, and even an opera singer, were among them. The top leadership was drawn almost exclusively from the security police and the SD. They were in the main well-educated men, of the generation just too young to have fought in the First World War. They had sucked in Völkisch ideals in German universities in the 1920s. 90. At first the killings were of male Jews. But after the first month of the invasion the death toll mushroomed. In August Jewish refugees, expelled from Hungary and Romania, were trapped in the small town of Kamenets-Podolsk in West Ukraine. In 3 days Einsatzgruppe and Hungarian units executed 20,000. In September 1941 the Einsatzgruppen carried out mass executions at a ravine, Babi Yar, outside Kiev. 33,000 Jews were killed in 2 days. The ravine was used as a grave for those executed by the Nazis throughout the occupation. Following its recapture the Russians estimated that there were approximately 100,000 corpses at Babi Yar, and this was the figure cited during the Nuremberg trials. According to testimonies of workers forced to burn the bodies, the numbers ranged from 70,000 to 120,000. 91. A year later the Einsatzgruppen murdered some 16,000 Jews in 1 day at Pinsk using grenades, axes, dogs, and even an SS cavalry unit. The clear instructions to SS Einsatzgruppen units to shoot Jews marked another major step towards Nazi genocide. Their leaders always claimed this was Hitler's instruction. Perhaps 2 million Russian Jews were executed by these units. Einsatzgruppe alone reported the killing of 229,052 Jews by the beginning of January 1942. 92. The Wehrmacht collaborated with this program of mass execution and was itself responsible for the extermination of 2/3 of the Soviet prisoners of war who fell into German hands. By the end of December the Wehrmacht's records show they had taken 3.35 million prisoners, yet only 1.1 million were still alive and just 400,000 of them were capable of work. On October 5, 1941 a Wehrmacht corporal serving in Belarus, Richard Heidenreich, noted in his diary, there were about 1,000 Jews in the village of Krupka and they all had to be shot today. The entry explains how, the column was marched to the bog. They were ordered to sit. There was a ditch full of water. The first 10 had to undress to the hip and then climb into the ditch. We, who were shooting, stood over them. 10 shots sounded. 10 Jews knocked off. This went on till they were all done. The children clung to their mothers, the women hung on to their men. 93. Hitler's allies needed little encouragement to unleash murder on the Jews. Days before the attack on Russia, the Romanian regime sanctioned a pogrom in its border town of Jassy, marking the doors of Christian homes to prevent them being attacked. In the subsequent attacks, following rumors Russian parachutists had landed, between 13 and 15,000 Jews were killed. After the Romanians took Odessa, a delayed action mine was detonated under the Romanian military HQ. The Romanian dictator, Marshal Antonescu, ordered the mass execution of Jews. His troops killed 20,000, hung from lampposts and telegraph poles, blown up in a warehouse, or taken outside the city to be shot in fields. Before the Romanians switched sides and joined the Russians in 1944, they were responsible for the deaths of up to 300,000 Romanian and Ukrainian Jews. 94. The scale of the killings was beyond even the capacity of mass killers like the SS to deal with, and the disposal of such numbers of corpses caused all sorts of problems. Prior to the invasion of Russia, the Nazis had looked to forcing the Jews and other undesirables beyond the borders of the Third Reich. In 1939 and the first half of 1940 there had been discussions about deporting all Jews to Madagascar or Africa, but Britain's continued resistance in the early summer of 1940 scotched these plans. The failure to achieve a rapid victory in Russia meant deportation to east of the Urals was also ruled out. Industrial mass murder was now launched on European Jews. Already Hitler's special directive, Guidelines in Special Spheres Redirective No. 21, had stated, in the operations area of the army, the Reichsführer SS has been given special tasks on the orders of the Führer, in order to prepare the political administration. These tasks arise from the forthcoming final struggle of two opposing political systems. Within the framework of these tasks, the Reichsführer SS acts independently and on his own responsibility. 95. Himmler was given responsibility for security in the eastern occupied territories. His job was to solve the Jewish question. 96. After the war, General Alfred Jodl stated that once the Wehrmacht had failed to take Moscow in late 1941, long before anyone else in the world, Hitler suspected or knew that the war was lost. 97. If this was true, it meant Hitler was determined that at least one goal of the racial war he had unleashed could be realized: the destruction of the Jews. In October 1941 Himmler banned Jewish emigration and German and Austrian Jews were expelled to Poland. That month the Reich Commissar in the Baltic states was given permission to exterminate Jews incapable of work and those who had been deported eastward from Germany. Plans for the construction of giant forced labor camps were being drawn up by the SS's Economic Administration, the Reich Security Head Office, and the Resettlement Agency, the RKFDV. That autumn the order was given to begin construction of the concentration camps, each to house 50,000 inmates, at Lublin-Majdanek and Birkenau, adjacent to the existing Auschwitz camp. By the end of the year the target for the number of inmates in each camp was raised to 125,000 and 150,000 respectively. Meanwhile the extermination of Jews living within the pre-war boundaries of the Third Reich had been launched. On 25 and November 29 Einsatzgruppen shot 5,000 Jews who had been deported to Lithuania from Berlin, Breslau, Munich, Frankfurt, and Vienna. 98 Within the Third Reich the Nazis had already employed mass murder in pursuit of their national community. The goal was a utopian Volksgemeinschaft, totally under police surveillance, in which any attempts at nonconformist behavior, or even any hint of intention of such behavior, would be visited with terror. 99 The dictatorship had also begun the mass elimination of antisocial elements and parasites within the Volk itself, the physically and mentally ill, the Roma people, tramps, alcoholics and homosexuals. The euthanasia action liquidated 70,000 patients in German psychiatric and other hospitals between 1939 and 1940. Between 5 and 8,000 children were put to death, mainly by lethal injection. The prosecutors of this program became key figures in the Holocaust. In March 1941 Victor Brack, the official in charge of the euthanasia action, proposed methods of sterilising 3,000 to 4,000 Jews a day. Among those compulsorily sterilized were the offspring of relationships between German women and African troops during the French occupation of the Rhineland. By 1945 between 200,000 and 350,000 German citizens had been sterilized by the Nazi regime. 100. The Roma were targeted because they were regarded both as aliens and as being asocial, refusing to accept work discipline or the norms of everyday life as laid down by the Third Reich. In October 1939 a decree was issued requiring them to be put in assembly camps. The next spring deportations began into occupied Poland. In the autumn of 1941, 5,000 Austrian Roma were placed in the Lodz Jewish ghetto. In December of the following year Himmler's Auschwitz decree ordered the assignment of gypsy half-castes, Roma gypsies and Balkan gypsies to Auschwitz-Birkenau. There they were not initially sent to the gas chambers but to a special gypsy camp. Eventually, as the Red Army neared and disease spread, the SS broke up the camp and murdered its inmates in the autumn of 1944.101. At the end of November 1941, Himmler had sent out invitations for a conference at Wannsee, which eventually took place on January 20, 1942. Its purpose was to organize the extermination program for European Jewry and others. In between the conference being called and it actually occurring, Hans Frank, head of the General Government area in Poland, held his own conference in Krakow, at which he stated, "I want to say to you quite openly that we shall have to finish off the Jews, one way or another. We have to annihilate the Jews wherever we find them and wherever it is possible." Of the 3.5 million Jews in his territory, many expelled there from Germany, he said, "We can't shoot these 3,500,000 Jews, we can't poison them, but we can take steps which, one way or another, will lead to an annihilation success," and I am referring to the measures under discussion in the Reich 102. On December 12, 1941, Hitler addressed the party's Reichsleiters and Gauleiters at a private audience in Berlin. Goebbels recorded the event in his diary. Concerning the Jewish question, the Führer is determined to make a clean sweep. He prophesied to the Jews that if they were once again to cause a world war, the results would be their own destruction. This was no figure of speech. The world war is here, the destruction of the Jews must be the inevitable consequence. 103. Frank's deputy, Philip Buller, was one of the 15 men who assembled on January 20, 1942 at Himmler's Wannsee conference. The others were representatives of Alfred Rosenberg's East Ministry, Göring's Four-Year Plan Agency, the Justice Ministry, the Interior Ministry, the Foreign Office and the Chancellery. Heydrich chaired on behalf of the SS, and opened matters by stating that Hitler had given him the responsibility for working out the final solution of the Jewish problem regardless of geographical boundaries, adding that instead of emigration the Führer wanted mass deportation to the East. 104. The Wannsee Conference also agreed to tell the Croat, Slovakian, Hungarian and Bulgarian governments that the Germans would deal with their Jewish populations. No one present could have left the conference unaware that deportation meant a death sentence. According to the testimony of Adolf Eichmann when he was later put on trial in Israel, those present discussed mass murder, quite openly, quite differently from the language which I had to use later in the record. During the conversation they minced no words about it at all. 105. In the concentration camps there would be a constant tension between forcing prisoners to work as slave laborers for the war effort and the extermination program, but this should not conceal the fact that everyone involved wished the eventual murder of all inmates. The gas chambers were already being designed. By the spring of 1942 6 death camps had been set up in Poland, Treblinka, Sobibor, Belzec, Lublin, Kulmhof, and Auschwitz. At the first 4 the extermination program got underway using exhaust fumes to kill Jewish detainees, but Haas, the commandant at Auschwitz, thought this inefficient and initiated an alternative method, introducing Zyklon B poison gas into chambers disguised as shower blocks. He had finessed this method on Russian prisoners over the preceding months. 106. By the summer of 1942, mass murder was well on track. Heydrich explained to one of his assistants, a Dr. Wileciny, that he had been ordered to carry out the biological extermination of the Jewish race. Wileciny replied, "May God forbid that our enemies should ever do anything similar to the German people." The reply came, "Don't be sentimental. This is a Führer order." 107. At the end of July Himmler wrote a letter to the chief of the SS head office stating, "The occupied eastern territories will be made free of Jews. The Führer has placed the implementation of this very difficult order on my shoulders. Nobody can remove the responsibility from me. Therefore, I forbid all discussion." 108. Other groups were also victims of this genocide. In September 1942 the Reich Minister of Justice Otto Georg Thierack ordered that, Gypsies should be exterminated unconditionally. 109. The barbaric treatment of foreign slave laborers plus the mass killings of Russian POWs helped contribute to the ease with which the regime could turn to industrial mass murder. Over 5.7 million Red Army personnel were captured by Nazi forces. At least 3.3 million died in captivity. Those executed totaled 600,000, with the rest dying of starvation, cold and sheer exhaustion. Just one-third of Russian POWs returned home as compared to two-thirds of German military prisoners held by the USSR. 110. The German High Command and Officer Corps had acquiesced in Hitler's coming to power and shared his determination to crush the left and remove the shameful borders imposed by the Versailles Peace Treaties of 1919. They were keen to conquer Central and Eastern Europe, and above all they agreed to the armed forces' incorporation into the regime and their control by the Führer. Further, by the time of Barbarossa, the junior and middle-ranking officers came from the middle classes who had provided the cadre of the Nazi Party and had gone through the ranks of the Hitler Youth and the party's university section. The anti-Jewish measures were not central to German big business's concerns, but they were happy to benefit from Jewish expropriations, Jewish ghetto labor in Poland, and Polish slave labor in the Third Reich. But the Holocaust assumed priority for Hitler, the SS, and large sections of his regime over all else, including what might have been beneficial to the war effort. As Mason points out, among the first Polish Jews who were gassed in the extermination camps were thousands of skilled metal workers from Polish armament factories. This was in the autumn of 1942, at the turning point in the campaign against the Soviet Union, which was to increase still further the demands made by the Wehrmacht on the German war economy. The army emphasized the irrational nature of this action in view of the great shortage of skilled labor, but was unable to save the Jewish armament workers. The general who made the formal complaint was relieved of his post. 111. The death camps were not such a secret. In August 1942 Himmler had personally told Mussolini that mass murder of the Jews was being carried out. Bosworth writes that, Mussolini had let him ramble on, without serious questioning or objection. 112 The Fascist Party secretary, Aldo Vigazoni, reported to Mussolini on a visit to the Russian front in September 1942, noting the elimination of the Jews. In November 1942 Mussolini fobbed off complaints from the Italian industrialist Alberto Pirelli about German occupation policies in the East by stating, they were making them emigrate to another world. 113 By the close of 1942 Mussolini had very accurate information on Hitler's death camps from the Vatican, the Croats, and from Italians involved in handing over Jews to the Germans. In January 1943 the German ambassador in Rome reported that all the Jews in Europe had to be exterminated by the year's close. 114 Shortly afterwards, Italian officers who had been present in Poland forwarded a description of the gas chambers. 115. Elsewhere in Europe news of the mass murder of the Jews was spreading. In the autumn of 1943 a Spanish diplomat concerned about Spanish citizens deported from Salonika in Greece told a German Foreign Office official he could not stand by and watch Spanish citizens being liquidated in Polish camps. A Greek train driver who took deportees as far north as Belgrade broke down on his return and told his son, the future novelist Georgos Ioannou, that Jewish prisoners, denied water and packed in so tightly they faced suffocation, were dying before arriving in Belgrade and that the Germans stopped the train only to remove watches and valuables from detainees. 116. In a number of speeches Hitler promised revenge on the Jews for supposedly starting the war. The references may have been obscure to those not in the know, but they were aimed at the growing numbers, both military and civilian, involved in the Holocaust. In the immediate wake of the final defeat at Stalingrad, Goebbels delivered a speech in Dusseldorf on February 15, 1943, promising total war accompanied by the radical extermination and elimination of Jewry. 117. 8 months later, as knowledge of what was happening in the death camps rippled out, Himmler summoned SS officers to a meeting at Poznan in Poland. Stating that he wanted to talk frankly he said, among ourselves it should be mentioned once, quite openly, but we shall never speak of it publicly. I mean the evacuation of the Jews, the extermination of the race. It's one of those things it is easy to talk about, the Jewish race is being exterminated, says one party member, that's quite clear, it's in our program, elimination of the Jews, and we're doing it, exterminating them. 118. While he spoke in the third person, Himmler was acknowledging that the SS were spearheading the extermination program. 2 days later, Himmler and Albert Speer, the man Hitler had placed in command of Germany's war economy, addressed a meeting of Gauleiters and Reichsleiters in the same city. In the morning, Speer delivered a speech threatening that the security forces would be brought in if the Gauleiters did not close non-military industries to release extra labor for the war effort. After lunch, Himmler addressed a difficult issue: what to do with Jewish women and children. We, you see, were faced with the question, what to do about the women and children. The hard decisions had to be taken to have this people disappear from the face of the earth. 119. Hitler did not need to issue an order for the extermination of the Jews. The SS, the Nazi Party, and his henchmen shared the determination to destroy European Jewry. This was a central objective, uniting the disparate forces Hitler had bound together. As the tide of war turned against the Third Reich, these murderous racists saw the mass murder of the Jews, and others, as the one historic victory they could deliver. Chapter 7. The End of the Third Reich. War of Material. In simple economic terms, the outcome of the Second World War should not have been in doubt. In 1936–38, a third of the world's industrial production took place in the US. Add in the USSR's and Britain's shares and the figure was over half. Together the Axis powers' share was 17%. In 1941 and 1942 the UK was outproducing Germany in military materiel. 1 By 1942 the US alone was exceeding the combined output of all the Axis states. 2 The Allies controlled 90% of the world's oil output, with the US producing 2/3 of the world's oil in 1943, the Axis states controlled just 3%. 3. In all the belligerent countries, state direction of the domestic economy gathered pace both before and during the war. In the US this effectively meant the war economy was run not by the military but by big business. Before Pearl Harbor, Roosevelt had created an Office of Production Management to oversee rearmament. On January 5, 1942, the man he had selected to head it, Ford and General Motors executive William Knudsen, gathered a room full of businessmen and read out a list of military requirements, asking for volunteers to meet the production demands. 4 In 1942 the U.S. War Production Board was established. Over 1,000 corporative executives were seconded to run it, paid for by their firms. They decided on what materiel was produced, placing the orders with the companies they represented. Tax concessions and government funding paid for new plants and machinery. 5. In 1941 Roosevelt also created the Office of Price Administration. Congress gave credence to this new government agency by passing the Emergency Price Control Act in January 1942, giving the OPA the power to control prices on everything except agricultural commodities and to ration items such as tires, cars, shoes, nylon stockings, fuel oil, coffee, meat, and processed food. At its height the OPA ensured 90% of retail food prices were frozen. It could also prosecute corporations and retailers for violating these controls. In the last year of the war 71,000 retailers were fined a total of $5.1 million. Big business would challenge these controls, and lose, in the Supreme Court. 6. A more amicable relationship was struck between the federal authorities and the oil industry. In 1941 Roosevelt had established the body which would eventually be known as the Petroleum Administration for War. It was headed by Harold L. Ickes, previously Secretary of the Interior, and met for the first time the day after the Pearl Harbor attack. Before the war Ickes had been regarded with suspicion by the oil industry. Now he appointed as his right-hand man Ralph K. Davies, Vice President of Standard Oil of California. A further 1,500 executives and managers from the oil industry were selected to serve under Ickes. 7. Meanwhile, despite his sympathies for Hitler, Henry Ford threw his weight behind the war effort. In September 1940 work had begun on a brand new aero-engine plant at River Rouge, and by the spring of the following year construction began on the Willow Run plant, which would mass-produce heavy bombers. 8 In both the US and the UK, the trade unions were invited to participate in ensuring an efficient war economy, in return for no strike pledges enforced by emergency legislation. In Britain, corporate executives were also recruited to direct war production, but when Winston Churchill formed his government in May 1940, he looked to another force. A number of leading Labour figures were appointed ministers, notably the party leader, Clement Attlee, and Ernest Bevin, who was General Secretary of the powerful Transport and General Workers' Union and had to be found a parliamentary seat. Churchill's idea was that Bevin would mobilize the trade union movement behind his government and the war effort. Within weeks, the Prime Minister noted, under his leadership the British working class are now giving up holidays and privileges to a far greater extent than in the last war. 9. Participation in wartime government shaped the Labour Party, wedding its leader both to a continuing alliance with the US and the need to defend Britain's imperial position in the world. The sharing of power also had important consequences for the Labour Party itself, particularly in the fields of defence and foreign affairs. The assumption of the wartime coalition, acceptance of the almost total dependence on the United States, the belief that Britain was still a great power and a strong ally of the Americans with a worldwide role to play, were to form the basis for the post-war bipartisan foreign and defence policy. 10. British strike figures fell from 1,354,000 days lost through industrial action in 1939 to 941,000 in 1940. Nevertheless, the class tensions of the 1920s and 1930s had not disappeared but were submerged. The strike figures rose to over a million in 1941 and in 1942 outstripped the total for 1939.11. All of the Axis powers lagged behind their opponents in the creation of state-directed war economies. Hitler hoped to wage expansionist wars without cutting domestic living standards, which continued to rise slowly until 1942. He was haunted by the revolution of 1918-19, which ended Germany's war and toppled the Kaiser. The Nazis suppressed all labor rights and organization but were not prepared to depress living standards. Limits were put on the numbers of women working in industry, unlike in the Allied countries, because their place under Nazi ideology was in the home. Generous benefits were accorded to wives and families of servicemen. The various factions of the Nazi state were divided as to how to deal with the working class. One wing, represented by General George Thomas, head of the War Economy Office at the Ministry of War, wanted to prepare for war by systematic state control of the labor market, the conscription of civilian workers to work in war industries, decreed reductions in wages, and so on. Such measures were introduced in several steps in 1938-39, culminating in a war economy decree issued in September 1939.12. Yet these measures, Tim Mason argues, failed thanks to working class opposition. Despite the war and a 50% increase in the income tax for the middle class, workers were not ready to resign themselves to even a limited reduction of wages, to the elimination of overtime pay or to the suspension of industrial safety regulations. The NSDAP, worried because of the plebiscitary foundations of the regime, championed a moderate wage policy, and within a month everything had returned to normal. The dissatisfaction and passive resistance continued, however, until mid-November 1939, when the government saw itself forced to make further concessions in social policy. Bonus pay and holiday leave were restored, and this was quickly followed by the reenactment of most of the industrial safety regulations. 13. Working class opposition, Mason argues, did not simply set limits to what the state demanded of them at work. Fear of it was a major factor in Hitler's decision to launch a war of rapid conquest in 1939-40. A series of campaigns of expansion and conquest could provide the resources to build up German military strength without pursuing the politically dangerous course of squeezing the working class too hard. The economies of conquered countries could be plundered to sustain the war effort. 14. Continuous war, as an end in itself, became the way out of an insoluble domestic situation. In terms of economic and domestic policy, the conduct of war has become the precondition of continuing to prepare for war. 15. Mason seizes on a phrase of Hitler's, Flucht nach vorn, to sum up this strategy. endless military expansion as a way of escaping the class contradictions which National Socialism had been unable to abolish. In 1939 German tank output lagged behind that of both Britain and France, and its aircraft production was no greater than Britain's. The share of the German economy devoted to arms production was still less than Britain's in 1941. In 1940 German consumer expenditure was higher than its military spending. The German standard of living remained higher than Britain's until 1944. Military production was reduced after the fall of France, with panzer production down to just 40 a month. 16. Unlike in the 1914-18 war, food supplies remained plentiful until the last months. As did Lev J.K. Puckert explains, half of Europe was plundered so that the Germans could be kept supplied to a relatively high standard. Germany lived on credit, first its own, and then that of other countries. 17 Occupied Europe was looted and exploited and forced labor was used on a mass scale. By May 1940 Germany was using 1.1 million forced laborers, mainly Poles. Adam Tooze describes their situation as penal apartheid. Polish workers in Germany were confined to their workplace and allocated billet. They were to wear at all times an identifying tag bearing a large letter P. To ensure that their status was always below that of their German co-workers, their wages were arbitrarily slashed to a maximum of 25 Reichsmarks per month. Polish workers were barred from all public conveyances and all social contact with Germans. 18. Poles were banned from cinemas, dances, pubs, churches, and theaters. Sexual intercourse with a German was punishable by death and shirking at work punished by being dispatched to a concentration camp. By 1944 there were 12 million foreign workers in the Third Reich, making up a third of the workforce in the armaments industry and half in Krups. 19 The presence of such large numbers of foreign workers required draconian measures to prevent Germans mixing with these inferior races. In the first 6 months of 1944, 32,000 German citizens and 204,000 foreigners were arrested for breaching the stringent laws. By the close of 1944 over 400,000 concentration camp inmates were working in German war industries. Concentration camps were built next to giant new industrial complexes. Oranienburg supplied the Heinkel plane plant, Buchenwald supplied Krups, Sachsenhausen supplied Daimler-Benz, and Dachau supplied BMW. The Mittelbau tunnel complex in the Harz Mountains was built with slave labor from the Buchenwald concentration camp. It would produce V-2 rockets and jet engines for the Luftwaffe. The laborers who worked there slept in the tunnels, breathing fresh air at best once a week and denied sanitation and clean water. Thousands died. Shirkers were hanged from the roof and left there to encourage survivors to work harder. 20. Occupied Europe would eventually supply Germany with 27% of its steel and 19% of its labor force, allowing millions of German citizens to be conscripted into the armed forces. By 1943 half of France's workforce was engaged in producing for Germany's war effort, either within France or as foreign laborers within the Third Reich. 21 But the shift towards a war economy was too little, too late. Tank production peaked at an annual total of 27,345 in 1944. Yet the Russians had already topped 30,000, the British produced 36,000 and the Americans over 88,000 between late 1941 and late 1943. 22 In 1943 total Axis aircraft production was 43,000, total Allied production 151,000. 23. In February 1942 Hitler had appointed Albert Speer as Minister of Armaments. Speer reduced the variety of weaponry being produced, finally prioritized war industry over consumer production, and put together a team of technocrats. By the end of 1942 he had formed 249 committees and subcommittees administering different sections of the war economy. Tooze points out that of the 100 top industrial firms of 1938 there was not one which did not hold the chair of one of these bodies. The Vestag conglomerate held 12 and Siemens 8. Tooze describes this as an alliance between Hitler's regime and the leading elements of German industrial capitalism, To secure their common survival. 24 Weapon production tripled by 1944 before lack of raw materials began to halt production. The Air Ministry brought the three major aircraft developers, Junkers, Heinkel, and Messerschmitt, under their direct control in May 1941. The regime promised these were extraordinary measures and that it stood for a free market economy. In June at Berchtesgaden, Hitler delivered a speech, written by Speer, to key figures from the armaments industry promising, when this war is decided by our victory, then the private initiative of German business will experience its greatest moment, perhaps its greatest flourishing of all time. Hitler reassured his listeners that the further development of humanity was only possible through the promotion of private initiative, in which alone I see the precondition for all real progress. 25. Speer faced obstruction from the SS, Göring and other leading Nazis who diverted labor and materials to their own pet projects. In 1943-44 the propaganda minister Goebbels had 187,000 soldiers serve as extras in a film about the 1813 war against Napoleon. Released just 4 months before Hitler's suicide, it was said fewer people saw it than acted in it. 26. German corporations were quick to move into the occupied territories to expand their markets, often buying up foreign competitors at knockdown prices. In a precursor of post-war European integration, coal production was coordinated between Germany, France, and Belgium. The Third Reich did not exploit the full fruits of the occupied economies. The engineering industry of occupied Belgium produced 2/3 of its pre-war output, falling to half for its iron and steel industry. 27 The occupying authorities were more interested in looting what they could and in milking money through rigged exchange rates. The occupied countries were also important for agricultural production, by 1943-44 supplying 22% of German grain consumption, 28% of fats, and 29% of meat. But the savagery of the Nazi occupation in Poland and Czechoslovakia caused output to fall. The occupied countries paid for 40% of the Nazi war costs in 1943-44. In the Balkans, the primary German concern was to keep communications open and to allow Romanian oil to flow westwards. But mass resistance meant a vicious war of counterinsurgency accompanied by retributions against civilians. The Ustashi regime in Croatia and its counterpart in Slovenia needed no urging from Berlin to begin the mass murder of their Jewish populations. In Greece, occupation would mean starvation. 360,000 people out of a population of 7.2 million died of hunger. Speer was a notoriously unreliable and self-serving witness, but he was surely right when he pointed out that, it remains one of the astounding experiences of the war that Hitler wished to spare his own people those burdens which Churchill and Roosevelt imposed on their peoples without second thoughts. The discrepancy between the total mobilization of the labor force in democratic England and the sluggish treatment of this question in authoritarian Germany serves to characterize the regime's fear of a change in the people's loyalties. Hitler and the majority of his political followers belonged to the generation which in November 1918 had experienced the revolution as soldiers, and they never got over it. Hitler often made it clear in private conversation that one could not be careful enough after the experience of 1918. What escapes Speer is that in Britain and the United States the working class, believing this to be a war against fascism, were prepared, mostly, to rally behind the war effort. In Russia it was seen as a war of national defense and, despite Stalin's dictatorship and the immense hardships, the regime could win a response from its workforce. Tuz argues that in the medium term Germany was doomed to defeat by greater U.S. industrial power, but this borders on economic reductionism. If Hitler had succeeded in toppling Stalin's regime, which was a possibility in 1941, or establishing a frontier in the Far East with a rump Soviet state in either 1941 or 1942, it would have freed Germany to strike at Britain while its Japanese ally kept the Americans held down in the East. In 1942 the US was not yet ready to launch full-scale military operations and would, in the longer run, depend on Britain as their forward base in Europe. German success in the East could have allowed Hitler to break British resistance, if not by direct invasion then by forcing Churchill out and allowing a peace party to emerge. All of this is of course speculation. Russian resistance would probably have continued even if only from east of the Urals. The point is that politics and war cannot simply be reduced to economics. Politics and events on the field of battle play a major part in the outcome of war. Churchill survived the spring and early summer of 1940 after the defeat in France, but it was not preordained that he would triumph. If, for instance, Mussolini had concentrated his forces on taking Malta and then attacking Egypt before the British military build up there, rather than dispersing his limited resources, he could have inflicted a serious defeat on Britain, forcing Churchill out. It is another if, but the point is that while Italy could not match Britain economically, by concentrating on one front it could have secured a key victory. Nazi ideology meant that the Third Reich was not able to utilize Ukrainian and other nationalist sentiments against the Russians because these people were regarded as equally subhuman. A combination of racism and the simple desire to pillage meant the Third Reich was unable to create a pan-European economy. The deep divisions between the component parts of the Nazi state, encouraged by Hitler, meant they were in competition, to the detriment of the war effort. Point 30. In the end Hitler's Germany was primarily defeated by a country whose economic and military capacity should have been inferior to it, Stalin's Russia. One figure stands out: the Russians produced over 100,000 tanks and SUs from 1941 to 1945. The Germans produced only 42,000 tanks, assault guns, and self-propelled tank destroyers from 1939 to 1945. 31 Churchill's coalition government was relatively successful in mobilizing the British population behind the war effort. Churchill left the direction of the home front to Labour politicians and Tories such as Butler, who was prepared to move away from free market policies and countenance greater state involvement in welfare and the economy. By 1941 all the major parties were agreed on the need for some form of welfare state and state measures to provide homes and jobs. 32. Blockbuster films such as Mrs. Miniver, The Life and Times of Colonel Blimp and Laurence Oliver's Henry V, pioneering radio comedies such as ITMA and broadcasts by J.B. Priestley all helped rally support for the war effort. 33 Certain other policies directly benefited the population. Mass immunization drastically cut mortality rates, particularly for children, and the state began providing free medical care and access to hospitals. People's health increased as rationing improved the daily diet for the majority of the population, while school meals were provided along with subsidized milk, vitamins, orange juice, and cod liver oil. 34. For the better off, rationing meant restrictions, though some were able to avoid these. The royal family's French chef, René Roussin, recalled what the two princesses, Elizabeth and Margaret, enjoyed. A typical day's menu for them began with buttered eggs for breakfast, boiled chicken with sieved vegetables, potato crisps, and hot-baked custard for lunch, bread and butter, cake, jelly, and toast for tea, and just some kind of broth followed by compote of pear with whipped cream for supper. 35 The king ordered 6 rashers of bacon and 2 eggs for breakfast each morning and grouse when in season each evening. Jewish refugees had found it hard to enter Britain before the outbreak of the war. After Dunkirk, refugees from Germany and Austria were interned and shipped off to Canada and Australia. One Jewish refugee from Germany recalled, "Churchill had the right kind of instincts. We've got to do something, and, like in Germany, you immediately turn on the Jews." 36 In June 1940, together with his father and his brother, he was taken by detectives from the family home in London to a detention camp in a Liverpool stadium. He and his brothers were shipped off to Australia, despite the fact the Australian government had refused to accept such refugees. They were eventually allowed into Australia after the government in Canberra insisted they had to be treated as prisoners of war. Meanwhile, another ship carrying mainly German and Italian internees, the Andorra Star, had been torpedoed by a German submarine with just 586 detainees survivors out of 1,216 on board. The leader of the British Union of Fascists, Sir Oswald Mosley, was released from detention in November 1943, After his relations lobbied establishment figures. By the following year fascist groups had begun to operate again as Mosley prepared to relaunch the buff in the form of the Union movement. There was no official attempt to block any of this. One anti-fascist Jew wrote of going from a cinema showing newsreels of piles of Jewish men, women, and children being bulldozed into lime pits in the concentration camps, and then passing an outdoor fascist meeting or seeing swastikas whitewashed on Jewish homes and synagogues. 37. Britain experienced a radicalization during the Second World War, which was reflected in the growth of unofficial and illegal strikes, support for the Communist Party and the Radical Commonwealth Party, which enjoyed brief success in wartime by contesting by-elections where Labour, the Tories, and the Liberals agreed to support the candidate of the party which previously held the seat. Yet the biggest beneficiary would be the Labour Party, which established itself as the natural successor to the wartime coalition. The end of Mussolini's war. Following Germany's defeat in the East, Anglo-American armies were set to enter continental Europe. The obvious target was Italy, because of the military build-up in North Africa. Mussolini's regime was facing its final test. Food shortages were common and prices were rising rapidly. The official food ration gave Italian civilians a calorie intake similar to that in German-occupied Poland. 38 By January 1943 the ration card of a worker in the Biella wool industry was an inadequate 1,000 calories a day. There was an anti-regime mood among the Italian people even as Allied bombs fell on their cities. As the historian Tobias Abs points out, in Italy the bulk of the anger aroused by the bombing was not directed, as the fascist authorities had hoped, against the British and the Americans. It was aimed against the fascist regime and its alliance with Nazi Germany, a phenomenon that is virtually incomprehensible unless we presume the persistence of the tradizione sovversiva amongst significant groups within the working class. 39. In 1921 and 1922 Italian workers, ill-served though they were by their leaders, had put up far greater resistance to Mussolini's takeover than their German brothers and sisters did a decade later. That meant that although they had been defeated, Italian workers could retain a pride that they had fought and maintain the subversive tradition which resurfaced as Mussolini's regime began to crumble. Italy was to experience something unique, a mass strike in a fascist state which led to the collapse of the regime. Abs points to the factors that led to the mass strike of March 1943. Food shortages, bombing, and the military defeats in North Africa do not provide sufficient explanation for the emergence of working-class militancy on this scale. The causes lay not just in the material conditions of 1943 but in the failure of Italian fascism over 2 decades to win the lasting allegiance of a stubbornly recalcitrant working class. 40. Such brazen defiance by the working class meant the dictatorship was paralyzed by it and unable to suppress it. On July 19, 1943 Allied forces landed in Sicily. Mussolini's dispersal of Italian forces all over Europe, with 1 million Italian troops elsewhere, meant the regime was woefully ill-prepared. But the Allied invasion of Sicily faced stiff German resistance. The Germans were able to beat a fighting retreat, helped by the Allies' failure to control the Straits of Messina, allowing the Wehrmacht an escape route to the Italian mainland. The Italian forces, however, began to disintegrate. 41 Mussolini failed to secure a de facto vote of confidence in the fascist Grand Council and the king dismissed him on July 25. As he left the palace he was arrested and bundled into an ambulance to be driven off into detention. The king appointed as premier the aged Marshal Badoglio, an architect of Mussolini's attack on Ethiopia, and began maneuvering between the Allies and Germany to remove Italy from the war, and above all to preserve the monarchy. The new Italian administration carried out a series of uncoordinated negotiations with the Allies and pleaded for Allied troops to be sent to defend Rome. Even when they signed an armistice with the Allies, Badoglio and the king wanted it to be kept secret to avoid antagonizing the Germans. Eventually Eisenhower ordered news of the armistice to be broadcast on Allied radio stations. 42. German troops immediately flooded south over the Alps, securing Milan, Turin, and Genoa and advancing on Rome. The king and Badoglio fled south to British-occupied territory, denuding the capital of troops needed for its defense in order to protect their escape route and failing to issue orders for Italian troops to resist the Germans. In Italy, Yugoslavia, and Greece, Italian troops were in the main simply disarmed by the Germans and sent back to the Third Reich. But in some cases they fought back, as on the Greek island of Cephalonia where 5,000 men of the Aki division joined the local resistance in fighting the Germans. When they eventually surrendered they were massacred. In Rome troops and civilians defied the odds to battle German troops entering the city, but to no avail. The Italian resistance had, however, begun. 43. Meanwhile British troops had crossed from Sicily into Calabria and landed at Taranto, beginning a painstaking advance up both sides of the peninsula. One of the ex-fascist commanders negotiating an armistice with the Allies had warned them, to possess Italy one must seize her boldly by the neck, not advance inch by inch up the leg. This sound advice went unheeded. 44 The Allies landed at Salerno, south of Naples, ruling out a landing further north as being beyond the range of their air cover. The Germans were prepared and inflicted heavy damage from the hills around the beachhead. The Allies advanced north only once the great city of Naples had been liberated by a popular insurrection provoked by German repression. After this Allied forces also landed, unopposed, at Anzio, south of Rome, but they did not follow this up with an advance on the city. This allowed German forces to contain the landing and almost drive the Allies back into the sea. The German line was eventually breached after a costly battle for the mountain town and abbey on Monte Cassino. Rome would eventually fall the day before the D-Day landings in Normandy in June 1944. By then hopes of quick success in Italy had long since faded. 45. Italy was now divided into a German-occupied zone, formerly run by Mussolini after he was rescued from detention by German paratroops, an Anglo-American occupied zone, and, eventually, a small area in the south administered by the Italians. The Germans had annexed territories in the Alps and in the northeast and dispatched tens of thousands of Italian soldiers back to Germany as forced labor, with some being sent to fight with Mussolini's forces. In northern and central Italy assorted fascist units nominally loyal to Mussolini fought a brutal counterinsurgency against the growing resistance. In Venice it was the Italian fascists, not the Germans, who rounded up the ancient Jewish community. At Rigiera di San Saba near Trieste the Germans built a death camp, the only one in Western Europe with a crematorium. 46 A veteran communist, Rossana Rossenda, recalled, by the autumn of 1943 the deportations were no longer disguised as work in Germany. Lorries packed with deportees were driven away in the middle of the night. We saw the hanged in the public squares, their twisted necks, their elongated limbs. The dead still bore the traces of what they had gone through, like the pile of bodies stacked, spread-eagled, their mouths and eyes wide open, in Milan's central square. The German and Italian forces kept them there all through a sweltering August day. 47. The Americans became discontented with the whole strategy of advancing up the Italian peninsula, insisting 7 of the best Allied divisions be moved from the Mediterranean back to England to prepare for the following year's invasion of France. The British-led campaign continued until the end of the war, at which point they were still far from entering the Great Northern Plain or reaching the industrial triangle of Milan, Turin, Genoa. These would be liberated by Italian resistance forces. The Allied invasion of Italy had one other important ramification. Russia was barred from participating in the armistice negotiations and in the Allied administration which emerged. Stalin was to cite this every time Washington or London complained about his behavior in Eastern Europe. Normandy Bridgehead, July 1944. The invasion of northwestern Europe. By the spring of 1944 southern Britain was a vast concentration point for the Allied invasion of France. The US was determined to secure a military presence in Western Europe. From June 1941, as we have seen, the Americans were working on the basis that they would have to bring the Wehrmacht to battle in Western Europe. Despite their mutual distrust, Washington and Moscow shared one aim, to insist, over British objections, that a cross-channel invasion of Europe must be the absolute priority of the Western Allies. The British relied on the US, as Clive Ponting stresses. By the autumn of 1943 the United States supplied 77% of Britain's escort vessels, 88% of its landing craft, 68% of its light bombers, virtually all of its transport aircraft and self-propelled artillery, 60% of its tanks and 100% of its heavy tank transporters and 10-ton trucks. By 1944 Britain was dependent on the US for 28% of its munitions, with Canada supplying another 9%. The one thing Britain produced itself was its heavy bombers. 48. In November 1942, the private secretary to Britain's Foreign Secretary, Anthony Eden, noted that, the Chiefs of Staff, wished to do nothing till 1944 except carry out a few raids and give arms to Russia to carry on the fight. The Russian army having played the allotted role of killing Germans, our Chiefs of Staff think by 1944 they could stage an onslaught on the exhausted animal. 49. It was an attitude picked up by the U.S. Secretary of State for War, Henry Stimson, who, after a visit to London in July 1943 to assess opinion on a cross-channel invasion, reported back to Roosevelt, though they have rendered lip service to the operation, their hearts are not in it. The British theory is that Germany can be beaten in a series of attritions in northern Italy, in the eastern Mediterranean, in Greece, in the Balkans, in Romania and other satellite countries, and that the only fighting which needs to be done will be done by Russia. 50. He told Roosevelt that, the time has come for you to decide that your government must assume the responsibility of leadership in the great final movement of the European war. The U.S. Chiefs of Staff accordingly determined the allocation of additional forces in the Mediterranean is uneconomical and assists Germany to create a strategic stalemate in Europe. They concluded Britain's favored strategy would imperil the final victory. 51. In 1942 and 1943 Churchill still had sufficient weight to block American efforts to mount a cross-channel invasion, seeing off Operation Sledgehammer in 1942 and then Operation Roundup in 1943. But in May 1943 at a conference in Washington, Anglo-American planners put a date for exactly 12 months hence for a cross-channel invasion. 3 months later, at a conference in Quebec, the U.S. insisted that in addition to a landing in northwestern France they would unleash a simultaneous invasion of southern France, transferring their forces from Italy to carry it out. The British were greatly dismayed. Churchill's stress on the centrality of the Mediterranean made sense in terms of narrow British interests, as historian Robert Holland points out. By 1943 Churchill appreciated that whoever might end up winning the war in Europe, it could not possibly be the United Kingdom. In the continental heartland the British could never be more than subordinate to people more powerful than they were. Along the southern littoral it was different, there Britain could assert herself as a genuine principal, where Britain might aspire to go on fighting a war on its own terms and in its own national interests. 52. In other words, the British on their own could beat the Italians but not the Germans. On November 11, 1943 the British Chief of Staff could still argue regarding Overlord that, we do not, however, attach vital importance to any particular date or to any particular number of divisions in the assault and follow-up. 53. A memorandum prepared for the U.S. Chiefs of Staff Office argued with justification, it is apparent that the British, who have consistently resisted a cross-channel operation, now feel Overlord is no longer necessary. In their view, continued Mediterranean operations, coupled with point-blank and the crushing Russian offensive, will be sufficient to cause the internal collapse of Germany and thus bring about her military defeat without undergoing what they consider an almost certain bloodbath. The conclusion that the forces being built up in the United Kingdom will never be used for a military offensive against Western Europe, but are intended as a gigantic deception plan and an occupying force is inescapable. 54. The Americans were very aware that the Russian advance in the east could mean that the Red Army would be well inside Germany if an invasion was delayed until 1945. At the first three-power summit of the Allies, held in Tehran later that month, Marshal Voroshilov turned on the British Chief of Imperial Staff, Sir Alan Brooke, demanding to know whether he regarded plans for an invasion of France to be the most important operation, as the United States did. Brooke had to answer yes. Meanwhile Stalin was demanding of Churchill, do the British really believe in Overlord, or are they only saying so to reassure the Soviet Union? Roosevelt remained silent until Churchill assented to the invasion of France. 55. 6 weeks before D-Day, Churchill told the head of the Foreign Office, "This battle has been forced upon us by the Russian and United States military authorities." 56. Even 24 hours before the June 6, 1944 landings in Normandy, Brooke wrote, "I am very uneasy about the whole operation. At the best it will come very far short of the expectations of the bulk of the people, namely all those who know nothing about its difficulties." 57. Brooke ventured that the invasion would be the most ghastly disaster of the whole war. 58. Churchill and his military commanders were haunted by the fear of infantry casualties on the scale of the First World War. They were aware that in May 1944 British-led forces would reach the limit of their growth, 2.75 million men, and from then on could only fall in number. In contrast, US forces stood at 5.75 million and were expanding still. On top of this, British production of ammunition had been falling since late 1942, of vehicles since mid-1943, of artillery and small arms since late 1943-59. Other problems faced the overall Allied commander, General Dwight D. Eisenhower. Both the British and U.S. Air Force commanders resisted prioritizing air cover for the invasion over the bombing campaign against Germany and had to be forced into line. Tactically too, the Allies lagged behind their enemy, who deployed infiltration tactics after D-Day and had perfected cooperation between armored forces and the infantry. 60 British field commanders were lacking in tactical flair, and the rigid structure of the British Army meant that NCOs did not seize the initiative if officers were killed or missing. A German report from Italy in the summer of 1944 identified the problem. The conduct of the battle by the Americans and English was, taken all round, once again very methodical. Local successes were seldom exploited. British attacking formations were split up into large numbers of assault squads commanded by officers. NCOs were rarely in on the big picture, so that if the officers became a casualty, they were unable to act in accordance with the main plan. The result was that in a quickly changing situation, the junior commanders showed insufficient flexibility. For instance, when an objective was reached, the enemy would neglect to exploit it and dig in for defense. The conclusion is, as far as possible, go for the enemy officers. Then seize the initiative yourself. 61. However, the German forces facing the Allied invasion were outnumbered and faced overwhelming firepower and air power. The Anglo-American invasion forces had overwhelming advantage as Overlord went into action, total superiority at sea, 12,800 aircraft against 505:1 superiority in tanks. They were fighting less than a third of the available German combat units, and most of these were in a poor state. The 8 panzer divisions committed to the battle in Normandy had just 17 replacement tanks between them, and infantry and static units were even weaker. 62. There were just 18 German divisions in Normandy. Another 19 were based in the Pas-de-Calais, where the German High Command believed a landing would take place, and 17 south of the Loire. 63. On June 6, 1944, Allied forces made landings on 5 beachheads on the stretch of the Normandy coast stretching from the Cotentin Peninsula to the mouth of the River Seine. The landings took place in strict secrecy, with the Germans unaware of what was happening until it was upon them. The invaders had superiority in numbers and control of the air. Hitler had ordered a concentration of German forces in the Pas-de-Calais region, just 22 miles across the Straits of Dover from England, believing that would be where the invasion would land. Even after news of the Normandy landings, he kept insisting this was a diversion and the main thrust would come further north. The U.S. forces suffered heavy casualties at one of the beaches, codenamed Utah, but despite this secured the landing area. Elsewhere, British, U.S. and Canadian forces pushed inland. Yet despite being outnumbered and surprised, the German forces in Normandy were able to throw the invasion timetable into crisis and to cast a shadow over the reputation of Britain's Field Marshal Montgomery, who failed to break out of the eastern sector. In July 1944, a U.S. staff officer noted the views of the American liaison officer posted to work alongside Montgomery's chief of staff, Monty, his British commander Dempsey. The British Corps commanders and even those of the divisions are so conscious of Britain's ebbing manpower that they hesitate to commit an attack where a division may be lost. When it's lost, it's done and finished. The commanders feel the blood of the British Empire, and hence its future, are too precious for dash in battle. 64. The British had determined artillery would play a key role, and 18% of their troops in the Normandy bridgehead were gunners. Even so, this could not prevent shortages of infantry building up as casualties mounted, and there were simply no further replacements from Britain or Canada. 65. By June 11 the Allies had established a bridgehead 50 miles wide and 12 miles deep, into which they poured over 326,547 men, 54,000 vehicles, and 104,000 tons of supplies. The plan hinged on Montgomery's force taking Caen in the first days of the invasion and then driving towards Paris. In fact, Caen did not fall until August 8. The invasion force found itself caught for 2 months in a narrow bridgehead, fighting an attrition battle. 66. 10 days after the landings in Normandy, the German commander in France, von Rundstedt, urged Hitler to withdraw German troops from south of the Loire in order to concentrate everything on preventing the Allies expanding their bridgehead. The request was refused. Major fighting formations were held back to deal with resistance forces in areas of little strategic importance to the war. On August 1 the American General Patton broke German lines by advancing south into Brittany and then east towards the Seine. He then advanced north, trapping the German forces in Normandy into a pocket round Falaise. Hitler had ordered them to stand and fight, but flight towards the Seine became the only option. Allied forces failed to plug all the escape routes, but German resistance in France was effectively ended. Patton employed the Air Force to protect his flanks against possible German counterattack, and he bypassed defended towns and cities. The plan was to avoid Paris and to advance to the German border, but a resistance uprising in the city led to a change. Free French forces, fighting with the Allies under the nominal command of General Charles de Gaulle, a junior member of the French government who had fled to London in June 1940 in order to continue resistance to the Germans, were hurriedly dispatched to secure the French capital. In their wake came de Gaulle, who loftily dismissed the resistance fighters who had effectively liberated Paris. De Gaulle was a Catholic who had a reputation as a man of the right. 67. Meanwhile, Patton reached Lorraine only to be halted by fuel shortages. Montgomery was now able to advance northwards, liberating Brussels and Antwerp, though failure to secure the mouth of the River Scheldt hampered the use of its port and allowed German forces to retreat north into the Netherlands. The advance halted once more. 68. In September 1944 Montgomery pushed through a plan to use airborne troops to secure bridges over 2 arms of the River Rhine, at Nijmegen and further north at Arnhem. Allied forces would advance rapidly northwards to relieve the airborne forces. It was hoped this plan would achieve a rapid breakthrough to the Ruhr, bypassing the German Siegfried Line. The plan was flawed from the beginning. The advance north would take place on one road and required no delays. Dutch resistance forces alerted the Allies to the fact that an SS Panzer Corps was refitting at Arnhem. In the event the lightly armed airborne troops could not take and hold the bridge there, and the advance from the south was unable to relieve them. The Arnhem campaign was a desperate throw of the dice by British commanders acting in an unusually rash way. It must reflect the fact they understood it was a last chance to secure a decisive British success. Its failure ensured their role as junior partners in the alliance. 69. By winter the Allies were still short of making a decisive advance into the Third Reich. Hitler determined to strike a blow at them by attacking through the Ardennes, as in May 1940, with the aim of taking Antwerp. 29 divisions totaling 250,000 men, badly needed on the Third Reich's eastern frontier, were amassed at a weak point in the Allied lines and made massive headway towards the Meuse River during one of the worst winters Europe had seen in years, with bad weather preventing the Allies utilizing their air superiority. Despite initial success, the momentum could not be maintained, air operations resumed and Patton counterattacked. By February the Battle of the Bulge was over and German forces were preparing to defend the Reich. 70 At the height of the battle, Roosevelt and Churchill begged Stalin to commence a winter offensive in the east. Stalin responded by giving the go-ahead for an offensive starting on January 11 which took Warsaw and East Prussia and carried the Red Army to within 100 miles of Berlin. Even if German forces had broken through and recaptured Antwerp, it is difficult to see how this would have staved off German defeat. While inflicting a defeat on Anglo-American forces, it would not have removed them from the continent, and meanwhile the Russians were poised to strike at Berlin. When the British and American forces resumed the offensive in February 1945, they were able to cross the Rhine. Eisenhower admitted that they did not encounter any serious opposition, stating, "The two U.S. divisions that made the assault suffered only 31 casualties, 71. The failure of the bombing campaigns. Between the wars, the theorists of aerial warfare, the US Brigadier General William Billy Mitchell, Italy's Giulio Douwerhet and Britain's Lord Trenchard, the father of the RAF, believed strategic bombing would secure final victory in any interpower conflict. Douwerhet believed it could break the will of the people and fumed against attempts to use air power for homeland defense or as tactical support for ground forces, branding such ideas as useless, superfluous, and harmful. British Prime Minister Stanley Baldwin summed up widespread fears, stating in the House of Commons in 1932 that, "the bomber would always get through." He went on to add, "The only defense is offense, which means that you have to kill more women and children more quickly than the enemy." 72 Air Marshal Sir Arthur Harris, head of Britain's Bomber Command, was a zealot in support of the area bombing of German towns and cities, constantly predicting the imminent collapse of Germany's morale and war effort. 73. The RAF developed a dogma that effectively ruled out the possibility of air defense against attacking bomber fleets. It was so obsessed with developing its heavy bomber fleet that the Chamberlain government had to eventually insist on building fighter squads to defend Britain. The head of Fighter Command, Dowling, built a force sufficient to win aerial supremacy in late 1940, helped by radar, which could summon fighters into the air to meet their German opponents with full fuel tanks, just as the Luftwaffe planes were forced to return home because theirs were running empty. But Dowling came under constant criticism because his critics in the RAF had wanted a different strategy, with many fighter squadrons in the air ready to meet the Germans in a big battle, and at the moment of victory he was sacked without ceremony. The German Luftwaffe regarded ground support as being part of its task from its inception. For both the German and Russian air forces, the priority was developing close cooperation with ground forces. 74 Britain and the US were alone in building and maintaining heavy, long-range bomber forces. While the Blitz lives on in popular memory, the actual bombing of London and other British cities, while terrible enough, could not compare with what would be visited on Germany as the war drew to a close. In the 2 years after Dunkirk, an aerial bombing campaign was the only offensive action against Germany Churchill could deliver. Since the fall of France, the RAF had been bombing German cities. Yet an inquiry in the summer of 1941 found that only 1 aircraft in 3 got to within 5 miles of the target. Over the Ruhr the figure was just 1 in 10, falling to 1 in 15 on foggy or moonless nights. Altogether just 20% of RAF bombers dropped bombs within a 75 square mile area around their designated target. 75 The first RAF bombing attacks in the late spring and summer of 1940 were so off target the Germans had difficulty working out what the supposed targets were. Originally the British had believed precision bombing could wreck Germany's oil capacity and transport routes. They quickly discovered that daytime bombing was too costly and nighttime bombing was imprecise. In the course of 1941 they moved to blanket bombing of German cities. In July and August 1943 RAF mass bombing raids targeted the port city of Hamburg. High explosives and incendiaries created a firestorm of 1000 degrees Celsius with winds blowing at 150 miles per hour, killing 50,000 civilians and leading to a mass evacuation of the city. 76 The U.S. Air Force took up and developed this campaign of blanket bombing of enemy cities. Up until 1944 the advantage lay with the German air defenses. The Americans' introduction of long-distance fighter planes, particularly the Mustang P-51, at the beginning of 1944 gave the Allies control of the skies above the Reich and allowed daytime bombing. This changed the nature of the campaign and, finally, meant it was effective in paralyzing German industry. Between June and October 1944 the RAF and USAF dropped 500,000 tons of bombs on Germany, more than they had delivered in total up to the beginning of the offensive. Over the next 6 months they dropped a further 545,000 tons. 77. Eastern Front showing furthest extent of German push by November 1942 and position of retreat by February 1943. The autumn of 1944 saw the destruction of bridges and railways leading to the cutting off of the Ruhr from the rest of the country. The resulting coal shortages closed down key factories. On February 13, 1945 an RAF attack on Dresden caused a firestorm. It was followed by a USAF daylight raid. Some 40,000 people died. This single attack killed more than the total of 30,705 people who died in German attacks on Britain. Dresden was of little strategic importance, nor was it an industrial center, and its destruction had no effect on the outcome of the war. Russian winter advanced to January 26, 1945. In total Allied raids on Germany left 500,000 civilians dead, 800,000 injured and 7.5 million homes destroyed. The weight of bombs dropped by the Luftwaffe on Britain was 3% of what would fall on Germany. 78 The highest number of bombs dropped came in March 1945, by which time the outcome of the war was certain and the German war industry was already effectively destroyed. The final attack was on Potsdam on 14 and April 15, 1945, killing 3,500 people. 79 In total the RAF lost more than 8,000 bombers in its campaign against Germany, with over 55,000 aircrew dying, more than the Luftwaffe's total wartime loss. The greatest single loss came on the 30-31 March 1944 attack on Nuremberg in which 94 aircraft were shot down. More than 800 RAF crew were killed, greater than the number killed in the Battle of Britain. In percentage terms these losses compare with those of the Flemish and Picardy trenches 3 decades earlier. 80. Allies on the Rhine to March 23, 1945. The destruction of the Third Reich. In the summer of 1944 Stalin and his top commanders, Zhukov, Vasilovsky, and the latter's deputy, Antonov, planned 5 staggered offensives from the front with Finland down to a drive on Romania. These would carry the war into the heart of Nazi-occupied Eastern Europe. The biggest effort was on the Belarusian front, Operation Bagration. The Red Army could deploy a force greater than that with which the Germans had invaded Russia back in June 1941. The offensive began on the 3rd anniversary of that invasion. The Russians had superiority in terms of tanks, self-propelled guns, artillery, mortars, and rockets, aircraft and trucks with which to carry the infantry. In just 1 week the 200-mile-long German front line was broken. The Wehrmacht was driven back beyond the 1941 border, with the bulk of it retreating into East Prussia and the other segment being bottled up in the Baltic states. 81 30 German divisions were shattered, with 350,000 men lost. On July 17, 57,000 German prisoners were marched through Moscow with generals at their head. Crowds watched in silence. 82 The Russians advanced 300 kilometers until their supply lines were too extended to permit further progress. The Germans had no reserves in the Balkans, with all available forces consumed in combat with Yugoslav partisans. In September 1944 they lost control of the Romanian oilfields. The arrival of the Red Army on Romanian soil led to a coup in Bucharest. In August the new government switched sides, and its troops came under Red Army control. The treaty with Romania was signed by all 3 Allied powers, but Russia had control of the country. Bessarabia and northern Bukovina were handed over to the USSR, while Transylvania was removed from Hungary and put back under Romanian control. In Bulgaria the communist-led Fatherland Front carried out a coup and suspended all military operations against the Red Army. Advancing Russian forces were welcomed as they crossed the frontier. In both countries the communists were now part of a coalition government, but worked to ensure their supporters took key positions within the state security forces. 83 By the end of 1944 the Red Army was inside the Third Reich and with Berlin in its sights. Russian forces liberated the first death camp, Majdanek in Poland, in July. More than 1 million people had died there. It was the first of a series of terrible discoveries, with the horrors of Treblinka, Sobibor, Auschwitz-Birkenau, Belzec, and Stutthof lying ahead of the Red Army. 84. Meanwhile within the USSR the propaganda switched from a patriotic emphasis to a reassertion of the Communist Party's central role. The centrality of collectivization was emphasized, scotching hopes that the state-run farms would be broken down into private holdings. More and more Soviet citizens were sucked into the labor force, which reached 23 million in 1944. Women formed 50% of the workforce. Coal, petrol, machine tools, and cement were all in short supply. Despite that, 1944 saw 29,000 tanks and self-propelled guns produced, 40,000 aircraft, 123,000 guns and 184 million shells. 85. The Germans had belatedly switched to a full-scale war economy, with production for war finally prioritized over the needs of the population. But although they could produce tanks, artillery and other equipment, they could not sustain the losses they suffered on the Eastern Front. An estimated 485,000 soldiers were killed or captured during that summer's offensive in the East. There was a severe manpower shortage. Tank production peaked in September 1944, but the new armor was used in abortive offensives in the Ardennes in the west and in Hungary in the east. The latter was at Hitler's insistence to protect the Reich's remaining oilfields, but it represented a diversion from the main Russian thrust which threatened the industrial region of Silesia and thence Berlin. Fuel shortages were now halting operations. 86. The Red Army made huge gains throughout 1944, far greater than their expectations. The Wehrmacht was seriously damaged. Out of the total German units knocked out during the years 1941–44, more than half were eliminated in the course of 1944.87. In October 1944 the Soviet General Staff began planning the final assault on Berlin, the greatest campaign in military history. 88 To the west the Allies had 87 units with over 6,000 tanks facing 74 German units deploying 1,600 tanks. Some 3 million Allied soldiers had landed in France and Belgium since D-Day. On the Eastern Front 6.5 million Red Army soldiers and 13,000 tanks faced 3 million Germans and 6,000 tanks. The eventual defeat of the German offensive in the Ardennes resulted in their switching the bulk of their forces to the defense of the Reich in the east. The Anglo-American armies had scheduled an attack across the Rhine for March 1945, but when the operation began there were just 26 German divisions left in western Germany, the bulk of these holding the ports in the north to allow an evacuation from the east. In contrast the Red Army faced 170 divisions. The British and Americans were able to cross the Rhine and begin a rapid advance eastwards as resistance disintegrated. 89. Hitler had determined to take Germany down with him in flames. After the failure of the Ardennes offensive he told his aide, "We'll not capitulate. Never. We can go down. But we'll take the world with us." 90. The Nazi terror used in the occupied territories now came home. Anyone uttering defeatist talk or believed to be retreating in the face of the enemy was subject to instant execution. Corpses hung from lampposts in German towns and cities under attack. As Berlin came under attack the SS carried out summary executions against members of the Volkssturm, the Hitler Youth and regular forces who they believed were trying to desert their positions. School children were among those hanged. 91. The Russian attack on Berlin centered on the highway from Warsaw to the German capital. The Russians concentrated 7,500 combat planes. The Red Army amassed 2.5 million troops for the attack on Berlin, others were engaged in operations elsewhere, including taking Czechoslovakia and Vienna. For the Berlin operation the Russians deployed over 4,200 guns and mortars, 6,200 tanks and self-propelled guns and more than 1,000 rocket launchers. Facing them at the outset of the battle were around 1 million defenders with 10,000 guns and mortars, 1,500 tanks and self-propelled guns and 3,300 combat aircraft. 92. Stalin now permitted two of his marshals, Zhukov and Konev, to advance on Berlin, playing on their rivalry. Zhukov was placed in command of the central thrust on Berlin. He massed over 7 million shells designed to stun and shake German troops. Searchlights were used to blind the defenders. A Soviet war correspondent recorded the beginning of the assault on the city on April 22. On the walls of the houses we saw Goebbels's appeals, hurriedly scrawled in white paint: "Every German will defend his capital. We shall stop the red hordes at the walls of our Berlin. Just try and stop them." Steel pillboxes, barricades, mines, traps, suicide squads with grenades clutched in their hands, all are swept aside before the tidal wave. Drizzling rain began to fall. Near Bisdorf I saw batteries preparing to open fire. "What are the targets?" I asked the battery commander. "Center of Berlin, Spree bridges, and the Northern and Stedin railway stations," he answered. Then came the tremendous words of command: "Open fire at the capital of Fascist Germany." I noted the time. It was exactly 8:30 a.m. on April 22. 96 shells fell in the center of Berlin in the course of a few minutes. 93. A day later the Red Army had cut off Berlin from any possibility of a German counterattack from the west, and its troops had begun to break through the defense line formed round the city's S-Bahn railway. As Zhukov's and Konev's troops battled their way into the German capital, it was clear to the defenders that there would be no miracle to deliver Hitler from defeat. The wonder weapons had come too little and too late. The death of Roosevelt revived hopes that the unnatural alliance between the Anglo-Saxons and the Russians would fall apart, but they were soon dashed. Hitler believed his people had failed him and deserved the retribution that was to be visited on them. As defeat neared, the Nazi regime fell apart. The unfulfilled hopes of self-aggrandizement fueled by constant factional struggles at every level of the party and the state meant that, one after another, virtually all the leaders of the regime, with the exceptions of Goebbels and Bormann, deserted the Führer in the final days before his suicide. Further south, in Italy, justice awaited another fascist dictator. Allied forces had renewed their offensive into the Po Valley on April 5. Beginning in Ravenna and Bologna and spreading across northern Italy, the resistance rose up to liberate their towns and cities in advance of the Allies' arrival. On April 28 Hitler's brother-in-arms Mussolini was shot by partisans and his body displayed in Milan. News of this penetrated Hitler's bunker. On April 30, 1945 Hitler shot himself. On May 2 German forces in the capital surrendered. 94. In the battle for Berlin, Russian dead, wounded and missing topped 300,000. The Red Army paid a high price for the capture of the German capital. The fall of Berlin was a bloody battle. The poet and journalist Ilya Ehrenberg had urged in his manifesto to the Red Army, "Kill. Kill. None of the Germans are innocent, neither the living nor those yet born. Follow the advice of Comrade Stalin and wipe out the fascist beast in his lair forever. Break the proud racial pride of the German women brutally. Take them in just revenge." 95 Russian forces behaved with great brutality. One Russian commander pointed to the weight of fire the Red Army brought down on Berlin. "The Allies dropped 65,000 tons of bombs, we fired 40,000 shells in 2 weeks." 96 The honor of capturing Berlin went to the Red Army, but at great cost. John Erickson quotes the sardonic comment of one Red Army officer: "Yes, we got to Berlin, but did we have to go via Stalingrad?" 97. Russian casualties in the Second World War were 20 times greater than those of the US and Britain combined. The simple fact is that the war against Nazi Germany was won by Russia. Russian forces inflicted 3/4 of all German casualties. Total German losses were 13,488,000 killed or captured. Of these 10,758,000 were lost or captured on the Eastern Front. The USSR suffered at least 29 million casualties. 98. The military historian, Richard Overy, concludes, without Soviet resistance it is difficult to see how the democratic world would have defeated the new German Empire, except by sitting tight and waiting until atomic weapons had been developed. 99. This does not excuse Stalin's crimes or his responsibility for the disaster that so nearly befell the USSR in 1941, but it is a fact often denied by revisionist historians. Russia survived Stalingrad to virtually defeat Germany single-handed, but it was a close-run thing. The Russian ruling class was able to use its state control of industry to simplify production so that until the war's end Russian factories concentrated on basic tank designs, making repairs and replacements easier. 100. Stalin's conduct of the war made victory harder. In 1917-18 the Bolsheviks had encouraged German soldiers on the Eastern Front to rally to the revolution. In 1941-45 all Germans, regardless of class, were classed as enemies and treated as if they were all Nazis. Russia would emerge from the war as the key military power in Europe. By the Yalta Conference American generals knew that in the event of a conflict with the USSR the Soviet armies would reach the shores of the Atlantic. This was also recognized by President Truman, who admitted in May 1945, it would be open to the Russians in a very short time to advance if they chose to the waters of the North Sea and the Atlantic. 101. The Yalta Summit brought out the fundamentally imperialist demands of Stalin. At a dinner hosted by Roosevelt, the U.S. official Charles Boland stressed America's support for the rights of small nations. Stalin responded, in prim but powerful style, making absolute assertion of the rights of the Big Three against all the bleating of the small powers that their rights were at risk. The small must be ruled by the great, the delinquents brought to book. 102. At 2:41 a.m. on May 7, 1945 Generals Friedeberg and Jodl signed the surrender of Germany on behalf of Adolf Hitler's designated successor, Admiral Dönitz, at General Eisenhower's headquarters at Reims, northern France. The Americans drew up the surrender document with no reference to either of their allies, no senior British officer or minister was present. Field Marshal Montgomery had to stage his own separate surrender ceremony for the cameras. A relatively junior Russian officer was flown into Reims at the last minute. Stalin refused to accept this. The Red Army was still fighting, taking Prague, and another surrender ceremony was staged in Berlin. 103. Genocide, to the bitter end. By the autumn of 1943 1.5 million Polish Jews had been slaughtered. The SS now pressed for the final solution to be extended to all parts of the Nazi Empire, from Scandinavia to Italy. In August 1944 Eichmann reported to Hitler that 6 million Jews had been murdered, 4 million in the death camps and the rest in mobile operations. 104 By then 2 Jewish prisoners had escaped Auschwitz and had been smuggled to London. Jewish organizations pressed for bombing attacks on the rail routes bringing Jews to the camps and on the gas chambers, but the British and Americans claimed the camps were beyond the range of their bombers. That had not been the case in April 1944 when an Allied air attack was carried out on a synthetic fuel plant adjacent to the camp, or in September when American planes accidentally bombed the plant instead of a target further east. 105. The Jews are often portrayed as passive victims of the Holocaust, but there was serious resistance. In April 1943 just 70,000 Jews remained in the Warsaw Ghetto, home at one time to 380,000. They rose up as it became clear the SS were preparing to wipe them out. The level of resistance by poorly armed fighters shook the SS, who had expected an easy victory. The rebellion lasted 3 weeks. In the end, of the 58,065 who were rounded up, 7,000 were shot immediately, 22,000 were dispatched to Treblinka and Lublin, and the rest sent to labor camps. 106. In September 1943 a first batch of 1,750 Red Army prisoners arrived at the Sobibor camp. All but 80 were gassed straight away, but the survivors spread the reality of what lay ahead to the Jewish prisoners in the camp. A few weeks later the prisoners rose, killing 10 SS guards with axes, knives, and their bare hands, allowing 400 prisoners to escape. Some were hunted down, some killed by right-wing Polish bands, but others joined partisan groups and would rejoin the Red Army. Himmler ordered Sobibor to be shut down and all traces of the camp to be destroyed. 107. Revolts occurred at Auschwitz too. 1. Carried out by Red Army prisoners, failed in the summer of 1942. 2 years later, on October 7, 1944, several hundred prisoners working in crematorium 4 at Auschwitz-Birkenau rebelled after learning that they were going to be killed. During the uprising, the prisoners killed 3 guards and blew up the crematorium and adjacent gas chamber. They used explosives smuggled into the camp by Jewish women who had been assigned to forced labor in a nearby armaments factory. The Germans crushed the revolt and killed almost all of the prisoners involved in the rebellion. The Jewish women who had smuggled the explosives into the camp were publicly hanged in early January 1945. 108. Hermann Langbehn was a member of the combat group which led the resistance at Auschwitz. The group was not able to stop the SS evacuating the camp as the Russians neared, forcing the prisoners onto a death march westwards. But, looking back, he was clear that in the most terrible conditions resistance was a necessity. When our combat group there, which had many failures, was able to influence the destiny of the camp, we knew that we were no longer mere objects in that universe concentration air, in the hermetically sealed world created by the SS, in which its misanthropic ideology about members of a master race and persons not worthy of living was to achieve an absolute triumph. We knew that we would not allow ourselves to be broken and would knowingly incur additional risks to pass muster before ourselves as active subjects. 109. In the final 2 years of the war, as the Red Army advanced westwards, the regime envisioned a tide of retribution sweeping down on the German people. German soldiers knew what had been done in occupied Russia and they feared what the forces of occupation might unleash. In April 1945, a 16-year-old on a crowded S-Bahn train in Berlin heard a decorated soldier address terrified passengers thus: "Silence. I've got something to tell you. Even if you don't want to listen to me, stop whinging. We have to win this war. If others win the war, and if they do to us only a fraction of what we have done in the occupied territories, there won't be a single German left in a few weeks." 110. Even as the end drew near, the killings of Jews and others continued. In March, as the city of Danzig was about to fall, Wehrmacht soldiers together with the SS massacred the prisoners held in the Stutthof concentration camp. Men of the local Volkssturm on the outskirts of Leipzig joined with the SS in herding forced laborers into a building, throwing in incendiary bombs, and gunning down those trying to escape. 111. 3 days before the Red Army entered Auschwitz on January 27, 1945, the SS had tried to destroy the evidence of genocide, blowing up the gas chambers and crematoria. The remaining prisoners were forced to march westwards, leaving just 7,000 prisoners to be liberated. Despite the attempts to eradicate the evidence, Red Cross officials found 368,820 men's suits, 836,255 women's coats, 13,964 carpets, and 7 tons of hair, plus pile upon pile of shoes, toothbrushes, spectacles, and artificial limbs. Mass graves were soon uncovered. 2.112 of the 700,000 prisoners still held in the death camps, a third would die in a series of forced marches as their SS guards beat them westwards away from the Red Army. War crimes accompany every war, but the Holocaust and the barbarism of Germany's war on the Eastern Front were in a different league. Yet apologists for the Third Reich, and those who wish to claim that Stalinism was more barbaric than Nazism, still trot out the arguments that the Allies committed equal or greater war crimes, or that the Waffen-SS and others were defending European civilization. In the late 1980s, German revisionist historians such as Ernst Nolte began to produce apologies for the Third Reich. For Nolte, the Holocaust was only one of a series of genocides that took place in the 20th century. Auschwitz differed only in the use of gas and could be explained as a reaction born out of the anxiety of the annihilation occurrences of the Russian Revolution. The death camps were simply a copy of Stalin's Gulag. Nolte further argued that the Holocaust was a preemptive reaction to the onset of Asiatic barbarism represented by the Bolsheviks in their drive to exterminate their class enemies, which they threatened to repeat against a vanquished Germany. 113. Andreas Hillgruber accepted that German troops had committed unspeakable crimes in the East but claimed that in 1944-45 they were defending the centuries-old settlement area of East Prussia from the onslaught of Bolshevism, and thus serving the national interest. This argument was then extended to the Holocaust by arguing that the Stalinist regime was responsible for equal if not greater crimes of mass murder. 114. Another attempt to excuse Hitler is to compare him, favorably, to Stalin. A.D. Harvey points to some differences between the two murderous dictators. First, Stalin killed a lot of people. He destroyed an entire class, the peasant proprietors, and the upper reaches of several professions, most notably the military. The scale of his mass murders is exceeded only by Hitler's massacre of the Jews, but while part of the loathsomeness of Hitler's final solution is that so many Germans took care not to know what was going on, Stalin's murdering, especially in the later stages aimed at the military, was accompanied by a stage-managed blaze of publicity. 115. Stalin was a mass murderer. But there was another difference between him and Hitler. There was no equivalent of Auschwitz in the Soviet Union. Anti-Semitism existed there, as did racism against minority nationalities, but it did not develop into genocide. In Stalin's Russia, anti-Semitism was deployed and minority nations were scapegoated, but the terror of the 1930s could affect anyone, from Stalin's immediate circle downwards. Arrest and murder were almost casual affairs. Up until the outbreak of war it was the case that Stalin's regime was far more repressive, but under the impact of war the Third Reich seized the chance to implement genocide. Stalin's crimes did not involve the industrialization of mass murder for its own sake. After the division of Poland, the Russian authorities deported around 400,000 people from the territory they occupied and carried out executions of Polish officers who fell into their hands. 116. Mark Mazur points to some overlapping in the German and Russian treatment of the Polish elite, but also points to major differences. Soviet policy, while aiming to crush Polish nationalism, and to prevent any security threats it might pose, especially near the borders, did not aim to get rid of any particular national or ethnic group in toto. Its purpose was social revolution, not national purification. There was no equivalent on the Soviet side to the sporadic, unsystematized, and almost invariably unpunished shootings of Jews which German soldiers and SS carried out. 117. The Red Army and GPU were not implementing a revolution, they were acting as another imperialist force. But Mazur is right to point out that Jews were seeking to enter Russian-occupied areas to escape the Nazi terror. The Holocaust aimed at the mass extermination of the Jews, the Roma, and other groups, deploying massive resources to seize every possible victim using industrial techniques of mass murder. The mass deaths in the Russian gulags were a byproduct of forced labor and terrible conditions. In the Nazi concentration camps, mass extermination was the aim. A similar revisionism has also been evident in Italy. Renzo de Felice, Mussolini's biographer, described the interregnum between the dictator's dismissal and the signing of an armistice with the Allies 45 days later as a national catastrophe. 118. The resistance war that would follow was a civil war whose outcome the mass of Italians were indifferent to, and in which there was no moral difference between the two sides. That rather overlooks that by late 1943 and certainly by 1944 no one who voluntarily fought alongside the Germans in the various Italian fascist forces could be unaware that Jews were being rounded up and probably murdered, and that anti-partisan operations included reprisals against Italian civilians. 119. There is an importance in refuting these claims as they give considerable ammunition and encouragement to today's political heirs of Mussolini and Hitler. Since 1945 they have been desperate to escape the dark shadow of Auschwitz. It is of the utmost importance to stress the unique barbarism of the Holocaust and the simple fact that it remains the greatest crime in human history. Where was the German working class? Throughout the final months, weeks, and days of the Third Reich there was little evidence of what had once been the best organized working class in the world acting as a force against Nazi tyranny. But neither was there clear evidence that the German working class was ever won over en masse by the regime. Why did Germany not produce the sort of working class unrest such as the mass strike which swept northern Italy in March 1943? The defeat inflicted on the German working class, and the destruction of its mass organizations, reduced it to an atomized grouping. The German working class experienced defeat in 1933 without resistance. In Italy, workers could take pride in their efforts to confront Mussolini, even when defeated. In 1933 the German communists had argued that Hitler's victory would be short-lived, offering the slogan, "After Hitler us." Accordingly the party urged its members to maintain mass work, which left them terribly vulnerable to the savage repression unleashed by the Nazis. Further, the Hitler-Stalin Pact had a major, demoralizing impact. By the time the war began, the older workers who had experienced mass trade unionism and the existence of a labor movement were either cowed or waiting on deliverance from abroad. Younger workers had little experience to draw upon and relied on other forms of resistance, absenteeism, cultural protest, etc. All three Allied powers wanted to take over a Germany free from any upheaval, such as that which had swept the country at the end of the First World War. Therefore they made no attempt to incite revolutionary feeling among the German people. Puckert goes so far as to argue that the British strategy, involving the aerial bombing of German cities, created a climate of resignation that led people not to rebel, but merely to wait passively for the war to be over. 120 The Russians on the one hand attacked all Germans as fascist criminals, and on the other attempted to build an anti-Hitler front organization of captured generals whose message was a nationalist one. There was no effort to incite class warfare.